Okay, now we're live, and now here comes the intro.
Ladies and gentlemen, we build on topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a killer priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killer Priest Podcast. Killer Priest Podcast.
Did they see me? They catch my feather pen? I know they caught my feather pen. Yo. Here we go once again. It's about to be on today, man. Yo, welcome to another episode of Killer Priest Podcraft. I am your host, Killer Priest. I am Sheh. Middle East, almost there, so prepare to say peace. And running the rock is none other than AD.
Yeah, welcome back. It's gonna be a wild show. You already know. Let's go.
Hey, man, there's a lot of stuff that's going to come out today. I was talking about earlier, I need to just jump into this, that we need solutions. So we got a couple of people that's coming through the Podcraft. Some of them you know, some of them you don't know, but you're going to know. Today it's time to come with some stuff. You know what I mean? So I'm ready for today. Let's give acknowledgement to Best Cafe Room. Cafe Room. Shout out to the Cafe Room as I look to my left. We have to shout out with the architects and the oracle, our moderators. We call them the architects here and oracles here because they're controlling the matrix line, man, and making sure that all the minds come in right. And we have first up, we have Coach Kandaka. She says, peace, welcome everybody to the KPP Cafe. And Vinny Black Lodge, he says, peace, priest, peace, AD, and peace to you too. We also have a host. We will shout out to Voltage. He'll be coming through a little later. And we have a group. It's separated into two parts. We call them the Rocketeers and the Craftsmen. So dope. Everybody comes with this supreme knowledge. And the craft room, or I like to say the cafe, is super funny but super intelligent. You know what I mean? At the same time. And many times when guests come to the show, they look to the Podcraft in the cafe room and y'all come with the answers. And it's like, man, I'm so happy for that. You know, just for that to happen, man. So give yourselves a big round of applause for being in the building and being up. So I do a little acknowledgement all the time. Well, a big acknowledgement. Jimmy B, he's like, yeah, that's what we do. I see, I don't know what this means though. It's like kind of old school.
Almost looks Hawaiian.
Yeah.
Like you're doing the aloha.
Yeah. A little bit. It's a little bit. You know what I mean? Oh, Jimmy B probably got it down pat. Shout out to Jane Jackson Lane in the building. We might have Enqi coming through too. We have Vinny coming through today. We definitely gonna have Knowledge Born coming through too. It's gonna be a wild show today. We got this and that. And today, the theme, I like to call it, what's today's craft? And that could be anything. So, I mean, y'all can set it off by saying, Jimmy B's laughing. That could be anything. It could be all type of ideas. You know, on this show, we have a lot of definitely flat earthers come through. You know what I'm saying? AD is one of the head speakers of the nation of flat earthers, right? He's one of the founders. And he usually, no doubt, he usually come on and, you know, he had dropped some jewels here and there. And then he bought Vinny. Vinny comes through and he dropped it. So we're gonna go through that piece by piece. And we have a returning guest that's incredible that came through the craft like a tornado. I was like, yo, oh. Yeah, that's all mesmerized. You know what I mean? At first, I gave it up to my man David Weiss, but Jesuit breakdown. And he's in there. Oh, and then we have oh man, it's gonna be really good. I see a couple of heads up in there that we're gonna bring to the stage in a few minutes.
All right.
And I'm gonna let them introduce themselves. Somebody said, let me see. Puri Mackey says, I figured out how to get us to space. Well, Perry, he said he figured out how to get us to space. The last I checked, we were already in space, brother.
Last I checked, we couldn't go at all.
No, we are already in space.
Oh. Like between us, there is space.
Hey.
I see what
Oh,
you're
you
saying.
talking about that. You talking about that.
That was
The
space
it's already
between-
triggered. All right, without further ado, we just gonna bring it in. We're gonna bring them in. How did you get? Oh, thank you. Who's that? Name Yoshi. Priest, how did you get? So G, man, I was silent like the K in front of knowledge for a minute. You know what I mean? That's the K for KP. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's just years and years of building with great people and engulfed and good people, loving people, and I had my shares taking wisdom. You know what I'm saying? So it's like going through a buffet and just, man, today I need a little bit of carbs. Today I may need a bit of protein. Today I may need a little vegetables. Always need it on the side though.
Just a little
Your
bit.
fruit bowl. Yeah, just a little bit. The song somebody came out with said, just a touch, a little bit of love, just a little bit. Who made that song? They came back with the hook and said, just a touch of love. You know what I mean? So just a little touch. Neptali in the building. Shout out to her. Word, that's my elder King Khan. Okay. We're going, well, without further ado, let's bring him on to the Podcraft. We're going to welcome, because we have a collage of minds, great minds. Welcome to the stage, to the Podcraft crew. And they're going to introduce themselves, even though you know them, one by one. Let's go. Start with Vinny.
What up, Killah? Thank you again for letting me on. Shout out to everybody in the podcast.
Right.
Always fun to be here. And like you were saying, Killah, I feel like I'm more like you, where I like to have a little bit of everything. I jump into everything. So like I've told you and Razul and stuff, I might not be the best Jesuit guy, but I know Johnny and I work with him and he's the best.
Hold on. Let me get a bomb for Johnny.
There you go.
And maybe Dave Weiss is doing the most for Flat Earth, so I try to bring him. And I'm more like you, where I get into everything and I like to talk and interact.
Right.
Now, one of the guys I wanna amp up who's in here is Tazadaq. Now,
Tazadaq's in the building?
Yeah, we've been talking like a year about Tazadaq.
Right.
I think since the Kamiru show.
Right.
I've been trying to get Tazadaq on, so
Right.
I'm super excited. For people who don't know who Tazadaq is, to me, he's probably the best law expert that you could find. And I've been for 10 years. I was with Carl Lenz. I was dealing with a lot of these law people. I was one of the people trying to get involved with the sovereigns and driving around without a license, always getting into trouble with the cops and at the courts. And I took a lot of bumps along the way. And Tazadaq, he knows what he's doing. He's got testimony. So to me, law is such a big one of those topics, like you said, one of them food groups, Killah. Law is a big one and so important.
Okay.
All of us
Protein.
get scared of going to court and stuff. So Tazadaq, he also wrote a book on male swag. He's got so much personality.
Okay.
He grew up in Brooklyn, grew up around the same people as you, Killah.
That's a big
So
plus.
excited to finally get Tazadaq on here. And the other guy is that I brought is Elijah Freeman.
Elijah. Beautiful name.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Elijah is awesome. Like you already seen a little bit. But you don't know that there's a flat earth debate show that goes on every day.
Right.
And I mentioned it like a year ago when I first came on your show, where if people want to get into that debate and you really think
Right.
believe in space
About
and
that
all
life.
that stuff,
Yeah.
then go to this debate where they just get into the real science, the real stuff. And Elijah Freeman's one of the guys that's been working with Nathan Oakley and the Flat Earth Debate channel. So
Right.
to all the flat earthers, they know about Nathan Oakley in that debate. And Elijah Freeman, he's awesome. He's from New York. He's a great guy.
Okay. What part?
So excited to bring him on,
Okay.
And Johnny, you've already got to meet. So,
Johnny
that's
Rocket.
the little crew that I came with today.
Okay.
And, happy to talk about whatever and get out of the way, let them talk too.
Oh man, Man, that was a great intro. Okay. Well, the craft room is definitely ready. Everyone's set up. Man, who we gonna start with? I mean, man, Tazadaq. Man, I haven't, it's been a long time, my brother. Trying to get you on the show for a very long time. And you're finally here. You know what I'm saying? And I know that the Moorish, they deal with a lot of the sovereign laws back in the days. Yeah.
Tazadaq knows a lot about that.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I used to actually I used to study with some of the Moors. I don't think too many of the Moors are fond of me because I exposed some of their plagiarism.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like
so
that.
A lot of Moors are not I just try and disseminate everything and come out with the truth.
Okay. It. Oh, we got to
shout out to the real Moors, man. A lot of people use the name El Bay and Day, but they're not really Moors. They're just using that. They're attaching that Naiman to their name, and people think they're really Moors. A lot of these people that proclaim to be Moors are not really Moors. They're not really registered Moors. They just use the name Bay El Day or something of that nature. But Moors, just like you could look at Moors as a denomination like Christianity. Every Moor is not the same. There's several different schools of thought of Moors. Like they have Taj Bey, like the mainstream Moors don't really affiliate with Taj Bey because he does his own thing. He came up with his own thing called the Knights of the Round Table. So just like Christianity is broken down into several different denominations, many Moors practice Masonry. So it's a lot of different schools of thought. So that's kind of like a broad topic.
Tazadaq, I remember
like anything else, like the Israelites.
Right.
You called me a Moor when we first met, Tazadaq.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Word. It's gonna get hard. It's gonna be heavy. I can't.
You know what's crazy? Killers, I went and looked into my bloodlines, actually with the help of Kamiru.
Right.
Shout out to him. And both my family, my mom and my dad, they both go back to the Moors.
Oh, okay.
So my bloodline is actually Moors.
Oh, all right. I saw Dr. Enqi trying to come in. This is gonna be interesting. All right. So we gotta get into that. That's a lot of meat that you said, my brother. Going back to Tazadaq, we gotta talk about that. But,
it's about to go down.
It's about to go down. Yeah, exactly. So I love this. This is unfolding. But before we start it, and I'm gonna let y'all know this. My brother at the bottom. What's his name again? From Brooklyn. Elijah. Yeah. I'll never forget your name again. Elijah. You were saying you want to, and you're a flat. I'm assuming you're a flat earther.
Yeah, it means something a little different than what people think it means. Because when you Google flat Earth, when you hear the ridicule of flat Earth, when you hear people put positions on flat earthers and ask them to answer certain questions,
right?
That's not me. But I am a flat earther. There's definitely a level realm. There's nothing that's very clear. But what is a flat earther? That's something totally different than who we actually are. You can find us everywhere. You don't have to listen to people talk about who we are and what we think, because all of that's garbage. You go on YouTube, you type in flat earth, it's garbage. I'm sure you heard that already. You go on Google, you type in flat earth, that's garbage. You already heard that already. That's not what we're about. That's not why we're here. So I'm here to basically let people know why we're here. There are a lot of good guests. There was Dave Weiss has been on. I know my boy Whitsitt has been on. Vinny and AD sound great from what I've heard. So I'm just here to give that one linchpin. I'm here to take it out.
Okay.
We're not flat earthers, Elijah. We're globe earth skeptics. We've been lied to, and we're just here to bring the truth. That's all.
Okay. Well, it's about to be on. Oh man! All right, so now that the platform, the craft form is open and everything is there, well, we can start at the top. We just start at the top. And what's this message that you come to bring, brother Elijah?
Oh, me. Well,
I went to the top.
like I said, like I said when I first got here, there's this framing of the topic that people just have to have this conversation, and the way that they were taught to have it, or a way that they were they're just indoctrinated all over again. You know,
Right.
they're inundated with information and they don't understand that they're parroting things. So number one, when you say, well, you think that the earth is a flat shape, the flat's not a shape. It's an aspect or a description of something. Just like round isn't a shape, it's an aspect or description of something. Now, you know what is a shape is a sphere. And this sphere has supposed dimensions. And you can use the Pythagorean theorem to figure out, okay, where's the limitation of my view? What is that limitation? It's the horizon. What is the horizon? It's a place of locality when you put in the formula 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. What am I talking about? Well, if you go to Google right now, everybody out there, and you type in how to get the distance to the horizon, they'll tell you how, and they'll give you a calculator. And that's what the fundamental claim to all of this is. If that claim isn't true or cannot be verified, basically it means everything else is wrong, because the number that they use is the number that they use to extrapolate all the other information. Orbits, distances, how fast things go, all of that is predicated on the one truth, or the one fact, quote unquote, that the earth is a sphere with the radius of an average 3,959 miles. So, but we can get into that now. We can get into that later. It's up to you.
Yeah, we got time. Yeah.
Well, Killah, if I can just reinforce why that's important.
Yes.
It's important because big picture, imagine this. Our cosmology is a lie. Everything they told us about dinosaurs to Darwin to deep space is a lie. And this is so critical that you have brought together a panel like this. You had the courage, you and AD had the courage to do this, to look for solutions, because we have been enslaved and we don't even know it. And so this issue of questioning our cosmology that is slandered as flat earth, so everybody can laugh at our expense, is indicative of the bigger picture. The bigger picture is massive money and interdimensional, spiritual, whatever you want to call them, demonic, evil, malignant, massive system has us enslaved and we don't even know it. And this questioning our cosmology, as Elijah does with fact, with real science and facts, can help break open the door and force people to realize you've been lied to. You live in a lie. And this is why, just like you said, brother, we need solutions. People don't even know what the question is. First, let's set up the question. Why do we need solutions? Because you live as a slave and the door is wide open. All you need to do is walk through it. You don't know where it is, though. Hopefully we can bring that here tonight.
All right. No doubt. And joining the panel right now, y'all all know him, man. The great minister Enqi is in the building on the craft. What's good, my brother? What's good?
I'm chilling. Just enjoying the build. You know, getting ready for this Sunday. We're gonna have a powerful diabetes summit. In fact, I want to invite anybody on the panel as well as anybody that watches the video tonight. I was gonna do a more intricate giveaway, but I'm just gonna do it like this. We're just gonna hit them with an automatic weapon, crowd spray, if you will. The first 100 people that come to the event, this is at the Paramount Theater in Peekskill, New York. The first 100 people that come there and say, Killah Priest, get in free.
Wow. Oh, that's on point. Y'all heard that?
Yeah. First
Wow.
100 people to say Killah Priest get in free
Hey.
this coming Sunday, July 10th for the Diabetes Summit. We don't want money to stand in the way of people getting there. So
That's real.
That's peace. That's peace.
That's definitely peace. Word. And where's the summit taking place once again?
at the Hudson Valley Paramount Theater, upstate New York, like right outside New York, maybe 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's by Newburgh and a little bit up from Newburgh, in that area.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
It's gonna
dope.
be nice.
All right. No doubt, no doubt. Man, yeah, it's going down, man. Right above you. Tazadaq. Man, this is let's hear where you see where everything is headed. This bill's gonna be crazy right now. Because you opened up about the Moors and the law and everything. So let us take us further into that world. I'm ready to start opening up the pen.
Most Moors have a different perspective of a law than my perception. So essentially, the typical Moor, the Moorish belief was that if you change your name and claim your birthright, then you're not susceptible to any of the laws that's really statutory of the United States government. So a lot of Moors was going forward with that, but they wasn't getting a lot of success. So you see like the latter Moors, like maybe Yusuf El or a Moor like that, a couple more Moors, Jonah Bey, they incorporated what is known as a secure party creditor process into their Moorish documentation, because the Moorish documentation alone, the truth is it wasn't working. They would show people that they would go into court and they would present arguments, but they wasn't really getting success with that. So there's a lot of Moors like Taj Bey that's totally against anything regarding like uniform commercial codes. But the problem with that is that pretty much there's a uniform commercial code, AKA a UCC, for everything that governs this land. So since the 1950s, this land essentially is actually governed by contracts. And those contracts are essentially uniform commercial codes and US codes. They essentially are overriding the Constitution, because since the government became a de facto, and when I say government, I'm essentially referring to Washington, D.C. When I say United States, essentially I'm referring to the 10 square mile radius of Washington, D.C. And so when they construct the Constitution, if you read in it, it clearly creates a distinction between the United States. If you read it, the problem is most people won't read the Constitution. If you read it, it's right there. It'll say there's several states, but then it'll say the United States, clearly creating a distinction between the several states and the United States, which is Washington, D.C. So essentially there's two United States. One's a 10 square mile radius of Washington, D.C., and you can find that under 28 USC 3002, subsection 15A. It specifically states that the United States is a federal corporation. So when it's referring to that, most people think it's referring to the 50 states united, but it's not talking about that. Washington, D.C. is its own entity, just like Vatican City. And what is the other place? The Vatican City,
London,
the city of London. They all have their own special police departments. You go to DC, the same thing's going on there. So those three entities, essentially, it goes back to what he's talking about, Johnny. They all fall under the Jesuits and the papacy. It all points back to that. So they created these statutory things, and they actually persuaded the people to believe that we're subjected to that. So, and when someone try to bring this forth like me, of course, the powers that be, they have what is known as plausible deniability. They could deny it exists. So if you go into one of these courts, which are colorable, by the way, because the courts are not governed by law. And an example of a colorable court would be like a child support court, right? Because if people would just simply read the Constitution, they will understand this a little more. A child support court is colorable because there's no jury. You say, well, the Constitution doesn't specify that. Yes, it does. When you read Article 7, it states that if it's an offense for $20 or more, you're entitled to a trial by jury. So that makes a child support court a family court and a legal court. So when people go into those courts, they're doing so on a voluntary consent. Same thing with a traffic court. Where's the jury? There is no jury. And when you read Article 6, Section 2 of the Constitution, it tells you that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. And any law that conflicts with the Constitution is not law at all. It's simply public policy. And so the only authority they have over you is you consenting to that.
Nice, yeah.
That's
real.
Yeah, because I've been in, you right on that, man, because I've been in a traffic court. Yeah, there's a couple of things that happened. I was in traffic court and there was no jury. You're right about that.
Right. But,
Wow.
but here's the thing with traffic court, right? A traffic court is a transaction of a security interest, right?
Right.
If you look up something, and I dare anyone on the call, anyone that doubt anything I'm saying, I challenge you to go and look it up. I beg you to go and look it up. You know what? Because you're going to become a follower and a believer. That's how I win a lot of people over. So when you go into a traffic court, that's a transaction of a security interest, right?
Right.
So that means in the truth of lending, you have 72 hours to like dissolve that. People never stop to wonder why they say, well, you got 10 days to settle this. You got 2 weeks to settle this. Because by then it becomes a valid contract. For any contract to become valid, it takes 72 hours. So if I was to go down to a traffic court, and there's a brother on here named Jadir. He's a young brother from New York, from Manhattan, Dominican brother. I brought him on as a witness because I know that there's going to be a lot of naysayers that say, that stuff is made up. It's made up for people that don't comprehend it. But once you comprehend this really works. I haven't worked in the system since 2009, and I'm doing pretty good. That was the smartest decision I ever made, was to walk away from being an employee, because the word employee is synonymous to a slave. An employer is a master. People got to work, but they manipulate people throughout their entire lives. You go into a 9 to 5, you watch something on the weekend, you spend a few hours with your spouse or whatever. You're taught to go and get a house, which you can't afford. You're taught to go and get a car, and then you're in debt. And so debt enslaves people. And so it's like a revolving circle. And then they engender into your thinking that you got to have this to provide a living. The fact of the matter is, most people that go to work on a job, as I say, a job or just over broke, they don't even really like the job that they're doing. But they're doing it because they're stuck. And that's how they keep people stuck. It's like a matrix. So the Matrix was not just a movie, it was real. It was real, right? Neo, the Matrix represented the Trinity, right? Neo was Christ, right? Anderson, meaning the Son of Man, when you look it up. The word Anderson, remember before he was Neo, he was Anderson, means Son of Man. Son of Man is Yahusha, Yahweh, whatever you want to call him, Christ, right? Then you had Trinity, which represented the Trinity, and Morpheus represented God the Father. And the people of the Matrix was the people of Satan, right? The agents represent Satan. Mr. Smith represents Satan. And who was they battling? They was battling the people of Zion. When you look that up in scriptures, they was really battling the Israelites. So they put the truth right before us, but it was not just a movie. We lived that out every single day. Going back to the courts is really an affliction of commerce. When you define the word bitch, it's bank. In Latin, it's bank. So the judge is essentially sitting on a bank. And when you look up 27 CFR 72.11, it specifically states all crimes are commercial. That's where there's so many so-called Blacks and Hispanic men in prison, because these men, once they go to prison, they're bonded. There's a bond for every prison, and then they monetize these bonds. So they're getting paid. It's productive to keep people coming into court and imprisoning them because they're funding the de facto. It's all about commerce. Everything that we do is all about contracts and commerce. And there's not one person on this call that could actually tell me anything that they're doing where there's not a contract involved. There's a contract involved in everything that we do every day that we live, from going to school, from purchasing a car. If you go and take your sons or daughter to school, when you register, right? When you register anything, it means to surrender true title, right? So when I go into the Department of State and I register my conveyance, it now becomes a vehicle. And so now the state has a right to tell me, you got to put plates on it, you got to put insurance on it. Why? Because I registered it, which means I surrendered true title over to the Department of State. And we never own those because there's something known as the manufacturer statement of origin. For every car that comes off an assembly line, there's an MSO, manufacturer statement of origin. Just like for every baby that's born, right? For every baby that's born, there's something known as a birth certificate, which is actually created on bond paper. So the birth certificate is a title, is a claim that usually the mom signs over to the state. Any mother on the call that's doubting what I'm saying, the next time that if you're going to have a baby, you're about to have it, look at the live record of birth or the certificate that you're signing. It states that you are an informant because you're informing the state that you have a commodity for the state. So the birth certificate, like any other stock, is placed on the stock market. If you was to track your original live record of birth, not the birth certificate, right? But the live record of birth, there's a distinction between the birth certificate and the live record of birth. The birth certificate is what's created from the Department of State, but the live record of birth is the original document. That's known as the long form. That's the form that has the baby's footprints. It has more specific details on that particular form. That is a bond. And so that bond points back to something known as the Treasury Direct Account, right? And so I know people, I'm probably spooking some people right now. So this is why I brought on Jaidir as a witness, because he had some outstanding debts. Over the past couple months or so, he discharged at least 13,000 in debts. So I can't make this up. And I've saved people's homes from foreclosures. I've saved people, whether it was like a state like California, where it's a non-judicial state, where you don't get a day in court. So you have to bring a lawsuit known as injunction to get your day in court. Or I've actually assisted people that was in states where you get your day in court, because it's really all a deception. And if people comprehend contracts, then they would literally find a way out of this. There is a way out. But one of the traps is that the Federal Reserve notes, right? So I give you an example.
Explain to us.
I go out and I buy a car. And if I'm using a Federal Reserve notes are created by the Federal Reserve. And the Federal Reserve charges the United States government an entrance to print those notes. They charge them $3 to print the note, whether it's a dollar bill or $100 bill. They charge them $3 to print it, plus the face value. And so the government went into a debt to the Federal Reserve. So in 1933, under Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and you guys could look this stuff up, there's something known as the money order, when all money of intrinsic value, which means gold and silver, was taken out of circulation. And so when that was taken out in circulation, they had to give the people a remedy, and this is the remedy that Jaidir used. And the remedy was House Joint Resolution 192. Now, I understand some people might say, well, the resolution could change, but that resolution is also backed by Public Law 7310. You should be writing this down. You go and look it up for yourself. Go and look it up for yourself. Prove me wrong. And so what that says is that it gives the people to discharge public debts dollar for dollar. If someone can, Google UCC 3-603B. UCC 3-603B. It specifically states if a tender of payment is sent to someone that's entitled to enforce the instrument and the instrument is refused, there is still discharge. Why? Because we can't pay for anything. And I can prove it. The reason when someone pays a house off allegedly with a Federal Reserve note that they're still paying property taxes is because you no longer have true title. There's no such thing as true title after 1933. After 1933, people could no longer have a allodial title. This is where we pay property taxes on our private cars if we think we're paying them off. If it's mine, why do I have to pay taxes on it? Because it's not yours. You have what is known as a certificate of title. A certificate of title is not true title. If you own land, you'll have what is known as an allodial title. An allodial title takes away all trust. But when we register our cars, we create a trust with the state, with the Department of State. And so that essentially gives the Department of State what is known as legal title to control that car. And this is what gives them the ability to tell us what to do. The birth certificate is a claim that's filed against our sons and daughters. When we start to use the word children and child is a corporation. It's a corporate word, just like the word person. So now, as soon as mom signed the birth certificate, the children becomes property of the state. And this is why CPS can move in and deprive people of their children, because you contract. So essentially everything goes back to contracts. And all of this goes back to the banksters, who really goes back to the Jesuits and the Pope. It all goes back to the Vatican and London and Washington, D.C. They're all in cahoots. I know it sounds crazy, but go and check it out for yourselves. Go and check it out for yourselves.
You know, I want to say something real quick.
Yeah.
There's been people like Jordan Maxwell.
That's what I was about to say.
People
Yeah.
that have pointed out these things, right? He's mentioned the loyal titles, just straw man and this and that.
Yeah.
And so many people get all excited and we're like, man, he's so smart.
Yeah.
But you ever notice he never actually went to court and won anything? He never showed
Wait a minute,
us
are you gunning
that he did anything. But Tazadaq is
Are
the
you
real
gunning
deal.
at Jordan Maxwell?
Well, yeah, man. I know he just died. I don't want to talk bad about someone who just died, but and I don't mean to pick on him. He ain't the only one.
Oh, you just saying that? Are you saying that he never really produced anything? Are you making a statement that Jordan never really was out there like that in the field getting it real? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, man. Like he said 1/10 of what Tazadaq just said, and he just stopped like that. And we were all just blown away because we never even heard that 10%. You know, we were blown away by straw man, this and that. And then people go out trying to figure it out, and we're all getting beat up and thrown in jail, and you know. But Tazadaq is the real deal. That's why I'm like so excited to introduce him. And I mean, people
work?
like,
does it? I'm sorry to cut you off.
Ask Jadir, brother.
Okay.
Let's
Jadir, where you at?
Because I knew it doesn't work for everyone, right? It only works if you really understand it. And I always overemphasize that to people. Like anything, you have to put it. I've written at least, 13 books? I've written at least 13 books. All you got to do is Google Tazadaq. You're going to see me pop up everywhere. Google Tazadaq, you'll see my books and all of that pop up. But let's ask Jadir. I could have brought on several different witnesses. Does it work?
Come on, Jadir, what's up?
What's yours, brother?
Yeah. We don't, okay, you in the dark, but that's where you study the art. All right, let's do it.
I'm trying to turn on my video, but I'm having some technical difficulties. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Shout out to the craft room. When you get, I see everybody's coming in, and we got a lot of messages. We got super chats for y'all too, and this could go either way. So get ready, Elijah and John. You already know how you get down, John.
Yeah. Well,
and,
while Jadir warms his camera up, let
Yeah.
me throw in. Let me go ahead and highlight what Tazadaq has said. First of all, diabetes. Dr. Enqi, diabetes is a result of bad food. We've been poisoned, and our bodies are being pushed into that, and they don't want us to know that. So that is a huge part of what goes into illness. Tazadaq is on target.
Yeah.
He's going to give you the survival tactics, and ultimately saying the word Jesuit. That's not just my thing. That's the strategy that's going to win the war. Tazadaq's going to give you the tactics to win the battles and stay alive until the big picture is we win the war. He originally earlier said Moors practice Freemasonry. It's not so much practice as they they buy into Freemasonry as a hook to get above their brothers and sisters. That's what Freemasonry is. And they do the same thing in Christianity. They do the same thing in the other religions. Just the words, the exact words that he said, plausible deniability. That's what the Romans do. They bring in the Freemasons to control other religions with their hands off. Oh, it's not the Jesuits. It's not the Vatican. It's the Freemasons.
You don't
why?
think?
Go ahead.
No, just like what you said when Minister Enqi, you don't think it's coming through the food also, and that the food that they poison the food that we get throws us all the way off? There you go.
That's why they put so much. That's why they put so much emphasis on crap that we have no idea. Viruses and genetics and no. The doctors don't want you to change anything. A real healer, you go into the doctor and say, "Doctor, I think I might have diabetes." The doctor doesn't address the diabetes. How did you get it? What have you been eating all your life? How have you been sleeping? Are you happily married? Are you full of stress? Are you miserable? All these things go into your health. Doctors don't want anything to do with that. And on top of that is you pay a ridiculous amount to not even get healed. You need medical insurance, which in and of itself is a scam. Insurance. So they go in and they give you a drug to address your symptom and don't even talk about how the heck you got poisoned in the first place. So the over and above, and Tazadaq said about law. So what is a real law? So wait, so does that mean that executive orders aren't real laws? So all these tyrannies that we've been thrown at during the scamdemic, they don't even have the force of law. These cops come around and enforce executive orders, and they're all illegal. So they're basically thugs with guns and badges. Oh, that's an interesting concept.
They're accepted conditions because we are weak. Now, what I think Tazadaq was talking about when he says you have to understand it, what it sounds like to me is if someone is speaking to you and they're relaying a message, you have to be speaking the same language. Right. Once you're speaking the same language, you can decide, okay, how am I going to epistemologically approach this? Once you decide on how to garner knowledge and what the method is for that knowledge, then you can go forward. Here's the beautiful thing about the God in this reality. He's truth. Whatever is truth is good. Whatever is lies is lies. And there's always a way to suss it out. You just have to make sure you and the other person are on the same page. All we're doing is relaying messages. That's all we're doing.
Well, what's important, Elijah, is we have to first address the audience. Is the audience happy to be a slave? Are they getting rewards for being a slave? If they're on the outside of that system, then they might be worth talking to. If they're on the inside of that system and they got theirs, then there's no sense in talking to them. But if they're on the outside of that system and they might be questioning, hey, have I been lied to? Is Anthony Fauci, is the government, is Joe Biden, is CNN and CBS? Do I want to just go ahead and take them at their word? All these big names. And by the way, in the Black community, every big name in the Black community that tells you to go out and get the shot, throw away all your skepticism of how you've been played for AIDS and other scams in the past that specifically target to mass murder and genocide. No. This is real because we say so, because you go out and get a test and the test says, oh, you're sick, and your body says you're just fine. So everyone that does that is a fraud, and they're on the inside, and you look, and they're usually pretty rich too. They're usually pretty well off. So the most important thing is to know your audience, and the audience, the big picture. Love you, Killah. Love you, AD. The big picture, the vast majority of us are enslaved. We're getting bled. We're working more. We're earning less. We're using these Federal Reserve notes that have no backing. They have no real currency. And who goes into the Federal Reserve? We have no choice as to who goes into the Federal Reserve. It's a game. It's a sham. And this is why we're here tonight. God bless you guys for talking big picture. Yeah. How do we become free again?
Well, we got Minister Enqi. We start talking on we start talking on the food and everything like that. He's the expert on that. And I'm gonna come back to you, my brother over there, because I want to know that this thing really happened that Tazadaq had talked about. You know what I'm saying? So I want that testimony from you too. So let's continue moving. Enqi, what you got to say about this?
I think that I mean, I think that, there's life is such a complex web. There's so many different pieces that you have to put in. Me personally, I always say that your number one most important piece of real estate that you need to invest in and become as literate as possible in is your body, is your physical. That's like the central piece to financial ineptitude, financial slavery, because we always mention chemicals and we mention toxins, but we don't really mention the living aspects of those things, right? So like we say, okay, a chemical or toxin, but the chemical or the toxin does what, right? The chemical or the toxin, it pushes you towards a behavior. That's what chemicals and toxins do. Like when you consume these things, they cause your bio or your neurochemistry to lean in a certain direction. That direction is going to create a behavior, whether you repeat the behavior or not. Like, so all of these little pieces contribute to our larger concept of what we know of as freedom. You know what I'm saying? But in order to really be truly free, that's a mental thing. And so my approach is always addiction. You can't be free if, like for instance, back in the days, I used to get in a lot of arguments with the gods, the 5%ers. How are you calling yourself a god and you addicted to Newports? Like, how could you be a god and you addicted to Newports? Like this, it doesn't, so. We got to tighten up all of those little pieces right there in order to have a free mind. Like a lot of us, we don't have free minds. You know what I'm saying? Even those of us that smoke weed, you know what I'm saying? Like most people that engage in marijuana behavior, they don't look at it in the way that, they may be abusing that plant. They just like to quote, like cannabis quotables. But if you're in a situation where you can't eat because you haven't smoked yet, or you can't sleep because you ain't smoked, like it's not, it's something, you know what I'm saying? So just understanding how to really free our mind, you know what I'm saying, and get off of these addictions, and then we can operate in the space of, like emotional freedom. And then I think financial freedom comes with discipline. And in order to have discipline, you got to have, control over your emotions and your mind. I don't think you could do that loaded up with poisons and all kinds of crazy foolishness. But even just misinformation and misconceptions, like the brothers is breaking down, you know what I'm saying, is important, because one of the things I'm going to talk about this coming Sunday, is that plant-based diet does not necessarily guarantee that you're going to be healthy. You can eat a plant-based diet and get diabetes. You get a plant-based diet and get cancer. Plant-based diet does not necessarily mean healthy diet.
Wow. That was definitely a bomb right there. That was crazy. Oh man. All right.
I'll tell you. Can I add something to that?
Go ahead.
I'll say this because I do a lot of radical diets, and there was one time that I was a vegetarian, and the reason that I wasn't getting healthier is because I substituted meat for more breads, for more carbs. I would drink smoothies, which is absolutely the worst thing you can do for health because it has the most sugar in it. You're not even supposed to eat certain fruits in abundance. You're supposed to have berries, things that are slightly bitter. So yeah, he's speaking real truth right there. I like that.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's deep. That's deep what he's dropping. Yeah. Yeah, we was talking about that. All right, so we're gonna go. What's my brother name? Dominican brother?
Adir.
Adir. What's up, Adir? Okay,
peace.
we going around the circle, man. This is around the world. Flat. How y'all want it? How y'all want it?
Next slide.
Disc. All right, next slide. All right. So, are these accounts? You experienced these accounts from with the brother Tazadaq, and you said that they were. Are you saying that they are true and you experienced these things? Tell us about it.
Yeah, for sure. Well, first and foremost, I do not offer legal advice. If you need legal advice, see for yourself.
Very
Seek
smart.
yourself
That's dope.
competent counsel, and please be advised.
Right.
I want you guys to know I've been learning this literally for only 6 months. And I'm still a fraction through what Tazadaq has put in his books, but there's still a lot of remedies in his work. That's what I'm here to talk about. So essentially what I did was I utilized the remedy, as he mentioned, House Joint Resolution 192 and Public Law 7310 by using an EFT. So essentially an EFT is a electronic fund transfer, right? By utilizing a closed bank account. Now, I advise everybody who wants to learn this stuff to get a Black's Law dictionary. Got it right here. Fourth edition and under only.
Mm-hmm. Where you get that at?
So you could get on Amazon, a lot of libraries. Just Google it. Yeah.
Right.
But essentially, what I'm going to read is the definition of a closed account, right? And it reads as follows: an account to which no further additions can be made on either side, but which remains still open for adjustment and set-off, which distinguishes it from an account stated. And then there's a Supreme Court case, Mandeville versus Wilson, 5 Cranch 15. So essentially, and this was solidified because there's another brother in our congregation who told us a story pretty much of how he had closed an account with a bank and he went to reopen an account and they gave him the same information, same account number, same routing number. So that just goes to show that these accounts are still existing even when they're closed, just on the private side, right? So essentially what I did, since there's no real money and there's only money of account, is I send an EFT instrument. And by doing that, how you do that is essentially you write a check linked to that account and send it to the CFO of that bank to discharge the debt.
Yeah, they don't understand those acronyms. So
Yeah.
the CFO is like a chief financial officer,
Yeah.
someone that actually controls the financial affairs. An EFT, so it's not like an ACH, right? So let me just elaborate. I'm gonna give it back to him, right?
Right.
So, and he actually learned this at my seminars. I give seminars. In fact, I'm doing one this weekend in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Okay. Shout out to Pittsburgh. My man Fourth out there.
I'm gonna do one over there. But so you can't use an ACH check for this, right? So what you're doing is your old closed checking account, and it can't be a credit union. It has to be a major bank. You turn that into an EFT instrument, but we're not going to give you the remedy here. But essentially, that's what he's saying. But you go to the definition, you see that it remains open for set-off, settlement, and closure. So when you discharge something, that's what you're doing. You're setting it off. And so that links back to what he's saying, House Joint Resolution 192. What I would suggest, if you think it's made up, contact the Library of Congress and get a certified copy of House Joint Resolution 192, and you will see that this is real. Then compare that to Public Law 7310, because a resolution could change, but the law never changed. All right, go ahead, brother.
Correct. So yeah, I won't get into too much depth about how to make an EFT instrument, but
Yeah, because that's getting kind of complicated right there. So
Yeah.
a lot of the viewers probably don't know that this takes time. So we're gonna need to go learn a little bit about this as we go on. And I mean, you guys are definitely advanced in this. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, give us a little baby food on it. But this cafe room is very on point. So
Tell me the remedy that you got, Jadir. What did you use the EFT for?
Yeah, so I had a credit card debt that was sitting there for a couple months, and I discharged it. One of them was a sum total of, I have the paper right here.
Adair.
Jadir.
Jadir. No doubt. Jadir.
What's up, brother?
Did the solutions work?
Absolutely.
There
So-
you go. That's all I wanted to know.
So it's going-
The brother's legit. Yeah, okay.
The sum total is $7,404, right? That's one of them. And the other one was $5,400. And two were very big banks. One of them gave me a harder time than the other. So they will try to play semantics with you. I think the biggest thing that you learn from just learning law in general is you never back down. Like as long as you are confident and know the law, you got to stand by it because they will try to play with you and fearmonger you, you know? So they try to do that by selling the debt to a debt collector, and that's where they messed up. Because I had already set the account off, and so you know, I responded to the debt collector and pretty much asked them to provide proof of claim that I didn't set it off, and you know, on the private side, they backed up, and they was like pretty much apologies, and they sent it to also the bank, and the bank then also sent correspondence saying that's our fault. So it's gonna take like 2 billing cycles to reflect, but it's pretty much done with. And that's it. It's pretty much.
Killah, let me be the general here again.
Let me big him up real quick because Idea came on here, and let me say this to the cafe room. Hey man, these cats they going out and they doing it. They're just not talking about it. They doing research, and they did the research. The brother got like 13 books, and Jadir had went out there and he put the work to the test, and he wasn't scared. The whole thing is about this fear thing that they should, you know, others get tired, they're distracted and things like that. But if you want to fix something, it takes time, and you have to stick to it. Man. All right, yeah, go ahead.
Big picture again. Big picture. These are tactics. These are battle tactics to survive one-on-one. And just like Tazadaq said, just like Jadir said, being right, not backing down. This is a system. That's why you go in a courtroom and the judge is dressed in black and they're sitting on high. It's a psyop. It gets you, it puts you in. You realize as soon as the bailiff, the clown with the gun and the badge says all rise, and you get up, you're saying, I submit to your authority. As soon as you say your honor, you're saying, I submit to your authority. That's the problem right there. These are tactics, and they're wonderful, critical tactics to survive right here, right now. But ultimately, big picture, the entire thing is a scam and a sham and a game designed to enslave us. That's why they use Latin, just like the doctors do, to mask them, to hide behind all this. That's why 80% of Congress is filled with lawyers and the other 20% are filled with doctors. So big picture, these guys will give you what to do to survive right here and right now. When these blood-sucking, I'm pointing back there because I got them on me too. These blood-sucking debt collectors come after you, and they spam bomb your phone just to get $7,000. Meanwhile, they got billions and billions of dollars. They don't need your $7,000. No, they're bleeding you because you're easy pickings. Big picture is, the whole thing needs to come down, and it's a joint action. When we stop being led around and playing their games, hey, are you killing us? Oh, look at that guy. That guy hates you. He's white. Oh, whoa, look at that guy. That guy hates you. He's black. Oh, let's go fight each other. Big picture. It all needs to come down.
Johnny,
Go ahead.
I wanted to add in the Bible, in Luke 11:52, it says, "Woe unto you lawyers, for ye have taken away the key of knowledge. Ye entered not in yourselves, and them that were entering in ye hindered." So even in the Bible, it says, "Woe unto you lawyers."
Oh, home run.
Oh, wow.
Just wanted to add that.
That spoke about
Remember that
AD
famous movie, The Devil's Advocate, with Al Pacino and Keanu Reeves back in the day?
Yeah.
About the devil.
Yep.
One of the parts, Al Pacino, the devil's talking about, we're going to be coming out with all these lawyers. It's all about the lawyers. Even in that, it was like, we're coming out with all these lawyers and we're going to be suing everybody and ruining everything.
Right.
Even in that, it was like the lawyers are going to be the tool.
Right.
Yeah. So anyone that actually employs a lawyer to go to court, if you're going in as a defendant, 98% of the times you're going to lose, because corpus juris secundum, which is a law book encyclopedia, not the law books right hand, right? Corpus juris secundum, law book encyclopedia, volume 7, section 4 says an attorney's first duty is to the court, to the public, and not to the client. So that's already a conflict of interest. This is why you talk to any drug dealer, anyone that's went to court that's had a lawyer 98% of the time, they lose. It's just like Las Vegas, right? You go and play the slot machines, you go and gamble, they have to allow like maybe 2% to win to keep the delusion going on. So they're gonna let a couple people get through. This is why OJ won, but they got him later. Come on, man, we knew OJ was guilty from the beginning. But he got away because he had the fiat. But when all of his fiat was exhausted, they took him down.
Right.
Now they got the juice. I was like, damn, now they got the juice. When they locked OJ up, the first time he got away. But they came back and they got him.
Shout out to OJ.
2005, the Supreme Court says the cops do not have an obligation to protect you.
That's right.
It's a system. It's all a system. Their job is feudalism. We are all the peons on the bottom. We provide for them. And above us is the aristocracy. And the ones that keep us in place are the praetorians, the cops and the soldiers. Their job is not to protect and serve us. Their job is status quo. That's why they go in, whether it's lawful or not, and they do what they're told. And the tiny number of few good ones that don't do that say, you know what, this is not right, they get pushed out.
Blow the whistle.
Right. So I mean, really, in order to do this stuff, you have to be utterly undaunted. If you have fear, it's not going to work for you because your fear manipulates your thinking. You have to be utterly undaunted, and you have to get over your aphasia. See, a lot of people, they think they have a comprehension of words, but it's kind of like what Johnny's saying. Most of this law stuff, and again, I'm not an attorney. I don't have a desire to be an attorney. This is not legal advice. We do not offer any kind of legal advice. This is strictly for informational purposes only. This is not legal advice, right. And none of the brothers on the panel are providing any kind of medical advice. There's your disclaimer. So now, I mean, it's just the way it is. It's like a whole show game. And pretty much it works through a system of fair. It's kind of like what he says about the judge usually sitting up high when you go into the court. It's when we go into a courtroom, the birth certificate makes us a corporation. This is why if you look at any governmental ID, every governmental ID you have, your name's in all caps. There's a reason for that. Because if you look at a tombstone in a cemetery, it's in all caps. It makes you a decedent. So the courts could never bring a case against me, a living man, a living soul. The case is always brought against the corporate fiction, the name that was created to sound like yours. And so this is why in school, they reinforce that to children until they believe that that name is them. Because in order to bring any kind of charge against anyone, there has to be a name. And I tried this when some people got locked up. I told them, I say, listen, if you don't give a name, they're going to let you go. It's just a test because they need something to charge. They have to get you to consent to be in the name because they don't have anything to charge. So eventually they'll kick them out. But they'll test some people and the people don't sustain the test and they kick them out. You know why prisoners stay in prison? Is because they do not close escrow. For every prisoner that goes to prison, as I said at the inception of this conversation, they're bonded. And so there's something known as escrow, just like a house, right? You ever wonder when someone commits murder, they give them like 25 to 30 years like a mortgage? It's because you got to fulfill that escrow. It's because you took out one of their commodities. Like a person is a corporation. And when you eliminate one of the corporations from their society that they could have made money off of, they're going to charge you a mortgage for that. Goes back to what Dr. Enqi was saying. This is the most valuable piece of real estate that you can have is your corpus, is your body, right? So you should take care of it. Well, when we go into court and we subscribe to being the name, we create what is known as joinder with the corporation. And then going back to what Johnny says, when they say all rise, we stood up in place of the dead thing, of the decedent. Now everything is pointed to us. That's a jurisdiction trap. Because think about it. If a court already had jurisdiction over us, right, that would make us all slaves, right? Because jurisdiction is synonymous with the word authority. Don't believe me? Go and look it up yourself. And also synonymous with the word control. So if I go into a court and that court automatically has jurisdiction over me, that means I'm already a slave. And that's what a U.S. citizen is. A U.S. citizen, by way of the 14th Amendment, is a slave. See, there used to be a thing known as black slavery, right? But the banksters got so wise that all of the so-called white people that think that they're white, because white is a social political status. White has nothing to do with skin color. That's a social political status. The Moors know that. Your status is a debtor if you haven't freed yourself from that birth certificate, that bond. Your status is a debtor. Their status, a judge's status, is a judge. A lawyer's status is a lawyer. They're creditors. You're debtors. So the creditors enslave the debtors. So it's all about status. It's all about contracts, and it's all about commerce. That's what all of this stuff revolves around. Contracts, commerce, debtors and creditors. It's not black, it's not white. That's the deception to keep us divided, because that's how the small percentage can control us all. Like, I'm not one of the crazy Israelites to stand on the corner and say, I hate the white man, and then I got to go on and work for the white man Monday morning. I'm not that kind of idiot. I'm a little sharper than that. See, that doesn't add up. You see what I'm saying? I'm not one of those. I believe I'm not going to judge someone based on a skin color. It's based on their spirit. You understand what I'm saying? Their raw, because I don't fall into that game. I'm not that kind of dude, man. I judge a man based on his spirit, because they conquer us by doing that. That's how so few has been able to control so many for so long with hate and deception and this law stuff. Right now, we're discussing the most essential topics that we could discuss is your health and being able to protect yourself. There's nothing more valuable than that right now, because people say there was a guy I knew, he was a coach. He got into an accident. He inherited $1 million. He said, yeah, I used to watch you all the time. I never thought I was going to need it. Then he was training someone one day while he was playing basketball. The guy came after him and he threw the guy down because he used to wrestle, and he broke the guy's leg. And so that was it. It was just a regular street fight until the guy found out that he came into some money. Then he wasted a few thousand, like I think $15,000, $20,000 on some attorney. After attorney, then it went to another. And when the guy got down to it, he was only like, what, $15,000 left out of $1 million. He's exhausted all the money. Now he comes to me and he wants help. He said, I never thought I would need this stuff, man, until I need it. And then it's often too late, because people don't want it until they're in desperation. People wait until it's too late. Then they need it, and now it's too much. It's just too much to try and like retain all of this information. It's not an overnight process. You really have to study this stuff, because if you don't know it, they will get you. And the robes, I called the robes, the judge is the robes, right? Because he got on the black priestly robe. Again, that all goes back to Rome. That's why the judge wears black. It represents a priesthood, like priesthood, right? Priest is out on priesthood. That's what the robe is doing. It's a religion. The courtroom is a religion, right? When we go back to our forefathers in biblical studies, when you look up the word judge, if you look at the etymology of the word judge, it says an Israelite priest. That's what the word judge came from, because we was actually the judges. We would judge people. So when someone would commit an offense, they would actually have to go before the priesthood. Well, that's what Rome has done. And remember, America is just an extension of Rome. America is an extension of Rome, right? So she's that little horn that came up. Remember when it says in the book of Revelations, she was wounded? When she was wounded, that was Great Britain. But when the wound healed, it came back as America, right? You see what I'm saying? So it's all a priesthood. It's all a religious ritual. That's what all it goes back to them in the Black Papacy. So this,
I want
got a crowd.
A lot of
Tazadaq. So basically what you're doing is you're teaching people how to become a secured party creditor instead of a debtor, right?
Right.
Is that a
right.
simple way to say it? For
Right.
all the people listening, you know, instead of fighting
I
the
like to choose my words carefully. I facilitate information.
Yeah,
right?
wisely.
I facilitate. I'm not a teacher, right?
Right.
Teachers like to clone people into them. Facilitate. A facilitator is someone that says, here, take from this what's right for you, and the rest that you don't agree with, just bypass it. I just facilitate right knowledge.
Killah, one thing the audience can do themselves right here, right now. The escrow that Tazadaq talks about starts in a hospital. When your parents, who didn't have any idea that they were getting sucked into a system of slavery, went and gave birth in a hospital, they whisked the baby away. They filled the baby full of vaccine poisons. They drew blood. They cataloged the baby as chattel and marked the baby against debt. When you were installed into that system from the very beginning. So something that your audience right here, right now can do to pull out is never give birth in a hospital again. Get a midwife, get an expert, get someone to know, go into a warm bathtub with your family and your friends there. Have someone that knows how to deliver the child, who can be there for emergencies. Don't even go into the system in the first place. Licensing. What did all the cops say? It is a privilege to drive. What? It's a privilege for me to use a machine to move around? How is that a privilege? Licensing is the gig. The doctors use that. They have to get licensed to become a doctor. What is doctor? Doctor is Latin. Docere means to propagandize. Has nothing to do with healing. So right there, you can start by not even getting into the system itself before you have to learn.
You sped past that. What does doctor mean again?
Doctor is Latin. Docere, it means to propagandize. It has nothing to do with healing. It means to mind control you. That's why in the Catholic Church, you have doctors of theology. That's the original meaning, is an expert in canon law, which, oh, by the way, is Adam Weishaupt, the founder of the so-called Illuminati, was a doctor in canon law.
So what was his name again? Adam Weishaupt.
Johann Adam Weishaupt. He was a converted. His family was Jewish. They converted to Catholicism, and he is credited with creating Jacobinism, Illuminati,
the Bavarian one,
the Bavarian Illuminati.
Yeah.
And they only
that's how that infiltrated in America. Essentially, that's what they're celebrating on 1776. That's when the Bavarian Illuminati infiltrated Masonry in America.
On May 1st in 1776. And the reason why they needed it on Tazadaq is because the Jesuits suppressed themselves in 1773, 3 years before, and they needed a different group of Freemasons to give them plausible deniability so they could continue to manipulate and control for that brief period of time that they were supposedly suppressed until 1814 when they were brought back.
Wow. Yeah, because they were getting thrown out of countries for hundreds of years. Japan, everywhere. The Jesuits were thrown out of.
Because they're an insurgency. They're a military insurgency. They're not proselytes. If I'm a born, and as I am, I'm a born again Christian. What I want to do, I want to share my faith with people, and I don't want to beat them up over it. You would think, why are Jesuits astronomers? Why are they doctors? Why are they evolution? Why are they archaeologists, paleontologists? Why are they writing calendars? Because they are an insurgency. They are a military insurgency. They have nothing to do with promoting Roman Catholicism. That's only a side issue. It's about control. And nothing controls better than if you are, and no offense to the Catholics in the audience, who do you go to for your salvation? Who do you go to for your eternal destination? Do you go directly to Jesus? You're a Christian, right? Do you go to Jesus Christ? No, you go to your priest. Your priest controls you. You are an army for the Catholic Church, whether you even realize it or not. It's an army.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but so in Roman Catholicism, they don't have something known as repentance. They have what is known as penance. That you got to go to the Father and he decides whether or not he's going to forgive you. So that's synonymous saying that he's the God.
And they were selling that penance, weren't they? That was the whole big blow up back then.
Why Martin Luther? That's right. Indulgences, they're called. Indulgences. Unbelievable. You can pay money to get out of your spiritual prison, whether it's purgatory, which, by the way, doesn't exist in the Bible, or anything else. You pay money to the Pope. And what was the Medici Pope doing? He was having orgies and using for children, little boys and little girls. That was what they were paying money. Good people who didn't know any better because the Bible was suppressed and they couldn't read it for themselves. They had these priests going around saying, "Oh, give us money, and we're gonna pray your little girl, little boy out of purgatory that died." And meanwhile, you've got this Pope. Oh, by the way, the word bank derives from the Italian banco, which is the countertop that the Medici used for usury. So that's where Bank Bank of America was originally Bank of Italy.
Oh, ooh. It's all right, lady. Rapid fire. Let's go. It's rapid fire right now. Oh man. Yo, listen, we're on fire right now. I don't want to stop this energy. I want this to keep going. We're gonna do the pot. We're gonna do the tea ceremony. But we just go while we doing that. We have super chats in the building to ask y'all some questions. So this might get a little hot and deep because we're gonna go back to my man Elijah. I saw some questions for you up in there too. So
cool.
Let's take it a little deeper. You ready to sit down too?
Sure, I'm ready. Straight.
All right. You ready to let's start the tea ceremony. Huh? Yeah, super chats. Let's do that. Word. Oh man. The Bank of Italy. Little diddly Italy. How Big Pun said it. Little diddly. Word. Little Italy. Well, that's hard.
Hey, just to back up Tazadaq real quick, when he says Washington is related to Rome, look at the architecture, the perverted sexual satanic architecture of the phallus of Osiris across from the womb of Isis, the dome of Isis. It is the mirror image. Do you know they used to call Washington, D.C. Little Rome on the Potomac because of this satanic architecture, sex magic of this concept of poor Osiris who was chopped up into bits. And they put him back together so that Semiramis could give birth to the child of promise, Horus. And it was evil Set that did it. IHS in the Jesuit stands for Isis, Horus, Serapis, which is the ancient Gnostic Trinity and has nothing to do with Christianity.
It almost sound like Humpty Dumpty a little bit. Putting
the gods of Egypt. How long ago was it? Like 2015, 2018? What the heck are we seeing a big movie with of the gods? Ridiculous.
Yeah,
ridiculous. And then make it real. They use billions of dollars because they believe this stuff. They believe this stuff.
Oh man, this is hard. Where you at, AD? All right, so we're gonna start. We're gonna ask y'all we're gonna ask the super chats, and when y'all drinking, we do a tea ceremony on here. So we do. You can drink whatever you want. We don't. No judgment over here. Well, not what goes in, but we got Minister Enqi, so we make sure that it's something. Hold up, Elijah. We're gonna make sure it's not juice. Hey, it's not smoothies. We'll make sure it's not smoothies though.
Before we go into super chats, I just wanted to throw in real quick. Did you guys hear about the Georgia Guidestones being blown up?
Yes, I was going to bring that up.
What happened?
Yeah.
This happened 24 hours ago.
What?
They blew it up?
That's weird.
They snuck in there. They knew where the camera was.
Right.
Something happened. There was an explosion, and the whole thing didn't explode because it's 4 pillars.
Yeah.
One of the pillars fell down, and it looked like either a cruise missile hit it or something, but it got demolished.
Wow.
But the rest of it's still up, so 25% of it got smashed up.
No, but I thought I heard recently that they're taking it down. They're trying to make it like they can't leave it up because of the structure damage already. So I thought they were taking it down.
That's good.
Wow.
That'll be a good thing. But yeah, that was the news that I saw this morning. Is like the Georgia Guidestones got.
Man, my bag got just knocked down. I need another one of those.
Priest, you made a
man. It's too exciting. I mean, the knowledge is coming in abundance now. So
that's why I got rid of the tablecloth because it's easier to clean the table. All right, I'm gonna get a towel.
All right.
Okay.
You say this on the Georgia Guidestones. I thought that I thought they would have disappeared a long time ago. Yeah, meaning I thought that one day somebody would just pop up with a video camera down there looking for them, and they just wouldn't see them. Like what was written there was too hot to stay there. Like it was just like a, you know what I'm saying? It was just too hot to be there. So I was always expecting for that to disappear. So this right here might just be an overplay for underplay. Like they just had to get that shit the fuck from out.
Home run, Dr. Enqi. Same thing with the Notre Dame Cathedral. They're burning their own structures down, and they blame us. For big picture. How does that help us? Doesn't help us at all. All it's doing is erasing the evidence of what their plan is. Home run. God bless you, brother, for having critical thinking.
Well, for the Georgia Guidestones, isn't there a portion of it that is directly aligned with the sky, because it tells you what time of day it is and all of that, the time of the year?
Yeah.
So that's another interesting thing, because Witsit, your boy, he was on the last podcast that I saw Flat Earth is on, and he went out there and he was telling people, hey, you know that the sun is lined up here and the moon is lined up here, and these things line up in these ways all the time since this was built. They knew that it would never move, which is why they placed them here for this. It's telling of the timepiece up there. It's the same way we use the timepiece up there for navigation, because it's a timepiece. It's a beautiful, magnificent works. It's not just some random thing that just came about because of whatever cosmology or cosmogony.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, no, this is hard though. You gonna have to expound on that. This is getting heavy real quick.
I just wanted to add that one.
Hey, did I get mine?
Okay.
Give me part 2.
I'll get you another call.
All right, no doubt.
We got a super chat here from the Freedom Culture. He says, "Peace to all." Tazadaq Sheh. Did I say that right, Sheh?
Shah.
What is AD eating over there?
Well, you can see me.
I can hear you. You got to share that with the class.
Oh man,
smack a lot.
It says, "What's your thoughts on central bank digital currencies?"
It's making a back sound.
That's not me.
So there is really no money of intrinsic value. All of that's still being controlled by the de facto, right? The last money of intrinsic value was taken out of circulation in 1978 under the Nixon administration. So since then, there is no money of intrinsic value. So anything that's out there in the general public, the de facto is actually controlling it. Bitcoin used to be a good thing when it first came out, but that's now under their control. It's kind of like marijuana, right? It used to be prohibited until the government could get its hand in it.
Yep,
now
I agree with
they
that.
can control it. It's not such a bad thing anymore, right? Same thing with this. I mean, your solution, going back to Dr. Enqi, taking care of your body and learning how to defend yourself in these colorable courts. And when I use the word colorable is something that has a resemblance of something that is not. That's why they put misnomers on us like colored people. Because if I'm a colored people, I'm not really one of the people, I'm a person, I'm made up. So now I have to go out and apply for something known as civil rights. A civil right is not really a right. A right is something that's inherited from the creator. Like I have a right to breathe. I have a right to live. I have a right to be able to live on my own land and, do my own free will. But if I get a civil right, it should really be called a civil privilege. That's something that's granted to me by a higher authority. That means government gave it to me. So if they could give something to me, they could also take it away. If you're still referring to yourself as an NBC, Negro, Black, Colored, or African-American, so you really don't have rights. You have civil privileges, right? Because your status is a ward of the state. You're an incompetent ward of the state. Most of you probably don't even know that every few years, the government have to decide whether they're going to continue to allow you to vote because you're still under the status of a so-called Black slave. And with the 14th Amendment, even so-called white people was classified as Black slaves because you all became persons. So as far as that monetary thing, anything that the de facto has their hand into, we're not really controlling it. You literally have to detach yourself.
Okay.
Let me back that up.
We gotta start having these conversations with children younger and younger. I was talking to my son earlier about this because I forgot how we got into it, but somehow he said the word person. He threw that into the conversation. And I asked him, I said, what is a person? He said, well, you know, if you're alive, breathing. I said, no, you don't have to be alive and breathing to be to be a person. I was like, no. I said, no. So we got to start, like, it starts there. You know what I'm saying? When these words that we throw around, like, you know, kind of innocently, these words wind up biting us in the ass later on when we're adults. And it's like we done took this for granted just nicely, you know, since we, you know, oh, a person is this. I'm like, whoa. No, that's not how we're going to use person in my house. You know what I'm saying? We're going to use person the way it's supposed. We're going to use person as corporation. We're going to use person in that space. We're gonna bring back human, like well, yeah, because here's the thing: the smaller your vocabulary, right? Well, the smaller your working vocabulary gets, the less you're able to process information. So there's a, you know, like even in the space of Democrats and Republicans, like there's a circle play that takes place. Like Juneteenth, you see it best. You know what I'm saying? So, like, typically what we know of as the struggle for freedom, you know, was a Republican concept. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, like, anyway, all of these this or that ideas, you know what I'm saying, always create a division where the power is always concentrated in the middle. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a scale. The balance beam is where the power is. The two sides are you know, they can be moved around. You know, or like the Bible said, if you lukewarm, I spit you out.
I'd like to back up Tazadaq real quick. Digital means it can be stolen. It is ridiculous that the truth community relies on so-called cryptocurrency and digital currency. All that means it's that much easier for the machine to disappear anything that you rely on wealth. And just like he said, what is real wealth? Re-examine it. Back in the day, real wealth were your own skills. You need to have skills of survival, skills of knowledge that you can use when everything else gets taken from you. That's the foundation of your worth. And that's where it starts.
Let me tell you, Johnny, I got in so much trouble early this spring because I had, I don't know, I'm always in something or other online. But so I did a video, and then some financial guru guys, they got on me, and they was like, you know, you waste time saying this is bad and blah, blah, blah. But my point is, because I don't want to make it like long and drawn out, but my point is my statement was that real wealth is in your epigenetics. You know, we've had so many examples like Michael Jackson or Steve Jobs, or just all the way that the money, whether you're accumulating yen or you're accumulating, like, it doesn't matter what the medium is, if your health is not there, if your emotional stability is not there, if, you know, these core regular basic concepts are not there, there is no value. Value has always been humans. Humans are always have been and always will be value. You know what I'm saying? Thoughts, emotions, how people care for you, care of you, how they remember you, how your name, you know, that's value. How your name affects people, that's value. That's, you know, are you healthy? Can you smile? Can you, you know, a lot of people in their 40s, they can't play with their children. You know, so that's that. And And people don't realize as we get moved further away from what real value is, that opens up the door for more fraud and more scams. Because the every time we get like so now we're in a space where social media is causing people to be less personable, less humane, less empathetic, right? So now there are businesses opening up where people are now patching those, oh, well, we can, talk to us. And, they've got like a portable, disposable, it's like disposable psychiatrist. This was a disposable digital psychiatrist. I couldn't even believe this. I was like, wait, what is that? Rewind that back. I was like, what's the, you know what I'm saying? It was too late because it had already went off. Like sometimes on the YouTube, you click the 5 second, like you just waiting your finger, you got your finger on the itchy, like you just waiting for that. Man, as soon as that 5 seconds, you done already skipped it before you. So sometimes every so often you want to go back, but it's too late. They got disposable digital psychiatrists there, you know what I'm saying? Like if you feel like you get ready to go crazy, or you too horny, or you've been watching a lot of porn, or anything. If you just feel too anything, you can call them up and discuss it. Or if you feel like you haven't touched a person in long enough, or they haven't touched you, or you need to really see, like they got. I said, this is where all of these different lanes are opening up for us to get away from the things that's really important.
Self-worth.
20, 30, 40 years. Yeah, people spend 20, 30, 40 years chasing money. By the time they get a few dollars. And the only thing that getting money means is that now you have free time, because really there's no such thing as getting money. That's just not a real thing. You're just getting time and getting caught up on what your bills are. So now you have a moment where you can enjoy your friends, your family, get back into your spiritual study. Like that's all what that really means. You know what I'm saying? Like, because there's really no difference between the millionaires day to day and the billionaires day to day, or the smart guy with a couple of hundred that's just a month ahead of his bills. Like, their day-to-day is not really that much different. It's just getting ahead of the rat race. You know what I'm saying? So we got to keep that in mind. Like, those are the things that's most important. People, you know what I'm saying? People and time and value. That's why when you get to the other side and you get 7, 8, 9, 10 figures, the main goal at that point becomes what? Extending your life extension. Secondary goal is reinforcing relationships with friends and family. So that you get to that point where you get like it, you can learn it sooner or you can learn it later, that money doesn't really have a value outside of humans. You know what I'm saying? That's just really what it comes down to. You can learn it sooner or you can learn it later, but you'll get to the money and then realize you got to get back to the people.
This is why Elijah is so important. This is why Elijah is so important, because self-worth, part of this mass psyop, this mind control, is to convince you you're not worth anything. You're just come from a pool of sludge that turned into a tadpole, that turned into an ape, that turned into a human being on a spinning globe out there in the middle of the universe. And then if you realize you've been lied to, wait a minute, there is a creator, and this is a massive terrarium that he created for me. And that these tiny 0.0001% of billionaires, these satanic spawn that buy their own reality, the big difference between them and us is they do that. They buy their own reality. Nothing touches them. Nothing affects them. And this is why what we're doing is so important, because we need to do things that will affect them. And starting with your own independence, starting with your saying, with your realizing, just like Tazadaq and Jadir are saying, of standing up and standing firm and saying, wow, you're not right. You're not right. You're actually twisting the law and weaponizing the law to unlawfully make me a slave, to rob from me and steal from me. And guess what? I know your game, and I'm going to stand up in that righteousness and say and call you on it. That's shocking to them. That's absolutely shocking. And that's where the revolution begins. And then when you bind together with more than one, sometimes just one, they'll beat you down. You bind together of more than one, that's a revolution.
That brings us to the first super chat from Jamai. He was asking, do the guests believe in evolution? But I think you answered that.
Who's that, Jamai?
From Jamai, yeah.
Okay. I'll answer it with the no, and then I'll say define it. Now, the reason I'm asking you to define it is because in order to understand something, it has to exist. And once you have something exist, you define it based on your experience of it. So can you define evolution? I don't know what that is. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Moving on.
It's a great point. It's a reality they handed to us. They gave us our reality. It's not something, what is evolution? Is it something I can verify myself using the scientific method? I make an observation, I create a hypothesis, I conduct an experiment to replicate my observation. And if I'm able to replicate my observation, then it's true. Evolution, can you verify, like viruses and that there's nothing you can do. Deep space, you can't do. You have to trust the experts. As soon as they say trust the experts, you say, hell no, because you've already lied to me. So I don't trust the experts. No. That's what evolution comes from. Trust the expert. Oh, you came from a pool of sludge in the fossil record. Well, that's why you have a Jesuit priest like Pierre Teilhard de Chardin actually going in and creating a missing link to bolster the lie. What is a Jesuit priest creating Piltdown Man to bolster a lie of evolution? Whose side are they on? They're on the side of Satan.
Well, it's because, like you said, evolution, their theory that they came up with, like you were saying, Johnny, they're still missing the link. So all you people who say that evolution is real, they're literally telling you they still didn't find the evidence for it. They're looking for it. And like he just said, they're making up stories, trying to find a missing link so that you who are searching for a lie to believe in, they're trying to give it to you, but they still haven't given it to you and you still believe in them. So I don't believe
I'd like to say this because when this conversation happens, I often hear a separation between how we supposedly evolved and how the universe evolved. I don't know why that separation is there, but no, you have to, if you accept their theology, you have to believe that you evolved or came from a time period that was billions and billions of years ago. And then you got here with all of those fundamental parts. And then somehow they came together with no information. I don't know how nature has information. Well, without a facilitator, I don't know how things that are inanimate do anything. So now you have all of these random processes happening, and then you have some pond scum that turns into a fish that somehow breaks out into the things that walk on the land that somehow turned into us eventually. I just give me your epistemology. Give me the method for how you got there. At least I won't ridicule you. I'll ask you.
The theory of evolution has too many. It's really just a way to create comedy among scholarly folks. You know what I'm saying? It's beat up, it's beat up material. It's like porno for, debate folks. It's just beat up material. You just, it's nothing really, in 2022, there's nothing really scholarly left with the theory of evolution. You don't have mutations scientifically that lead to more stuff, more function, more, you get loss of function. You know what I'm saying? So, you don't really have replicatable, duplicatable results, which cancels it out in the scientific world. Like this is a couple of basic things where it falls. So that's not like really a thing anymore. Theory of evolution. Like everybody that's serious researchers or scholars have already, like colleges are now teaching that the fallacy of colleges have courses on the fallacies of the theory of evolution. You know what I'm saying? Like So that's
Wow.
that's a wrap.
You know what's crazy about it? Because it was never a science, it was a pseudoscience.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, it
Now,
was
when
theory.
you-
It was theory.
It was a theory.
Well,
So-
there's two different. So there's two different ways to use the word theory. One is how we use it colloquially. I have a theory on how something. Now, what a scientific theory is something that you have after you have an observation, after you have a supposition, which is a hypothesis as to what's causing that. Then you have a test, a setup. And then when you validate the hypothesis, that along with other validated hypotheses then become a scientific theory. That is definitely what evolution is not.
Jamai responded with, just threw the evolution theory out there because it tied in with the dinosaurs theories.
Yeah, who says something about dinosaurs?
Exactly. See, look, I smelt that. You know what I'm saying? I smelt that somebody was just at home starting shit. You know what I'm saying? Just beat up material. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
Just saying
gotta
shit to
wonder why
trigger.
people would actually divulge any time into anything like that. If I'm actually going to invest some time into something, I'll ask myself, what can I actually ascertain for this? How am I going to grow from this? How is, whether evolution is true or not, how would that actually impact this life right now? Why would that be relevant? If it's not relevant, if it's not really relevant to my, it's not going to improve my standard of living or my health, it's irrelevant. So why engage in it? You're wasting time. And this is how people stay stuck on frivolous conversations like that.
Distractions.
On that note right there, I want to share this quick video with the family. I got a screening that I got to get out of here to tonight.
Hey.
I'm doing a private screening for a couple of the investors for the documentary for Sunday night. But I want to show y'all this little quick video before I get out of here. And again, remind everybody on the panel is invited. Of course, Killah Priest, you're invited.
No doubt.
The first 100 people to get there to say Killah Priest is literally the code.
That's what I'm talking
100
about.
people get in, and we're not going to put you in the nosebleed, right? That's not how we doing it. It's first come first. So you come in early, you get there on time, or you get there early, right? You might be sitting, well, the first few rows already sold out fast, you know what I'm saying? But we're going to get you together. It's 1,000 seats. We're going to have you together. First 100 people we're giving to Killah Priest, because Killah Priest held it down the whole entire time. So I was trying to wait to get sponsors so that we could do some giveaways. You know what I'm saying? The sponsors came through late, but here nonetheless. You know what I'm saying? So we got a few sponsors, so we can give away a seat or two out in these streets. You know what I'm saying? So I want to make sure that that goes first and
That's what I'm talking about. Yo, what's up, bro? We straight. Holla. We straight.
All right, so you got the screen share ready.
Checkity one. Here we go. Checkity two. Mic it, checkity one. Here we go. Hey, you guys, I'm here in Peekskill with Congress. Boom.
I'm about to be the congressman. Hey.
Said it too many times.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's the word.
Just go ahead.
Hey, you guys, I'm here in Peekskill with Councilman Scott, and we're here at City Hall with an announcement. So let's get the details on this and see what's going on.
I want to thank, the mayor and the city manager, corporate council.
Yes, of course.
And my council members. You know what I'm saying? We don't just do it by ourselves, but
I hear that. Congratulations to you guys as well.
So I want to thank them for supporting the initiative.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it's the people. All I can do is create the opportunity.
Right.
But the people have to get involved. But again, we're gonna unpack all of that on July 10th. We got something big too after the event.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really now?
Yeah,
Then what is that exactly?
I mean, I can't really go too much into that because we're in front of City Hall.
So
Look, I can't do it. I can't do it. Look, I barely was able to do this. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to get in any trouble.
We're ready. We're ready.
But we do got something big coming up after that. But you know, we'll save that for another day.
Okay. So y'all just keep watching, right?
Oh yeah. We got a genius coming through.
That's right. Genius, you hear that? Keep your eyes and your ears open.
Yes.
July 10th, here in Peekskill at the Paramount. 2 to 3. If you're not available, become available. We're here with Councilman Scott here at City Hall in Peekskill. Thank you, guys.
Peace.
Fire.
Here we go. Hey, you guys, I'm here in Peekskill with Congress.
Fire.
Boom. This is a story of how a young black boy abandoned in the most dangerous neighborhood in America, with no formal education, would do what no doctors, no scientists in the world could do, not even with billions of dollars in budgets, the most cutting edge technology to go with it. I mean, David and Goliath proportions, all while being a single father, battling a deadbeat baby mother, a broken system in a sick community that lost its identity centuries before he was even a twinkle in his mother's eye.
What is melanin? Melanin?
Heard of melanin?
Have you ever heard of melanin before? Have you ever heard of melanin before?
So melanin? No, never heard of it.
Have you ever heard of melanin before?
No. Guess this is where it starts with the nurse and doctor shortage in America. See, a nurse had done a triple shift at work, and while driving home like any other day, this day on Webster Avenue in the Bronx, on this day, she fell asleep at the wheel and ran over 3, not 1, 3 of my daughters.
It was lit.
I appreciate that. So listen, anybody show up Sunday, definitely get in the building. Extend that. We're gonna make history.
Army, there was his cat.
Yo,
cat
it
just
be
flipped
Cat
out,
Chronicles here.
Yeah,
It be Cat Chronicles here. It be Cat Chronicles of the podcast.
Yeah.
Yo, but definitely listen.
Yeah.
To the audience, first 100, you in there, to the panel, to the regulars, to your co-hosts. Definitely want to shout out everybody. Do the Knowledge Radio. We in the building. Shout out to Knowledge. Peace to the family. I'm up out of here. Thank you to the panelists for hanging out.
Peace.
Thank you, Killer Priest.
No doubt.
For having the platform. Remember what the passcode is. Killer Priest, KP. See y'all Sunday.
No doubt.
Much
let 'em
love
off
to you,
the
Doc.
cliff.
Thank you.
No doubt. Yes. All right. So we about to start the Podcraft, and we want to get into Elijah too. Elijah, you got some stuff in there, but we still got some super chats for you. Also, we got some super chat questions.
Fire away. Fire away.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna refresh this.
Yeah, man, because this is getting really. I love it, man. The dialogue is good, and we coming with solutions, man. We have to get answers, man, and it's been circling around the orbit for a minute. It's time for the magnetic flux to take hold, man. Yeah.
Jemai responded one more time saying, "Sounds like man trying to explain everything."
Okay. Is that it?
For Jemai, yeah. Fernando says, "Can you explain the creator and space?" Kind of a broad question.
Yeah. That's
Well,
going to. Some of the cats go too deep. Go ahead.
Which is cool.
That's
I would like to answer it like this. some things seem to me rhetorical questions because I'm not God, right? I didn't create me. Okay, so I give the most respect to the Most High, and then I wasn't around. I didn't get a manual or a transcript on how space was made. So I don't know anything about that. I just know what I see, just like you do, just like the rest of us here, right? My knowledge about the creator is just my experience here. I know somebody created it. I know that any path to reasoning and doing anything that's just and right comes from the creator. But that's pretty much all I really know.
No doubt. Yo,
Hey, Killah,
I want to shout out to
scripture, but you know.
Yeah, I want to shout out to Voltage. I see him coming in the building. Shout out to Voltage in the building. And also shout out to Min Kapara, the great. I spoke to him early. You always a royal priesthood. Never have to ask me that, brother. You always a royal priesthood.
Yeah.
No doubt.
So, Killah, I know you talked about how you hung out with Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Californication. Space may be the final frontier, but it was made in a Hollywood basement. All right? Space is made up.
Yeah.
Made up.
There's a lot of songs like that, man. There's a whole bunch of songs like that.
Yeah.
What about
Pink Floyd?
What's that song with Eminem?
Yeah.
Moment of class. No, what is it? He says, "Oop, there goes gravity."
Oops. Yeah. Lose yourself.
What he says prior to that.
Yeah. Oops,
it's
there
like
goes
they're
gravity.
constantly taking shots at certain things. And it's like it's interesting to see when you
Wait a minute, hold on. Are you saying that Eminem was saying that there was no gravity? That verse?
What I'm saying is what's that whole statement? Because it just left me. I've been saying it.
Oops, there goes gravity. Oops. Yeah. Look it up.
He said the clock's run out, time's up, blow, snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes the rabbit. He choked.
Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity, bro.
Yeah.
But you know what? Again, I definitely wouldn't. I can't tell you what he meant.
Right.
That's the concept.
That was good.
To me,
though.
it's like
I like that. No, I like that. That's dope.
But what I can do is speak about facts, and it's a fact that they make a geometric claim. I don't have a geometric claim. Like, I don't make claims to what this place is, how it got here, and all of that. When people ask, "What's underneath?" How would I? Do you really think that I would be equipped to tell you that? But the thing is, you're asking me that because you do have an authority that has told you where you come from, how old this earth is, what the geometry to it is. So, okay, we can test that. Plain and simple. We can test it. They have claims that are right there that we're going to Google up. And I can show you that you can invalidate those claims by the videos that we can pull up, and then you can go to a beach and do it yourself. It's the same thing flat earthers have been saying over and over. I'm just trying to bring a little more clarity as to what they're saying when they say they see too far. What they mean is the geometry doesn't allow you to see any of this extra land that we're seeing when we take into account the claim of the geometry. That's it.
And again, big picture, we have been lied to. We have been lied to. You ask yourself these questions.
I believe that strongly.
You need to be able to do it yourself. Do it for yourself. Tazadaq asked earlier, why is it, what would it feed me to be involved in learning evolution? Nothing. But you have to be wary because your children are being indoctrinated with these lies that steal their worth from them, steal their humanity from them, and they give you back your children. You surrender your child to the public school system, and they give them back to you as a slave. You have to undo that damage, undo that harm. And isn't it interesting that the the astronomer that created the Big Bang Theory to bolster this lie was a Roman Catholic priest named Georges Lemaitre, who created the ridiculous idea that first there was nothing and then it exploded, called the Big Bang, Georges Lemaitre. Why would a Catholic priest back up the ridiculous lie of evolution so that we could all not have any worth? Because just like Tazadaq said, all roads still lead to Rome today.
I actually, I do homeschooling, and none of my sons has actually ever had any vaccines. None. Never been introduced to that. It's never been sick. One of their cousins, when they got that 2-year-old vaccine, he could, say mama, dad prior to that. After he got the vaccine, he's autistic. Literally can't talk anymore. Dang. And I try to suggest to his father I wouldn't get the vaccine. He's still regretting that. Now he's like 13 and he's still not talking after he got that vaccine.
That's gold, what he just said. That's gold. He invests the time. Now, they still steal our money with the property taxes. What a home run earlier. Well, you paid your house off. You're still paying property taxes. Why? Because you really don't own it, even if you paid it off. He puts in the extra time and money to keep his kids at home. No vaccines, no physical toxins, no mental toxins, no spiritual toxins. That's gold right there. That's also part of the revolution. Keep your kids. Don't turn your kids over. Mom, pa, grandma, and grandpa got murdered over the pandemic. Murdered because you kicked them to the curb, you put them in a hospice, and they murdered them as part of their scam. You got to take anything you cherish and keep it tight. And own it and have responsibility over it, and they can't steal it from you that way.
Yeah. What folks don't realize is that public school is a public benefit. That's a governmental benefit. Anyone that sends their sons and daughters to school, that's accepting a benefit from the government. And so any benefit that you accept from the government actually gives them authority to dictate to you what you can and what you can't do. Any kind of benefit, like Social Security. Social Security was something that was never intended for the normal free man. Social Security initially only refers to government employee. So anyone that's actually getting Social Security, whether you work for the government or not, you're suggesting that I'm a government employee, just like anyone filling out a 1040 tax form. A 1040 tax form is a voluntary tax form for government employees only. So when you're filling it out, see, the problem with people like Wesley Snipes and Lauryn Hill that try to do this, they didn't comprehend it. See, it goes back to what I said initially, it's contracts. Once you establish a contract, you can't renege on that contract. If you go against the contract, you go in dishonor. So now you're in dishonor. So you have to first amend the contract, and then you try to step outside and deal with it. You can't just dishonor a contract. You got to stay in honor.
All right, I was gonna add on to what you were saying. That's dope. That the kid is actually taken from the sacrificial goat, because the goat was named after you would slaughter the goat or slaughter the sacrificial lamb, and it was called a kid. So to add on to what y'all was saying, that's why they call our children kids, because they're almost like sacrifice.
Yeah,
to them,
baby goat.
Yeah, the baby goat. Yeah, higher power.
It's hard to accept that this is what this stuff means, but all we're talking about is the history behind. It's just history of what went on. That's all we're talking about. People say, "Oh, that's weird. That sounds crazy. Kids, what? Goats?" But that's just the history, and these people are still a part of that nation. That's what that's about. That's why they have all these rituals still to this day.
What the term scapegoat comes from? It comes from when our forefathers would choose the kid, the goat, that was released into the wilderness to take all of the sins away from Yasha Allah for that year, for forgiveness of sins. You will run a goat off into the wilderness to get rid of all of the sins. That's what that was symbolic of. So they came up with the term scapegoat. Most people use that and they're not even, they have no clue what they're using the term, but that's why the term is used. It's to forget sins for that particular year.
Etymology is deep, but words and stuff derived from, really heavy. When you start finding these things out, you were like, man, this is crazy. it's real though when you start to do the research. I mean, come on, Cafe. I know y'all in the building, and y'all got more.
Hit the super chat if y'all have questions.
Yeah, definitely. I thought I saw some earlier.
They never heard a lot of this stuff before.
They what?
They haven't heard some of this stuff before, and then shock and awe. They're processing it.
Yeah. A lot to process. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, somebody said kings were scapegoats. Well, then, but then now the word goat is all over the place. You know, they say the greatest of all time, but it probably have some link to that spiritually. But everybody wants to be the goat. Goat. You know what I mean? Curry goat. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's off the hook right now.
They're manipulating us, Killah. They manipulate us. Oh, if you're the GOAT, you're the greatest of all time. You want to be the GOAT now. You see that? They're manipulating us. You want to be a slave.
Goes back to what Enqi said. It's the thought process, and and I even think like this, like you got to take time out to have some self-time, self-reflect, your body, your own self, and eating the right foods and thinking, and come back into who you are. And then you start to think outside the box when you do that. But there are all these distractions around, you can't come up with solutions. See, this is like therapy because we're having this dialogue of real conversation, which they never let us have these conversations before. But now we have it in little pockets, here and there. So it's good to do that to recharge our spirits like this. And with all these great minds up here, man, each one of you is fulfilling. And it's man, we got to do this. We have to do this tea ceremony real quick too while everybody there. I don't care what you're drinking, but y'all the guests, so you can say a toast. You know how this go. And when they come on, exactly. We got extra guests up in the house.
Shout out to Vinny from the Bronx, man.
Yeah, exactly. For the cat. Yeah, for the craft room. Has their own personal level of urgency. That's right. Priority. That's right.
Yo, Vinny, you were right. I just saw the footage of them demolishing the rest of the Georgia Guidestones, so they are gone.
Yeah, it was like an hour or two ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. See, everything Flat Earth touches get deleted. I'll tell you. I promise you that. I could come up with a list of things that got deleted after we put our hands on it.
And tell us why, Elijah, for real. Like let's go there.
Well, because it ultimately it goes back to why would they lie? A lot of people come up with a lot of different reasons as to why they would lie, but honestly, you could never actually answer that question if you're not the person yourself. Only a person who lies know why they lie. But there is one way to try to discern the truth, and that's who started the lie. So after heliocentrism was started 500 years ago, then you have the age of information and all of these people coming up with all of this mathematics. No disrespect to men, anyway, let me try to bypass that. There's nothing wrong with mathematics. Mathematics is a language like languages, but here's the thing: people can trick you with it. So the bottom line is, when you're asking the question, why would they lie? You have to go back to, what is the lie? Is there a lie? So basically 500 years ago, when people couldn't read the scripture, one of the things that they did was depart from the cosmology in the scripture. Nobody said anything about the earth moving and the sun coming before the earth and some wayward planet called Theia 7 billion years ago crashing into the earth, depositing its molten iron core to then break off a piece and then end up with a moon that's 400 times the size of the sun and 400 times closer. I mean, that's really specific for something that we've already seen and experienced. They just came up with a story behind it. So why are they doing all of this? Well, 500 years ago, they started departing from what was in the scripture. Why would you do that? I don't know. The only thing I do know is you're a wolf in sheep's clothing. In the church, as a matter of fact, you're part of the biggest churches. You got bishops, priests, and the list goes on. And you people are here disseminating information to the people who are the most ignorant. And they're coming to you for spiritual healing and divine wisdom. And all we do know is that you're lying to them. Because my question is, well, what was the justification for telling people that the earth moves around the sun? There actually is no justification. How do I know this? Because people like Edwin Hubble come 400 years later, which is 100 years from 100 years ago, and his words are an indictment on the fact that they never had justification. And he said, I forget the quote verbatim, but he basically said, we can't disprove the ancients' hypothesis that the earth is stationary, but we reject it off of the grounds of philosophy because they feel like it. Why would you do that? That's
you know,
not
Stephen Hawkins has done the same thing, just what you said. They don't want to accept it. So they just don't accept it.
Oh, you know
that's legitimately the answer.
Well, to you, you think the earth is a block, right? Vinny?
No, I don't know what.
No, not you, Elijah. I'm talking about Vinny.
Well, I told you, you know, first off, obviously people like us, we're very open-minded, right? That's why we even jump into these things. So, you know, also when you find out that everything you've ever heard is a lie, it's pretty easy to not believe anything, and you become very open-minded, or at least I have. And like we talked about with the last show, Killah, you know, people have different models. And I'm open-minded to things, but to me, I think, yeah, if someone was to ask me, I actually think it's more like a square, like almost like a matrix. Like, why does it even have to be a physical thing? Why is this not more just like the matrix, like we were talking about? Like, this is just an illusion, like light and vibration. And why are we even talking like we're a ball flying anywhere or flat? Or like, I think it could seriously be like Pac-Man. Like literally it's just a straight line going right over us. And I find a lot of evidence, you know. I'd have to spend time to really, you know, put it out there, Killah, you know, but I think there is actually a lot of evidence to prove that it can be that. That's my view, you know, but I would need more time to elaborate.
I mean, don't forget NASA.
There's no. Go ahead.
I was just saying that NASA is getting $25 billion a year, and they actually requested more this year, but for next year, and they just gave them a little bit more. So they asked for $527 million more, but I guess the House of Appropriations Committee just gave them only 5.8% more. So they got turned down to get a lot more, but they're still getting $25 billion, which is ridiculous. Like, what's that going to?
I want to bring up this. I got something good for you, AD and Killah. You'll like this. We could talk about the music industry, right? You could take the whole music industry, right, which is $1 billion industry, right? You could take all of that, and that's still not that big, right? Then you got Hollywood that's right above it, which is still, right? We look at that as that's huge, Hollywood, you know, big $1 billion industry. You could, that's still nothing. Then you go above that, it's video games. Video games is way bigger than music and Hollywood for the past 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay. So video games is even bigger than music and Hollywood together. Now listen to this fact. You could take all three of those and it's still not half of what NASA gets from us.
Yeah.
Okay. That's how big space technology and NASA and the future technology and all this space stuff.
But
that's how much money they get.
Here's the thing. With all that money, you would think they would do a better job with their stupid CGI, which still looks like trash. Their video green screen, which still looks like trash. Like, it's so obvious. It looks like they have a budget of 5 Gs, not even that. Like, because like the movie industry can show us, you know, gravity, and they can show us this. It's like, oh, okay, that's kind of believable. You know what I mean? But NASA, they have all this money, and they can't even get like a decent CGI together without us realizing, yo, that's fake. That's fake as hell. We know
it's like these mass shootings.
We didn't go yet. We're gonna go. We're gonna go. We're gonna. 30 years from now, 20 years from now, and they never been. They never been back to the moon. But everybody's like, oh yeah, Vinny, they went to the moon. I saw it on TV. But you ask them, why ain't you going to the moon now? Oh, we destroyed the technology. So in the year 2022, they still didn't figure out how they got to the moon in 69.
We should have a webcam.
Yeah,
we should have a webcam up there by now.
So that's very interesting. All right, go ahead.
The other thing about this that most people care about. So this is the second thing that I'll go into that's not really actually evidence, but we'll get to that. So a lot of people ask, well, what's the purpose of this? Why talk about it? Why is it important? Why does it matter? Well, I explain it like this. If one day you looked in your parents' drawer and you found out that you were adopted,
Mm.
and then you go to your parents and say, "Hi, mom, dad, we have to talk. I found a document in your drawer, and it's telling me that I was adopted." And then they tell you, "Oh, honey, what are you talking about? You know Uncle Jim, you know Auntie Sarah and all your cousins. What are you talking about? Your family." Well, isn't that a red herring? Like, what? Actually, no. But what about this document that states that I'm not your blood? And then they go, "Oh, what does it matter? Oh, that's what that's like." It's like, obviously a lie of that magnitude would matter. So when somebody's, I mean, you're invested in it. You go to these schools. These schools said, "Hey, you got to take the religion out, but we're going to teach you about what the sky is," which coincidentally is a religion. I happen to think it's the one world religion because everybody believes in it.
The what?
The one world religion.
The sky
is that's what it is. Yeah, because all we have is one frame of reference right here on Earth. How you gonna tell me it's raining diamonds somewhere else? That's crazy. It's not even that it's crazy,
right?
But they'll have articles titled that, and then you read the article, and it actually tells you how it's not what you thought it was. But people don't really pay attention. They just we know people follow the buzz headlines and things like that. So it's very important to understand when you're being lied to. That's always important.
Yeah.
So we can get to exactly what they've lied about.
If it's an official source, it's all the time.
You guys, how can we do this? The AD, would you be able to pull up something from YouTube?
Yeah, I can, or I can share your screen, whatever you want to do.
Pull it up for me, because I don't know if it's going to disconnect my audio, because I tried to pull up YouTube earlier and it shut me down.
Got you. Okay.
So you type in distance to the horizon. So I got basically 2 videos and a Google search. And that's what we're going to do in the way of proving that these people are liars. Then you can go ahead and turn all your ire, disdain, and questions to them, because those are the people we really should be questioning. Y'all are my brothers here. I just came across some information that I'm trying to relay to other people, like the brother Tazadaq said earlier. I'm just conveying information. That's it.
Okay, which one should I click on?
Keep going down a little bit. Right there. That how does the horizon work video with the green? Yeah. So before we watch this, right?
Okay.
I want y'all to understand that out there in the audience that this is the fundamental claim that everything else is built off of. The numbers that, in your mind at least, may or may not be validated yet. Obviously, you're going to believe somebody's validated it. I'm going to say, I know they haven't been validated. But the bottom line is this video is going to basically open up to you what the claim is and what I'll be talking about. It's very simple. Either you accept what he's saying or you don't. If you don't accept what he's saying, then then there's a lot of things that go with not accepting that. And basically, you don't go along with any numbers derived from this knowledge if you don't agree with him. But people don't really understand that because they don't make the connection as to why this is important. So, well, we'll get into it.
Okay.
I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can...
So basically what he just said is the geometric consequence of the earth being a sphere with a circumference of 25,000 miles roughly, and roughly or an average radius of 3,959 miles. So he said that because the claim is that the earth is a specific size. That's the only reason he can make that claim. So if you go to Google and you type in distance to horizon formula, everything that I just said will basically be right there. So you drop down people
Who was that?
This is a random dude. None of these people are flat earthers that I'm gonna show you. I'm showing you these are all just things that you find that are supposed to be true. That you find, wait a minute, there's some inconsistencies here or some contradictions here.
Okay, which one should I click on?
So I mean, where you at? I can't see the screen share.
Distance to the horizon formula.
Yeah, when you go to Google, I'm just saying that.
Oh, okay.
For anybody at home, you can take washington.edu. Like we like all of the edus. We're not afraid of that. Actually, we want to look into that.
I always get people with the Earth curvature calculator.
And they're all over the place.
Yeah, and it's like for every 100 miles, there's supposed to be 6.666 thousand feet of curvature.
All right. You have an Earth calculator? The Earth?
Yeah, Google does.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, we talked about this. Like,
see, all this got to come out, yo. This got to come. All right.
That's why I'm doing it. People have spoken about it, but I'm like, I need people to see what I'm talking about, because this is what we're talking about is the problem. And nobody knows that.
So the idea is once people see the lies of something like this, then a lot of other lies become more suspect. A lot of other truths they tell us become more suspect.
You good, John? See, John, I've been cracking it. Good.
And then we realize, how much we actually are in a matrix, how the world is a stage. And then
so you see.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So anybody at home, you type in distance to horizon formula, you go down to where it says people also ask, how do you calculate the distance to the horizon? So in order to make a calculation, you have to have actual metrics, right? Like if you were gonna build, like if you were gonna put tiles down, you would first have to measure how much area you have, and then you would calculate how many tiles you need for that, right?
Yeah, carpentry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the reason that we can calculate this is because supposedly somebody's measured the dimensions somehow. So we can get into that. But so let me read this real quick. So for all practical purposes, we can estimate the distance to the horizon using 1.22459 times the square root of the observer's height. Or perhaps even more simply is just 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height, which gives the distance in miles when h is in feet. So that's the claim. That's why that guy in that video I just showed you said what he said, as if it was true fact, right? So this is a claim that we can test. Okay, the horizon is geometric. It's a geometric consequence of the size of the sphere we're on. Picture a basketball. So you have do I have a basketball? Picture anything spherical. You hold it in your hand. You understand that there's going to be that line, right? There's going to be that line. You can't see the rest of the ball because it's curving away from you. That's what they're saying the horizon is, but because we're so small, the horizon looks flat. But that's their claim. Right. So you see it, you see the limitation for what you can see. Well, you can do some math on that. You can figure that out. So that's what they're saying about the Earth. The Earth is this specific size, and we can use this formula. This formula will calculate where the horizon is. Just like, just like if I come into town and my house is maybe 10, 15 blocks away, it's never gonna not be 10 blocks away if it's 10 blocks away. Soon as I enter into my town, that line, my house is 10 blocks away always. That's its locality. So they've given locality to the horizon. Where is it? Based on how high you are above this sphere. That's what they're talking about. So now, if you go to YouTube, you can type in CFI investigators. And this is a short process. After this, this is like the intro, and y'all can ask me anything after that.
You want me to
Did you see D Marble last week? Did you see D Marble? Because he did the experiment.
Yeah,
Who? What? D Marble?
D Marble. Remember I brought D Marble on the other week?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And D Marble was talking about, he did the experiment that Jeremiah is breaking down.
Right.
That's what he was talking about, where he had that laser above the water and his friend on the other
remember
side.
that. Yep. Exactly.
There's no curve.
Right. See, that's a parabolic equation that if a flat earther brings it up, they'll deny it to your face. Even though if I tell you that the curvature is 8 inches per mile squared, they say, well, that's actually wrong.
Right.
Oh, my bad. What parabolic equation would you like to use? Because the other ones actually take you further from, like, usually people, okay, number one, so I'm in a Discord service 24/7.
Yeah.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord, right? And we have people come in and ask us questions. It's a platform kind of like this where people could come in and ask questions and be a part of the conversation. And a lot of people, when they come in, they'll say, well, the 8 inches per mile squared is wrong. And then we'll say, okay, so use whatever equation you like. And the reason that we're talking about that is because we're talking about an observation and whether something should be at a specific distance or not. And they'll say, well, if we use my equation, it'll tell us that the distance to that thing actually was accurate and you flat earthers were wrong. Then they use that equation and it's further from the result that they wanted. Happens every day. So
a lot of them don't even have
when
an
you're ready,
equation.
go to the
they're just like, no, it's just really big.
Exactly. No, we're not doing that. It's not really big. It's not. No, they gave it specific dimension, and you could use a little math.
How many people thinking that's what she said?
Yeah. Okay. So you want me to type something in here?
Yes. CFI investigators.
CFI.
So what these people do.
Okay.
I'll wait for you to get it up.
Okay. CFI.
And keep going. Go scroll. Keep scrolling. Yep, right there. Right now, a little further up with the guy with the lake behind him.
Psychic powers.
So
paranormal.
Skip to 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right.
Now pause it.
We said was gonna.
Oh yeah, Mark Sargent.
Okay. Now they're gonna be ridiculing. Well, maybe there's a little ridicule on both sides, but here's the thing. CFI investigators partnered with National Geographic. You would expect National Geographic to have what? Editors, right? They would have a process to where everything in this video is the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, right? Like, so when I show you what I show you, there's gonna be no mistake that either there was some manipulation or they were ignorant. I would say that they're ignorant. I'll give them that grace. So let's get into it.
Happened, and with the boat thing, it's the same thing's going to happen. It's just going to be a shorter version of it.
The next test was a boat-based target, which is, as you can see, a series of stripes. And the idea was to get a camera pretty close to the level of the water, send the boat out, and watch these horizontal stripes disappear. Okay, so that's them at 1.22 miles. That's just at the horizon. So we're not starting to lose any of the stripes yet, but from here on out, we're going to start losing the horizontal stripes. They're at 2 miles right now. It was difficult to see the boat at 3 miles out when the effect would be most pronounced, but we did lose, I think, the majority of one stripe at the bottom.
Here they come. Okay, so I'm zoomed in as far as I can, just barely see the red.
So it was about what we expected to see.
The results were exactly what I expected. The loss of observation height was due to Fata Morgana, refraction, atmospheric lensing.
You can pause it.
I've seen this so many times.
Yeah. You know what I'm gonna ask?
What are you going to ask, Priest?
The solution to it all, because you said you had the answers to it all. Is this what are you looking? What are you talking about, AD? You got like that's the solution. That's the solution.
No, let's let him talk. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Well, the solution is you just accept what is, brother. Once we accept what is, then we can stop letting people tell us falsehoods and fallacy, and then maybe life will be a little better. Maybe.
Yeah, but when you started, when you started. Before the show started, you dropped some crazy. You was going in.
Look at what you're looking at.
Okay.
So the first thing I showed you was that the horizon has locality. The second thing I showed you is how they've derived that. Now, the third thing I just showed you, and he clarifies. He says the horizon is going to be what? A very particular number, 1.22 miles. Why? Because he's using the formula to inform him that that's where the horizon will be. Where's the horizon in this photo, though?
Oh, this is the solution to everything. Oh, all right. I thought you were gonna tell us.
I'm showing you.
Oh, okay.
Why I gotta tell you? You see it right there.
Oh, okay. All right. So okay.
So this proves
because you dropped it.
What you're looking at, is the guy basically just said that the horizon is 1.22 miles. Now that boat is either, because of the editing, I want to be fair to them, and flat earthers are always fair. It's either 2 miles or 3 miles. Bottom line is, regardless, that geometric locality is gone. So that horizon right there, whatever it is, isn't tied to the globe claim or the geometry. That's a problem. Not only that, we have observations, something called the black swan, where the horizon is at least 10 times further. We say 10 times further because we have these oil rigs off the coast of California, and they're stationary. Basically, the horizon is behind them, and the furthest one is about 9-point-something miles, and the horizon is well beyond that. So just to be fair, we say, okay, it's 10 miles. That's orders of magnitude away from the calculation. How is that?
Ergo, no curvature.
Well said, AD.
Ergo, government authorities have lied to you. Ergo, NASA is full of lies. Billions and billions of dollars. In 1971, Richard Nixon declared war on cancer with $100 million. Today, your taxes fund $1 billion in a war on cancer. A war on cancer. If you go into a doctor says you have cancer. The doctor will not tell you how you got cancer. The doctor will not cure you. He will rob you blind, and then you have a 97.2% chance of dying by cancer anyway. Oh, and in the process, he might give you a new cancer with his chemotherapy.
Because cancer,
revolution.
It's a business. Every customer cured, every patient cured is a customer lost. It's a business. They haven't cured anything since polio.
Right.
Polio was never cured. Polio was DDT. Polio was poisoning. You were poisoned. That's what heavy metals do. It's a neurological toxin. It affects you. You didn't have a virus that just suddenly appeared in the 50s and 60s. They started spraying DDT in the 50s and 60s. They were spraying, kids were running under the DDT trucks. They were putting it in clothing, putting it on wallpaper. What a surprise that people would suddenly have neurological dysfunction as a result of that. PSYOP again. Guess what? Flat Earth tells you, if you realize that NASA is a gazillion-dollar agency built on lies and pardon my language, baloney. I won't even say it. Baloney. That's the foot in the door to saying, then maybe everybody else is full of lies. Then maybe I should not automatically trust what an official source tells me. That's the solution. That's the beginning of the revolution.
And the CDC is suspect now too.
All of them. All of them.
Speaking of NASA, I mean, you know how the flat earthers are always saying that NASA tells you that it's a flat earth. Well, what they're saying is, and I have this. How do I send something to you? I want to send the.
So there's a chat box in the Zoom. You could send me files there or links.
All right. Let's see. Chat box.
Let's get active.
Yeah. So NASA is a national agency of space actors.
Look, like, what is when you see this, the question really isn't what's your end game? What money are you making behind being a flat earther? No, the question really is what is this doing in my reality? Like, if it's one thing, what are we doing trying to figure out different kinds of geometries and different ways that we can approach a problem when it's supposed to just be the globe?
Yeah, it's not about the Earth shape. It's about exposing the lies.
So this is NASA's technical report server. So there's about 400 or 500 references to flat earth. So you can actually look at them, not hear people say, oh, those flat earthers are taking things out of context. Every time they have to do something conventional and practical, they have to use either a Cartesian coordinate system, they have to use a planar baseline or a horizontal baseline for all of that. And they say it over and over.
Flat stationary maps, right? The military uses flat stationary maps.
Yeah.
Well, because they're using the what do you call it? The what?
So do the pilots.
I forget right now, but I'll pull it up.
A lot of pilots.
But just looking at
a lot of pilots.
Yeah.
Because they have to fly around. They know.
And some of them, you know, don't. Some of them see the reality and they believe that on a grander scale is something else. They know it looks flat, but they just think, well, obviously, you know, I'm too small to figure it out. And, you know, further away from the Earth, it looks different.
Yeah.
Why would you trick your mind like that?
So here's a problem that most people are gonna actually encounter. It's something known as cognitive dissonance, right? So cognitive dissonance is that if someone's actually already been previously introduced to certain information and they've actually accepted that information as the truth, if even what they learned was a lie, if you try to feed them new information, what cognitive dissonance does, it makes the person feel uncomfortable. And we as man and woman, we want to get away from something that makes us feel uncomfortable. This is why people get divorces. This is why people lead bad relationships, because they feel uncomfortable, because it's something that you're content with. You like to cling on to it. But it's the same thing. If you're introduced to new information to me, and that information is making me feel comfortable, I'm going to have to uncomfortable, and I'm going to have to admit that what I learned was wrong. Cognitive dissonance kicks in. And so I'll reject the truth to sustain the lie just to feel comfortable, because you'll get away from the truth just to maintain that lie. And so this is where you're getting a lot of ignorant comments in the chat room. Go and check it out, research it before you blow something off. Go in, and I'm not a flat earther, but I'm listening to what he's saying here. So when we just utterly divorce something without even checking it out, we're doing our own selves an injustice.
That's very well said. That's a word that comes around a lot on the FED debate, is cognitive dissonance, because, you know, we'll show people, hey, look at the information we've come across, and they'll actually depart from what is all encompassing under heliocentrism, and they'll depart from that, and they'll give offshoots of information that have nothing to do with the model or what's espoused. Like when we point out, actually, no, gravity as you think of it was actually superseded 100 years ago by Einstein. Remember that? The theory of relativity. Remember the curvature of space and time is a consequent of these masses. That's the whole point. It's bending space and time, something that's not physical, by the way, but they've given it physical properties. They've reified it into your mind as concepts of things that are real. But we know that space and time isn't real. Time is a convention. Time is something that we're able to tell because of what the sky is doing yet again. We know what time it is because we've clocked the sky. How else would we know what time it is?
And so, people actually, they're confusing a belief with the truth. A belief is not necessarily the truth, right? A belief is something that has been instilled into you from some previous information. And if you've accepted that previous, because in order to like measure anything is based off of some belief system, right? And if your belief system is inaccurate, you're going to be living a lie instead of the truth, because anything that is introduced to us, we're going to screen it based upon our belief system. So if our belief system is inaccurate, we're going to reject the truth and sustain the lie. Because in order to like measure anything, a belief, you got to go back and base it off something that we've actually already been indoctrinated with, instead of just checking it out for ourselves. And so we continue to do ourselves an injustice.
The panel is telling you, the panel is telling you, you are a slave. You have been indoctrinated to be a slave based on a matrix, just we were talking about earlier, 1999, a matrix of lies. And the key to your slavery is simply to question, simply to validate for yourself. Never again, if we can get the audience to do this tonight, to never again blindly accept an expert, we have won the beginning of the revolution. Never again take an expert blindly on what they tell you. Not a doctor, not a politician, not a so-called journalist. Never again blindly accept anything they tell you. You need to validate for yourself. And if you can't validate for yourself, look at them skeptically. Trust me, when we get deleted from Facebook and YouTube and disappeared, do you honestly think, do you really think that Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and Anthony Fauci love you so much that they lay awake at night, asleep, awake, just they won't sleep, awake at night thinking, oh my goodness, what can we do to make sure each and every person out there will be happy and healthy? Please don't tell me you believe that. Be skeptical. Wake up. They hate you. That's why the Georgia Guidestones are gone. Too much evidence. They want you sick, dying, impoverished, and eventually dead. Wake up. Question authority. That's the beginning right there.
This is where the Matrix falls into us because when people start to get the idea of what's happening, their mind will quickly just be just like Neo.
Mm.
And not want to
So
believe
there's a lot of breadcrumbs here, especially with navigation. You use the Mercator projection. Like that's a Cartesian coordinate system that uses a horizontal axis, brother.
Yo, you know
we're talking about thousands of miles here.
Mm.
That goes into the math of doing that. And then I find like articles like this that people share with me from FED debate. So basically, like Vinny was saying, that I'm now part of a panel that I'm almost every day, Monday through Friday there. And they have these housekeeping questions, and this might be a little lengthy, at least 5 minutes. So I don't want to go into it unless we got the time.
Nah, go in. We need it, bro. Let's go.
All right, cool.
Drop it.
So basically, is Nathan Oakley 1980. That's Nathan Oakley 1980, and Eastern Standard Time 9 a.m. it starts, and he asked the same questions he's been asking for as long as I found out about his channel. And these are the housekeeping questions, right? So any signs of a physical geometric sphere edge, horizon formerly known as Earth curve? That's what we just discussed. No, there's no evidence of that. Any evidence of Earth's radius, the R value? That's what they use to derive the horizon. So no, because obviously nobody went from the center of the Earth to the surface. So that, how would they know that? They don't. Any evidence
They've only
of
got 8 miles down is the furthest anyone's ever drilled. I believe it was Russia, but 8 miles is the furthest they've ever gone, and yet they know what the center of the Earth is, and they tell us, right?
and they got all the materials wrong. They guessed what the materials would be the further they dug, and they were wrong the whole way. People can find everything that I'm saying. People can find all this, but so any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety? No, because you need a radius for that as well. Any scientific evidence of gravity? Well, go to Newton or Einstein's paper, either one, I don't care, and pull the hypothesis from it. You're not going to be able to do that because it don't exist, because there was no experiment that validated it. So no, there's no scientific evidence of it. Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of cosmology, astronomy, or astrophysics? No, you can Google it. You're not going to find a viable hypothesis. Any evidence of the distance to the sun? Well, you need the radius of the Earth for that. No. Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the center of a presupposed spherical Earth? No. How would you know that? Remember, I was telling you the story about Thea that deposited our molten iron core about 7 billion years ago, and then gave us our moon that happened to be the perfect size and distance from the sun to give us eclipses. We could go into that too later if you want. But any evidence that you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent, something that precedes something, of a container to press upon to give you gas pressure. It's in the word pressure, because gases press upon the walls of the container. Without that, you have no gas pressure. Guess what we breathe in, brother?
Is that air we're breathing?
PSI, pounds per square inch. So that's something that people really did, because again, that's touching. What are you saying about space, this, that, and the third? I'm just saying it's not 10 to the negative 17 toward, because we can't validate that claim, brother. So those are the housekeeping questions, and no one's been able to really answer them in any justifiable way. And we ask them every day on the FED debate, Nathan Oakley, 1980, check us out. So one thing, 10th Man is the one that really pointed out, wait a minute, because of this horizon thing, we can look into navigation and we find that, wow, they also use a flat plane for all of their travel. And so I'm gonna just read here. Seems to be from Darcy Reddyhoff, Royal Air Force College, Cranfield. And it says, earthly, Andrew Hill, Darwin rules, okay, end quote. 12th of July, page 127 says, Even in The Spectator, we rarely find serious assertions that the sun goes around the earth. One can, of course, believe anything one likes as long as the consequences of that belief are trivial. But when survival depends on belief, then it matters that belief corresponds to manifest reality. We therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to the celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed earth and around which it rotates in accordance with laws clearly deducible from common sense observation. The sun and moon move across the inner surface of this sphere and hence perforce go around the earth. This means that students of navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused dogma they learned in school. Most of them find this remarkably easy because dogma is as may be, but the real world is as we perceive it to be. If Andrew Hill will look into the Journal of Navigation, he will find that the Earth-centered universe is alive and well, whatever his readings of The Spectator may suggest. Again, Darcy Reddyhoff, Royal Air Force College, Cranfield. I mean, it's everywhere, bro.
Pull out okay. Let's go. You cooking right now.
All right.
I told you, this is, Nathan Enqi, man. It's the serious, man. It's everyday debates, man. That's what I was telling you, Killah. This guy is, trained in having debate every day. Nathan Enqi, the guy he works with, he's too mean sometimes. Like he just abuses people. He's like teabagging and stuff like that. He's like, how am I?
You know why? What we've done is we've gotten, some of us have lost touch in the sense that we forget where we came from. When I first started bringing this information to people, they ridiculed me. They laughed at me. They told me I was retarded. After loving me for being the intellectual that I am, according to them. So they loved me for that, and then they hated me for that, all because I asked, have y'all ever looked into the moon landings? And because that was around the time that flat earth, I didn't even know flat earth was a thing when I asked this question, and people was like, oh, you're a flat earther, you're this, you're that. I thought that was a weird visceral response. So it's really how we were treated for the last 6, 7, 8 years. Not we, because I came in about 4 or 5 years ago. Well, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, actually. 7, 8, 10, 15 years, some people have been in this. And all they heard was ridicule. All they heard was ad hominem attacks. And so now you have Nathan Enqi, who has these housekeeping questions and has the truth in tow. And he's like, well, pay me, fuck you. No, I'm not debating on your platform. This is my platform. You come here if you want to talk to me. Obviously, I'm out talking to y'all, so he doesn't have to do all that. Whatever. I don't have a platform. So I just go where knowledge should be given. So let me read this real quick too, before we move off of navigation.
Shout out to Jeff. He just hit me up. He said the earth is flat. I told you 3 years ago.
All right, Jeff. So look at this. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna share this with you too, AD, so you can how do I do that?
You wanna use the chat room thing again?
Yeah. Hold on real quick.
Yeah, like I said before, I remember when I first learned about this in 2016, I didn't want to believe it. I thought it was bullshit. I was like, nah, I'm a fan of Star Wars, you know what I mean? I was into Marvel. I'm still into Marvel, but like I wanted to believe that, space was out there. You can go to other planets, you know what I'm saying? And so my mind didn't even want to believe the flat earth stuff, but my curiosity was what made me like want to try to debunk it. Do you know what I mean? So I'm like, yo, let me try to debunk all this. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, oh shit, like this actually makes astrology make more sense, because I was already into astrology. And I'm like, well, now this even makes more sense if with astrology. And it's like, yo, and then some of these gurus I follow, like Santos Bonacci and all that. Like I was like, I'm such a hardcore follower of Santos, but then when he said the Earth was flat, I'm like, oh come on, there's no way. So anyway, it took me a year of research to try to debunk it, and then I finally was like, you know what? I see the truth now. Okay.
Set you free. Yo, above where would the stars? Yeah, set them free. Yo, where would the stars be in that equation, AD?
Above us. The heavens declare the glory of God.
Yeah.
So you should be dropping deep science. But I'm just saying, is it above the dome?
Of course, they're above us.
So here's the thing. And now the celestial sphere, number one, is a perspective thing, because we know as things move away from us, they drop in perception. And, when they get closer, they tend to rise, especially, well, when they're above us. You know, it's just like when people draw and they draw those perspective lines and things enter the horizon, and it's the same thing. But for whatever reason, people just reject that. That's how, I don't know. That's how we perceive reality. You look at train tracks that are going in the distance, you see them converging, but you know they're not converging. You know that they're actually parallel. So we don't know where the stars are, but guess what? They don't. Well,
what
the
you do know where the stars are, right? You
well,
actually,
the stars are where I look at them.
Okay, I'm trying to follow it. Okay, they're there. All right, because don't confuse me.
You see them? They're there.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm rolling. So
okay,
above the dome or below?
I believe inside it.
I would say what dome?
Lion Gate.
I would say what dome?
It's not a dome?
Well, how would I validate that? Like it's all I'm saying is we have to be careful of the claims that we make because we fall into the same thing that we did initially, making shit up. I can't tell you what the sky is, bro.
Right.
But I know that I'm breathing air, and I know in order to have a pressure air system or any kind of ecosystem, it needs to be contained. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
So we're definitely in an enclosed system. We know we're in an enclosed system. We just don't know the shape of the ceiling or whatever.
It doesn't have to be a dome. Morpheus Morpheus said in the Matrix that he questioned Neo about what he was breathing, and that part was kind of deep. He said, "Is that air you breathing?" You know, that's why I quoted that. That was kind of funny because
that a lot,
and that's after he woke him up.
Because all of this talk does not disclaim or it doesn't disprove the idea that we're possibly in a holographic existence or that we're in some kind of simulation. You know what I mean? We're just saying it's definitely not a spinning ball.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, guess how far the stars away in celestial navigation? Infinitely far. Doesn't matter. They're not concerned with that.
Yeah.
It's infinitely far. They're not concerned with the height of stars. They don't know the height of stars, neither do we. Right. The only time you know the distance to stars is when you have presuppositions about the size of the earth, and then you can extrapolate that data from that knowledge. But that's a premise that still hasn't been checked.
Okay.
Or, well, we just invalidated. But I'm saying when you have like the brother earlier, I'm sorry, what's your name, brother?
Tazadaq.
Yeah, Tazadaq.
Tazadaq. Yeah, people are operating off of a posteriori data, meaning data that they have to believe. So when you have a presupposition or a premise that hasn't been justified in any way, it's just a belief still. So all of these numbers are coming from a belief system that hasn't been validated to be true.
That's true.
So let me just read this that I'm screen sharing for the celestial navigation. And mind you, these people believe in a sphere. That's not why I'm showing this. I'm showing this because if you drop the rhetoric and look at the methodology behind what's actually done, you're gonna see what's happening.
Send me the link.
Oh, can y'all see it? Because I'm sharing it on my screen.
1 second. I'm sorry. What did you ask?
I was sharing the screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're sharing. You're good.
All right. So let's see where we're gonna read from. So let's read from that third paragraph. From this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of the earth of radius r. Now, let me tell you that what they tell you is, well, they put this into a celestial sphere but that's really the equatorial plane, aka it's just a plane through the center of the sphere. But that's not where you take your elevation angle measurements from. You take it from the top. And after you use the almanac to figure out, after you've taken your time and you've taken your measurements, that helps you figure out your position. So that's what they're saying. From this, a navigator knows he's on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth of radius r, known as the line of position, LOP. He does not know his direction from this point. However, by examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. This is the important part. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both the circular functions meet. In this case, that there is only one real route. He knows his position, although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. So if the radii, or if the radius is the distance between the zenith of the star to you along that circle, and you need another circle to parallel that circle, and we're talking about sometimes thousands of miles of distance. And that's not even talking about the area. That's just talking about a straight line. They're talking about a plane, dog. You can see it right here. They indicted themselves. It's over. It's really not that hard. It's cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, watching.
I'm not making none of this up. I'm just saying, hey, look at this. What you think about it? How you gonna come at me for I'm not saying anybody is, but how would you come at me for giving you information? How would you do that? I'd like to see it. Not you, but I'm just speaking in general. Anybody who's trying to step up to the plate, because I do debate. I does this.
Hey,
yeah,
let's go.
Go to Nathan Oakley. Go see Elijah. Try to beat him in the debate. See how it goes. and Nathan's
We got somebody. Nah, this is good. Now we got somebody. We got my man coming in. Word, my man Jeff coming in. This is good. This is so. Word. Dag, Vinny,
who you got coming, Priest? Who's on the way?
Is that? Oh, my bag. That's all. Oh, man, Jeff coming in. Oh, my man Jeff. He agrees with Elijah coming in. Word.
Because is it really an agree or disagree? I show you a bit of information and you're like,
debate.
I disagree. What's the context of what's your justification? What is the disagreement actually? Is the disagreement that everything that I just told you false?
People being
what do you mean?
Shocked. People is being shocked. Is like
luckily our chat room isn't new to this information. Yeah. A lot of them have seen our flat earther shows. So we're not getting too much pushback.
Yeah.
If anything, we've already converted a few, and a lot of them are. A lot of them don't even know what to ask anymore.
You can't unsee what I've shown you about the horizon, because that is the only direct claim.
Yeah,
that's the only somewhat direct claim to knowledge of the sphere that they have. Al-Biruni used the horizon to basically measure how big the Earth is. Mm-hmm. How do you do that if the horizon isn't local? If you don't know where it is?
Mm-hmm. I mean, once you go flat, you literally don't go back, because you really can't prove. Once someone can't prove curvature anywhere, it's over.
Flat.
It's over. Do you know what I mean? But flat. Like in my personal world, I don't even bring it up, because I do feel that this knowledge is only for certain people. Do you know what I mean? I don't think everyone deserves to know or needs to know, because it may not be in their destiny to know. Do you know what I mean? I believe in everyone's own path. Some people are Buddhist. Some people have their own religion. You know what I mean? And we show all the respect to everyone and their religions and stuff like that. But you're not knowing the truth as deep as we know it can sometimes not be the path for everybody. I feel gifted and blessed that we have this path. You know what I mean? And but I do respect those who feel just as Cypher wanted to go back in the Matrix. Remember, he's like, "Look, I know the Matrix is not real, but I want to stay in it."
Yeah.
There's a lot of ciphers out there. There's a lot of people that like, look, the Earth might be flat, but I don't want that in my reality. I want to believe it's a ball. Therefore, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's cool.
a guy I know.
But it's like almost like Tazadaq said. You know, it's like cognitive dissonance.
Yeah,
like
and that's cool. Like,
it's like when you hear certain things and it kind of shock your belief system, and then it's like you go through a turmoil. I think I asked Tahuti that one time, like when you're changing, when you start evolving, or you know you moving forward in your knowledge. Somebody asked me that in the chat room too. It's kind of like it's a shock. But there's a word for it. There's a shock to your system. You know what I'm saying? So everything could be, that's why, it's like growing too fast. That's why baby food is good. And that's why I said baby food, a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here. So because if you just hit them in the head and just say something crazy, then they'll be like, wait a minute, hold on, man. What you mean? It's just too much. But it's how you deliver it. It's just a little bit here and there. And it's like, then you can get it. You can grasp onto it a little bit better.
Killah and
that's why I came in with. That's why I came in saying what I said. Sorry to cut you off.
Right.
But when I came in and I was saying that, you know, I'm not gonna go too hard. Even when I said mathematics, I know the weight behind that, and it's like, you know, my growing up as a 5%. My father, I don't know if you know Bishmi, but like it was a lot of the guys man around, and yeah, man. And the thing is, based on I told you, shout out to our boy when I first came in. When he said something downstairs, I was like, oh snap. He keeps asking me what the conversation is about, and I just told him cosmology and epistemology, because I didn't know how to broach the conversation, because I'm not trying to hurt people. I'm not trying to. It's a way you go about it, like you said. I can't just say, all right, well, first of all, because of this math right here, I've invalidated this, therefore, fuck all that. I can't really do that. You know, that's crazy. You got to kind of walk people into it. There's a guy by the name of Matthew Learns. I shout him out by name because he has a huge YouTube channel, so check him out. He's a math professor. Right. And we've had tons of conversation. Right. And at the end of our conversations, he admits that, well, it is a belief. And I ask him, why do you believe that? He's like, because I trust in the authority. Now, that's okay. Well, I don't think it is, but I understand where he's coming from. Okay, well, you're choosing to have a religion. You're choosing to have faith in this entity. Well, I choose to have faith in only one, the creator. That's it.
What he meant, Elijah, was I need the lie. I want the lie. I like the lie. The lie makes me comfortable. It keeps me comfortable.
Boom, 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 boom.
So the problem is, again, big picture. All right. So AD, it may not be, the person in front of you may not be capable of accepting the true cosmology around them. But the fact that they are willing, the fact that they are in the matrix, at any point an agent could come right up and be them, that they are the problem. That is not good. They are part of the problem. As long as they crave the lie, as long as they crave the slavery, they are part of the problem. And in order for us to get out, we need to use any method possible. Cosmology, questioning spinning globes, is a powerful tool, because just like Elijah showed you, you can validate or invalidate the facts for yourself. But if that's not going to work on your audience, use a different tool. 9/11, World Trade Center 7. How did two aircraft make engineering history and have 3 skyscrapers pancake into their own footprint on 9/11? The bottom line is you have been lied to. The authorities hate you. They want you enslaved. And as long as that happens, Tazadaq was talking about it earlier, you have no buying power. That's only going to get worse year after year. Look up the inflation calculator from 1913 when that Federal Reserve started to today. You have no buying power because you are a slave. They bleed you. They have billions of dollars they steal from all of us and give it to themselves, and they literally eat babies and rape kids with that money. That's why it's not cool. It's not cool. Babies. It's time for a friggin' revolution. That's what it's time for.
Yo, you're like Morpheus because you're actually looking to wake people up.
Yeah, well, that's what everybody.
Those
I got
hard pills to swallow, but you know what? Like, if you was around in 2015, if you was around in 2015 before the internet changed, and when I say by the internet changed, everybody's getting all these bans. They can't say certain things. Certain people have been taken down. A lot of big groups with hundreds of thousands of people been taken down. We can't pretend like that didn't happen. Right. They just justify why it had to happen because of fake news, right? Everything that I said is real. But it exists only because they presented it as real information, and that was fake news. But they've scrubbed us from the internet instead. But so the thing about that in 2015, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, so like when they start calling everything occultic, you know what I mean? There's certain time and centuries when they made everything demonic, and that was totally going against the system where they can control everyone.
She's a witch.
Yeah,
she's
exactly.
a witch. She's
Witch
practicing healing powers.
Yeah,
all types of crazy.
Because women had knowledge. If you had any form of knowledge, you was considered a witch.
So, 2015.
Jeff, I see you in the building. My bag. Elijah.
It's a minor point, but 2015. I would have never thought about what Johnny said about the possibility of you know what he said until I read the emails that came out. I mean, it's like thousands of pages of leaked emails because of what's he called, the guy that did the Julian Assange WikiLeaks. What did they do? They didn't say it wasn't true. They just distracted everybody from the information and said, "Oh, this is crazy what people are saying about it." Okay, but is it true? Did you say this though?
Right.
Oh, it's crazy that people are. The emails are private, and they're just talking about a little cooking.
Right.
Okay. Anyway,
hey, we got Jeff. I got guests up in here too. I want to bring them on and stuff because we're having a good conversation. Jeff. I know this was going. My man Jeff is in the building, and we brought back. From yesterday, we got Miyoshi still up in the building. We got Sewell in the building. We want to bring them up and stuff so they can be a part of this experience and stuff like that. So we'll move this. I'm gonna run to the joint. Yo, Jeff, what's going on? Yeah,
what's going on, big bro?
Come on around.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Got a question for you, priest.
Go ahead.
How you gonna have a flat earth conversation without me, baby? What's up? Come on, bro.
He do it for oh man, bro. What's
welcome,
good with
brother.
you?
Welcome.
Yeah.
Good to meet you, Jeff.
Brother, pleasure to meet all of y'all.
Yeah.
Pleasure to meet everybody. Yeah.
My name is Jeff.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, Jeff. What's up? Yo, we go back. Tell him. Go ahead. Let's go.
I was just on Facebook going at it with some dude who allegedly worked for NASA, and he was talking about, they always say you don't know physics. I'm like, I have a master's degree in physics, so we can talk physics. I said, I'll answer your physics question if you can answer mine. And he poked his chest out like, what is it? I said, can two independent objects traveling in two separate directions at two separate speeds maintain a constant rate of speed and distance with each other? And he said, no, that's impossible. I said, explain to me how the International Space Station is doing that with the Earth. And he got quiet and blocked me. So it happened.
Nice. Priest is taking
Think about that.
Yep.
They'll tell you that the International Space Station is traveling at 3 different speeds in 3 different directions, maintaining a constant rate of speed and distance with the Earth. That's impossible. I also have an $8,000 challenge on Facebook right now. If anyone can show me the Earth from space with thousands of satellites. I'll give up the money immediately.
$8,000.
So what he's talking
I'm
about?
gonna make it 15. I had to take care of stuff. So it's 8,000 right now.
Ooh.
So Jeff, what you're talking about with these three different motions, right? I think
Yeah.
what you're saying is, okay, so everybody can kind of simulate in their mind the International Space Station falling around the Earth. They have math for that. Cool. But then when you say, but isn't the Earth and therefore what's orbiting it moving with the sun? And isn't the sun also moving around the great attractor? So there's just multiple motions going on, and they're like, well, we don't have to really deal with all that.
They don't want to deal with that. They never want to deal with that. You think about it. How fast does the International Space Station allegedly go?
Damn. What, Mach 4?
Well, they say 17,000 miles an hour, right?
Damn.
The Earth goes 67,000 around the sun. It's a 50,000 mile an hour deficit that they don't want to address in their equation. So we have a problem. Can a car traveling 67 go the same speed as a car traveling 17? Like, it doesn't work like that. These are things that they can't explain. And I love when they tell us we don't know physics. I do. So I have a lot of physics debates and they can't answer the question.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Priest took a quick break. We've got Rasul here and also Miyoshi. I'm sorry. We have a listener called Niyashi, so I got Niyashi.
What's going on? Would you smile? Why you so happy, Vinny?
Rasul, every time I see you, I smile, bro. What do you mean?
It's a weird kind of a smile.
I like you, Rasul. I always like seeing you.
He has the smile. He has the smile of he finally got everyone to believe in the flat Earth. That's the look you have on your face. That's the look you got on your face.
Is that projection?
Yeah, it's that kind of projection. But I want to ask this question.
And don't
you
forget
was talking
Tazadaq.
about you just said that you equated the speed of how a car would move on Earth compared to how a satellite would move in space, right? And how the Earth revolves around the sun, right?
That's what they tell us.
Two different speeds, what they tell us. Well, you guys are not addressing the flat earthers are not addressing one thing because, you can't, y'all are not going to ever address those. You're not going to be able to answer those questions simply because you guys don't think gravity exists. So a lot of those questions revolve around the general general theory of relativity.
No, because general theory.
Well, we know that there's no. Okay, okay. Hold on. Let's talk. Let's talk about it. If according to them, and don't think I'm agreeing with them, but according to them, because you guys don't agree with the physicists and the astrophysicists, y'all don't agree with the astronomers and anything what they say, right?
Well, let's say we do.
A lot of
okay.
I'm into their epistemology right now.
Okay.
So
I'm not saying you, but some of you guys don't. Some of you guys agree. Some of you guys don't. You say that, right?
Yeah, but in order to talk about it, we have to accept the method of inquiry and we have to do an internal critique.
All right, I
So
can
that's
critique.
what
A critique it. Yeah, exactly. That's how they use math and they use science to do that also.
Just
They
math
use
and science.
Right? What's that?
They use
Just
pseudoscience.
math.
Pseudoscience.
Well,
I
how
mean,
did they prove it, Rasul? I'm still asking you. How did they prove it? Because it's still a
No,
theory.
no. We was talking about something else.
Yeah.
Though. That's what the brother was adding
Before
on.
we go into that.
Yeah.
So what you was talking about.
So
their
we're
math
talking
and
about
their-
speeds. We're talking about speeds. According to them, there's no gravity. That you guys don't agree with gravity at all. Y'all don't think it exists.
That's not the problem. That's
all
not
right.
the problem.
Well, we're dealing with speeds in space though, because there's no gravity. According to them, there's no gravity there. So everything floats. There's nothing that's holding anything together. So everything is kind of floating. You know what I'm saying? According to them, y'all don't agree with that, right? All right. So
you gotta see it's not agreeing with that. Like I was saying earlier in the show, a lot of people put the pieces
so how
of the
would you
puzzle
get
together.
how are they going to get propulsion? Because propulsion and those kinds of things are created through, rockets and various different things to create speed, right?
Well, we're into a begging the question fallacy. We've gone past the premise of whether or not the Earth is a sphere and whether or not the second law of thermodynamics, that is the vacuum of space, is real or not.
Okay. According to
which is a lot to say, but
that's not really a lot. It's not
applies to everybody.
Right. It's not a lot to say, brother. Maybe some people don't understand what you're saying, but I'm with you on that. Okay. But what I'm saying is that you guys got a lot of interesting things, points or whatever. I just wish that there was I ain't gonna say, well, you say you was a physicist, this brother right here. He has a degree in physics, right? But more scientists would come to the table to try to put more of the truth out.
Yeah, but
They do. There's not a lot of scientists don't agree with this, y'all.
No, they do not. Listen to what I'm.
Go ahead.
Listen.
One at a time, brothers. One at a time. One at a time. Go ahead.
Can I say something? You're talking about experts, right? Just like 9/11, there were thousands of engineers that came out and said, this is physically impossible. This is demolition. Okay. Mm-hmm. But they're not promoted. They're going to give you these sellouts that come on TV as experts and tell you different. There are plenty of science people, not just this one guy on here who's a physicist. There's plenty that come out. You're just not going to be told because it's not mainstream. They're going to be laughed at and hidden. So there are plenty of scientists. You're making it like there's no scientists.
Who are these guys? Who are these guys?
Well, first of all, Einstein said that there's no experiment or optical experiment that would prove that the Earth moves. And then there's more context in other papers where he says, no, we could never tell that we're moving, but they accept that as a presupposition. And it's things like this. You're not going to see people saying, oh, the Earth is flat straight up. But what you're going to see is that they're going to have different bouts about cosmology because they don't agree. All you got to do is subscribe to Scientific American.
Yeah.
Every week they're saying that cosmology is in crisis. Why? Because they don't agree.
No, they all don't agree on everything. Well, it just seems as though
that's
the
what
same
we're talking
thing.
About.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But amongst
said
the
about
flat,
Darwin,
hold on. The flat earthers. You guys are amongst the theoretical community as well because y'all don't all agree on y'all thesis as well. Y'all don't agree.
That's the point. That's what Elijah said earlier, Russell. He said it's not about theory. It's not about belief. It's validate or invalidate. And before you showed up, Elijah went through a whole experiment that we can all do ourselves to prove there is no curvature. That is the point.
I watched that. Observational measurements. But you guys, that has to be done more clear. We can't just use YouTube clips. No disrespect to you, brother.
That's National Geographic.
There's National Geographic. Put that out. Okay.
All right. You know what I do? I take people to Canarsie Pier. That's what I do. I take them to the beach. I can do it in real life. That's the point. I've showed y'all the methodology so you can do it for yourself.
I've seen a lot of
hold
on. I've seen No. I'm saying. Well, I'm agreeing with him. I've seen a lot of guys that knows that say that they can go out there and show you the curvature. So it's kind of like both. It's kind of like you got.
Do they?
It's coming.
The metrics?
Yeah, they show you the metrics. Yeah, you do.
I would like to see it right now. Maybe not from you. I know that's asking.
Y'all ain't gonna agree with it. Y'all ain't gonna agree. Not me.
No. Go ahead. Let me say this because there's a couple of points that went by. Number one, the first point that I wanted to address was when you said that we don't really agree with the gravity, this, that, and the third. And what I was trying to tell you is they only have into account what the gravity would be doing in this motion. They don't have the motion of the Earth moving, and they don't have all of that in their math. You just assume that gravity works with all that. That's you that did that. But
no.
You could Google.
Go ahead.
Everybody get for the next 24 hours and not cite me where what you said. You couldn't cite it because it doesn't exist. I've looked.
Okay.
So now fast forward to the whole thing about wouldn't they show us observations and say, look, there goes Earth curve? The first thing I ask them is, where was this taken? They might give me that. What was the elevation? Okay, I'll take that. Okay, but they'll never have something like a frame of reference, like a point of reference where they can judge the distance off. They'll just look at the horizon and they'll look at something that looks like it's cut off from the horizon, and then they'll say, there's Earth curve. But what I did was say, okay, based on the geometry, the horizon should be here specifically, not my claim, their claim. That claim is never true. So if that claim is never true, how can someone therefore come behind and tell me, well, this horizon is blocking this? Because in the Earth curve calculator, and I'll end it with this, the Earth curve calculator has a hidden. The hidden tells you how much obstruction something is behind the horizon. How could you know that if the horizon isn't at a specific distance based on that formula? You wouldn't.
Well, you know, y'all don't believe that the sun is in the center of the earth. Y'all believe that the earth is in the center. That's probably a lot of the reasons why you think that that's confusing. But since y'all
it's not belief.
Yeah, it is a belief. It is a belief.
It's
bro.
not. It's well, but that's a.
And here's
hold on,
one more
but that's
thing. Y'all
not
haven't proven the flat earth community has not put forth any kind of thesis or anything to prove the scientific community wrong. Or if they are wrong. That's what I'm saying.
But that's not
the question I'm asking you guys.
I just addressed two of your points, and
you addressed them. You addressed them.
With
they sound.
You've addressed
yeah, I mean, because I don't know. I'm not going to agree. That's why you call it that. But here's the thing. What I'm saying is that the flat Earth. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying your concepts is wrong. I agree with maybe NASA is telling us telling us a bunch of lies, right? Okay, we can jump into that world. But here's the thing. You guys have to prove it wrong. That's what I'm saying. Nah, man, you gotta prove. You gotta show the evidence to the world.
One at a time.
You gotta show it to the
brother
world.
Said, you said prove it. You said prove it.
Yeah.
He said he just did. I missed something. I just got back. He said he just proved it.
He proved his thesis. Not everybody agrees with that. The point I'm trying to make is that the point is
justify your disagreement.
I already showed you what I disagreed at, and you said no, I'm wrong, and you showed
your
that
disagreement with my point.
There's the justification. You know what the justification comes in at? That you guys make a bunch of claims, and you haven't proved.
No, they
them.
made the claims. They made the claims.
All right, you have to disprove the scientific community.
But AD,
that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying to y'all. Bottom line.
I mean, let's keep it down.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying to y'all.
Keep it down.
I'm not even disagreeing with y'all, yo.
No, but we could talk without yelling. Yeah.
What happens in this debate oftentimes is people employ logical fallacies. Now, you pointed out a couple. There were times where you pointed out red herrings and things like that. So I knew that you were capable. But what you're doing right now is ad hominems, because you're critiquing and criticizing what we may or may not have done instead of what I've laid out. Maybe you haven't seen it, but you're not even addressing it head on at all. That's a non sequitur, bro.
Listen to me. I'm not here to debate you, man. That's what I'm saying. You want me to sit up here and say, well, I'm saying, yo, it's already been debated. We've been up here debating about this subject probably like 20 different times, yo. And I'm not going to go into all that with you. But what I'm going to say is, we got
to keep it down.
All right, keep it down. What I'm saying is, no, man, y'all, I've said this to, what's the other guy's name, Priest?
David Weiss.
I said this to him too. A bunch of people have said it. Like, listen, y'all have to prove y'all's theories. Don't stand up here like y'all not theorizing. No, you did not, brother. No, you did not. You got to prove it to science. You can't prove it to Rasul and Priest. You got to prove it to scientists.
So all right, listen. If he said he just said he proved it, and then you said he didn't.
No, he did not. No.
Okay. So who do we have to prove it to?
He has to prove it if their community is right. Because they're going against the scientific establishment.
Okay.
Oh, time out.
Because
what's going
it's not
on
you're not battling Rasul.
Let me say
you're not battling Rasul.
All right. So
battling,
Okay. So go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead.
Let me say this. What Rasul is saying is what I said in the beginning. Most people attribute what they think flat earth is to people like me and then say you have to prove that. I don't have to prove nothing, brother. I didn't wake up with a cosmology, bro. I woke up disproving what I believed my whole life, and that's no cap.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that I have to replace that with anything, brother. I know what horizontal is. I know what practical purposes horizontal is used for. And they say, yeah, we understand what horizontal means, but bigger than that, bigger than you can actually prove it, horizontal is actually equidistant from the center.
First of all, let
the
me just
sphere.
say this. Also, you're trying to use the flat surface. You're trying to use flat surfaces to try to determine the curvature. Well, you say it's no curvature, but how the Earth is actually flat. First of all, man, the Earth is a rock. It's not totally. It's not even flat. So we could look at the Earth just about. That's what we got to look at it from a geological standpoint. You want to get into science. So if you want to say that hold on.
Just calm the voice down.
If you want to sit up here and say y'all can't determine if the stars is there, if it's a dome or a sphere. Y'all don't know what holds things together. Y'all don't know how the water is, everything is held together. Y'all don't even understand that. First of all, y'all say the theory of gravity is it's not real.
All right, now give them
I
a chance to
understand that
answer.
in order.
Hold on, give them a chance to answer you. Go ahead.
I understand that in order to have matter in a liquid state, it must be contained. And in order to have gas, that also must be contained. These are fundamental truths that we all know. Then you have a belief of gravity and how that's doing all that. Some force that we can't even measure. And something that's not been scientifically validated. But anyway, I'm going to digress from that.
Well,
The bottom line is we're disproving information that's out there. And instead of looking at it like, well, what is the consequence of this lie? What does this change in my worldview? You're asking me to recreate another worldview, brother. Aren't your questions rhetorical? Because you know they don't have answers.
They're not rhetorical. They're not rhetorical. These are questions that that I'm asking people that's coming up with theoretical concepts and not using theoretical concepts like saying that we're in a dome and that the Earth is in the middle. And how does that even work?
That's what they said, dude. You know what the CNV
before religion.
Hold on, we gotta do this. We gotta do this.
I gotta go, guys. It's midnight here. I got a jet. Love you guys. I love you guys. I got a jet.
Thank you, Johnny.
Take care, man.
Yeah, man. Thanks.
It's almost like you guys are regressing back to.
Yeah, sure.
I don't want to say the dark ages, but like
before the age of information, when
no. Well, when you say no, before that we didn't deal with that. And ancient Kemet and ancient Sumer and ancient civilizations.
And guess what? They didn't have an idea about
they studied the movement of the star. They may not have known.
I'm gonna have to move.
How do you say about that? You can't say that.
Hold on.
All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna get off the subject because it seems like there's a friction thing going on, and it's just arguing just to argue. Nobody wants to see and answering just to answer. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna move on from that, and we're gonna get to some solutions and some type of movement going on. And we got a question in the chat room. Go ahead.
We got a statement. It's from Sacred Knowledge, aka Universe. He says, "Belief is something you do when you don't have enough info to know. We don't believe Earth is flat. We know it's not a ball because we measured it. You haven't." Shout out to Sacred Knowledge, aka Universe, for that.
I want to shout out to because I had to go eat a little bit, man, because we was up here for a minute. I want to shout out Jeff in the place. To Jeff, what's up? What's good? What's good, my good brother?
Priest, I just want to make a point when they start talking about curvature and the horizon.
Right.
I spent 20 years in the Navy, bro. I'm a retired veteran. I spent more time in the water than most people have spent on land telling lies about the water. There is no curvature out there. If water was curved, it defeats the purpose of their gravity because they claim gravity pulls everything downward. Water lays level from anywhere to anywhere. I've been on submarines. I've been on warships. All of our equipment works on a plane. That's where the term airplane came from. It flies in the air over a plane. We do not live on a spinning ball. I mean, it was cool to believe that as a child. I believed in Peter Pan and the Tooth Fairy too. I grew out of it. Water lays level from anywhere. And that's just the way it is. We can call the sky whatever we want to, a dome or whatever. Doesn't matter. We are inside of a container. Water forms to the container that it is in. Just because you change the shape of the rock, the top layer of the water is going to lay level. You got a swimming pool. One end is deeper than the other. When you look at the pool, can you see that one end of the water is deeper? No, the water is level across the top. So if we live on a rock and they say that gravity comes from mass, then water is mass too, right? Isn't water considered mass? Mm-hmm. Isn't soil considered mass? So we got three different things producing gravity. Which one produces the most gravity out of water, rock, and soil? We have more water than how big the moon is. So if we could turn water into a sphere, it would be 18 times the size of the moon. How can the little moon pull? Why would a rock be pulling water anyway? Isn't that crazy? The moon decided only to pull water, not sand, not dirt, not tree leaves. We're made up of water. I don't feel it pulling
Not a
me.
drink in my cup on the beach.
Nothing. Nothing. So how can a rock decide it's going to be prejudiced and only pull water? It doesn't pull Lake Michigan, but it pulls the ocean. Like, come on, priest.
Right.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense. And I'll go with anybody. I spent 20 years in the Navy. Right. I kind of know water. I know water, bro. And the earth is not moving.
No
We're
doubt.
not. You see the same stars every night since you was a baby. Every night you see the same stars. If we're moving away from each other, priest, you can't see me over and over if we're walking away from each other. And at the speeds that they come up with, 500,000 miles an hour, priest, we ain't never had a flyby of another planet or nothing. Like, come on, bro. That's crazy for somebody to think that. And they challenge us for not believing the lie. Go challenge the lie. Don't challenge me for not believing it. Prove to me that Santa is real. I just got a slap on Facebook for saying the earth is flat, but they have a Frosty the Snowman page that has never been fact checked. So is Frosty real? Frosty is real, but the earth is real.
Happy birthday. Yeah, happy birthday to Frosty.
I didn't mean to go so long, bro.
You good. You good money. My thing is, I'm with all of that. That's cool. The communicating back and forth. As long as we know how to talk to each other, and stop yelling back and forth, just to have some type of dialogue, because we know everybody watching. So I just want to make sure we all good. You know what I'm saying? And then we have a lovely lady up in the building. Miyoshi is back with us too. You know what I'm saying? She wants to be a part of this. She got a different type of story. You know what I'm saying? It goes all inside with us getting solutions and us questioning things that was that was taught to us, and on a big scale, bigger scale. You can't get bigger than the earth, but you got the universe. You know what I'm saying?
Can I?
Go ahead.
You just said on a big scale. Now think about it. The flat earth community at best, we got P900 cameras, and we're going against NASA, government funded.
You said the scale.
We're going against scientists who are government funded. So we're talking about big bank take little bank. And going off of what we observe, I don't feel us moving right now. But if someone tells me that we're moving 67,000 miles an hour around the sun. And the brother made a point about the sun earlier. But I want to ask the brother this. If the sun is 93 million miles away from the earth horizontally, why do everywhere on the earth we observe it vertically? And you understand what I'm saying? Like the sun, we have to look up to see the sun, but it's 93 million miles away horizontally from the earth. How's that possible? Antarctica and Alaska, the sun is above them, but they're at the top and the bottom of the globe. So no one can explain that to you. So we're supposed to believe it because we was taught that. We're not supposed to question that. And that's just crazy to me. So the burden of proof is not on us. The burden of proof is on them. You don't have to ask me to prove that the earth is flat. Go get a glass of water. Lean it. The water's gonna lay level no matter how you tilt that glass. Prove to me that I'm spinning 1,000 right now. If you can't, don't call me crazy for you not being able to prove that.
LL said don't call it a comeback. He's been here for years. No doubt.
I talked to L about 3 months ago, man.
All right.
Yeah, he was with
Yeah,
Kid
that's my
Capri.
man right here. Jeff is tapped in. Jeff is tapped in.
I like it. I like it.
What did the great LL say?
I was just listening to he was listening to a beat that I sent him.
Oh, okay.
So it was just like Kid called me. That was LL and Kid in the studio together, and my jaw dropped. He listening to my beat. So
right, fire.
That's all it was.
Fire.
Be quiet now. I'm sorry, y'all. Talk.
No, it's all good. It's all good. You know, when we first started. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
My bad. You could go ahead.
Nah, when we first started, you were saying some things, and with me, you and AD, this is the after craft. You know what I'm saying? Before the craft, and it was profound. I was like, wow, the brother went in. And it was kind of like when you look at it, when you look at within yourself, and like what Enqi said, and when you start putting all of those things together, taking care of your health and seeing self-preservation is like one of the greatest things you could do, and channeling inward. You gravitate to something, and something happens inside where you start thinking outside the box, and you start growing within yourself. You know, I like to elaborate on that a little bit, because we have the just energies just popping off. And I think it's an awakening coming. You know what I mean? It's happening right now. My eyes are fluttering. They're about to open up wide. So I'm looking at this whole thing as some type of lift off, or some type of solution we can come to. Build on that. That's just my personal thing. I mean,
I agree.
What kind of solution?
The guy earlier was talking about.
A solution is, instead of going back and forth, we come to an agreement, a solution. We can look up the definition to a solution.
No, I know that.
The solution,
there's equations.
The solution is to agree to disagree, because there's going to always be that conflict for those who are learning this stuff. And like I said before, it's not for everybody. It's a difference between someone who wants to be critically thinking and someone who prefers not to. And there's nothing wrong with not wanting to be critically thinking. That's just not your path. You know what I mean? So like, the people who want to look into this can look into it, and there's many who don't, because there's some people who are just like, well, what difference does it make? Okay, that's cool. That's your world. We can't impose on them to want to look into these subjects. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like the person who would go out into the wilderness and go all Terrence McKenna with some hallucinogens. Do you know what I mean?
Or being a principal of a school, and when you see the schoolyard, there's a certain kind of way you react to the schoolyard, and you start just seeing that, this thing is not going right, because they start to take jackets off and stuff like that. I got to step in, regardless of the point. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing has to blow. We have to play on the swings together, and at the end of the day, we can enjoy the time that you can personally experience, or together. Because there's kids who play by themselves, and there's kids who play in groups, but they're all playing and enjoying and growing at the same time. That's what school is about. It's about learning, and it's about building at the end of the day. And that's what we're here for. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We're here to build.
We got a super chat here from Dually. He says, y'all always trying to silence the god Rasul when he challenges the delusions. LOL, being delusional is not critical thinking. Okay. Hey, we respect that opinion, and we forgive you for that.
Well, it's the way. It's the presentation. It's the way. It's not about what Sewell is challenging. It's the way he comes across. And this is not a critique. This is like, you can go back and forth all day. I'm with that, but it's the volume and the level. It's the allowing the person to, when you boxing and you just keep swinging. There's techniques that you train in. You know what I'm saying? So there's ways you could do things to win the match instead of just going there, because the guy that you don't see in the corner is telling the boxer to watch out for left hooks and to be more on point, because it's not just a boxer, it's a team that you don't see, and it's in training is where the boxer can experience and see how to go up in there. Because when you're in the ring, you're just swinging because you're trying to win. You're trying to catch a knockout. But sometimes it's not about the early rounds. Check out Floyd Mayweather. It's not about the early round knockouts. It's about winning the decision. It's about winning at the end of the day. And how you do it is you taking your time and everything is a step into it. So when you learn that's just the cycle of life. It's a square circle. You know what I mean? So there you go. There's your flat and your circle right there.
Well said, Priest. That was good.
All right.
That's a good way to sum it all up right there. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, I personally, I definitely don't want to have
no knock at you, but
I'm chilling. I already see what they saying in the comments, so I already see.
You're seeking validation. It's not about validation, bro.
It's not about validation. Comes in like this, my brother. Everybody ain't going. I'm not going to just sit up here and disagree with you. Not everybody's going to agree with y'all, yo.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all I'm saying. And it's not. It's kind of like a weird parody. Like, but don't come on here thinking like all y'all is right all the time. So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to ask questions.
Is it right for you to think that you're right?
No, but it's right for me. It's right for me to ask them questions.
Right, exactly.
So that's all I was doing.
But it's the way, it's the volume, and then we asked a couple of times, stop the yelling. But then the emotions start turning in, and it starts turning into a brawl, and then we start listening. We start listening to respond, and not just to see where each other is coming from, and that takes technique and that takes skills. That's not. Anybody can talk and question it, but it takes skills to get into a real communication. You know what I'm saying? There's communication skills. Yeah. That was lacking at that moment. I'm not saying this happens all the time, but when you building with someone, because listen to the word build. We can go through all the degrees of building.
Yeah.
There's one on the other. One time, you just don't throw the pyramid together. It takes time. It takes steps.
We got another super chat here from Yeshulian. He says, KP, you are an excellent moderator.
Thank you.
I agree with that.
Thank you. I'm just all about peace at the end of the day, man. And we trying to grow together because we are here for a solution. And I'm not gonna let it just break out to anything.
That's how a true leader is, and you're a true Leo. Those Leo leaders.
I also agree with 80. I don't always agree with people theoretics or whatever, but I believe like life is like a buffet. You go around, whatever you like, you take.
Get the microphone. There you go.
You go around, whatever you like, you put on your plate. Whatever you don't put on your plate. Or if you do put it on your plate, you may taste it and say, I'm not really feeling this. So I guess we could all disagree and respect each other opinion and ideas at the same time, and that way it's no war and it's nobody's being defensive.
Yeah,
I agree. You can agree to disagree with opinion all day long. I would never walk by a tree when my friend is reading a book under and go, well, we're going to have to disagree or agree to disagree that that's a tree. Some things are true and some things are opinion.
Yeah.
I didn't give y'all my opinion today. I gave y'all what I found that was supposed to be true, and I showed you an inconsistency with it. I don't know what everybody else is doing, but that's what I came to do.
Right, and we respect that.
All right, we got another super chat here from Sacred Knowledge, aka Universe. He says, all you ignorant to flat earth truth need to watch 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball by Eric Dubay. You've never seen a real pic of Earth. Laughing my ass off. Thank you, Sacred Knowledge.
Yeah, they're all CGI. They're all computer images. We've all known that for a while. And like Jeremiah just said, I mean, he wasn't giving his opinion. We're talking about experiments. I mean, Razul for a year keeps saying, do experiments. I bring people on who've done experiments, explain the experiment, and then he says, we've done nothing. So I don't think there is a way to give Razul what he wants. So
I just want NASA
to experiment and stuff, Yeah. It's not our opinion that a ball, if you're saying the ball is 25,000 miles around the equator, we're giving you math. That's not our opinion. This is like what we should all understand. There should be a curve at this many miles by your math. We're not giving you opinion. We're giving you math and you're saying it's our opinion. It's kind of frustrating, you know.
It's cool. It's cool because here's what the problem is. Well, actually, forget the problem. You know what the solution is? I'll give you the solution right now.
And as we started,
fallacious reasoning has to go. All of the logical fallacies that people use to get around in conversations. We deal with it every day when someone is lying to you or when someone is being dismissive about what you're trying to know. You're trying to get to a truth and they're doing all of this, trying to have you go down this road. It's because they're using logical fallacies and they're trying to hit you over the head. And I will tell you this, there is no globe proof that doesn't start out as a begging the question.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I mean by that is your conclusion is already baked into your premise. So you're not proving anything. You're just basically making a statement.
That's why I came off and just like, yo, that's why I wanted one to go, then the other one to go.
I just want, if they're gonna get all that money every year, they got to get some better CGI. I mean, we're getting better space shots from Marvel. I'm seeing better space shots from watching Captain Marvel and all that. And like, you know, like the movies are doing a better job of creating CGI than NASA is. If they're gonna have all that money, spend it on some better graphic designers. Like, let's really fool them. You know what I mean? Like, let's do it. Let's make it more believable. Because it just seems like their budget is way too big for what we're getting in return.
Well, we talked about the Jesuits, the flat Earth, and I want to bring it to 360 degrees because I know we all scientists in here because the control levels is on a high level, and us waking up and coming into, like what AD just said, coming into knowing that they're playing with us. You know what I'm saying? Like like puppets. And I want to bring everybody in on this. You know what I'm saying? So we can all share alike to be alike. Isn't that right, Jeff? Mm-hmm. Yes, and we all see alike. And,
hey, Priest, there's one thing that's really strange. When you compare the North Pole to the South Pole, they allegedly are the same size on the globe, but one takes a lot longer to go around than the other, and one has a treaty and the other one does not. If they're both ice, it's just snow. Why does one have a treaty and the other one doesn't? What are we afraid of? Snow is snow. Snow's out here sometimes. It's just snow, right?
Right.
Why does the South Pole take longer to go around than the North Pole if they're the same size?
Right.
There's a lot of
That's
questions.
crazy.
And I agree with you, Killah, man. Things, Razul, I wanted to come on the show specifically because I thought we would have a dope conversation, and we will, you know. I'd like you to come back into the conversation and feel free to ask whatever questions that you feel are necessary. And I don't want to jump down your throat and try to talk over you and none of that. Yeah,
I'm sorry. Oh,
I'm giving you the respect you deserve.
No. I mean,
Killah's, you know.
No. I mean, I just, and I want you to know this. I was just asking questions because, again, I don't want you guys to sit up here and think I totally agree with NASA, and I don't want that to be the whole thing. Like, oh, Rasul believes in everything that they're saying. I know I do not agree with that, but what I'm saying is that, you know, you guys have a lot of concepts, and I think that maybe someone in that field should really come forth and challenge them. Not me per se, but you guys are part of that world. And all I'm saying is that let's see the I don't know if that could actually happen, but what's the brothers just said? Y'all trying to get a bunch of brothers to actually get to come together and actually talk to NASA about these debate them about these questions. So
NASA's
that's
not
all
gonna
I'm saying.
debate, though.
Well, not a debate, but a discussion. Rather, I say a discussion. You know, a reasonable discussion about these questions.
Well, I mean, I got the NASA website right there that I had given the AD. Not only that, but when they talk about gas pressure, they also say exactly what I said. The depiction of gas particles in an area that's enclosed is something that you can also find on NASA's website. The only difference is between me and them is that they double speak. So they'll give you an aspect of reality and they'll tell you to interpret it another way. I mean, to each their own.
They tell you on a lot of their images that they're not real, that they're just, you know, an artist rendition of Earth. So we were told that they lost the technology to go to the moon, right? Y'all heard that, right?
Yeah.
But we go to Mars, which is 1 million miles past the moon. So I'm trying to figure that one out.
They're sending us some great shots of the Arizona desert.
You guys are very funny, man.
Now I agree with you, man. I agree with you. There are a lot of flat earth. Look, being a flat earther isn't the benchmark for intelligence. I'll tell you that right now. I debate flat earthers more than I debate globe earthers on a almost daily basis. So I'm angry at the things that you might find untruth or speculation, because I want flat earthers to say, this is something I don't know. This is a speculation. Right. I can't control what they do. You know what I mean? It sucks because it kind of does muddy the conversation, and it goes away from what we actually can prove. It takes it out of the realm of empiricism, of the empirical, and it starts talking about things that nobody can really prove. And then we have to agree to disagree instead of talking about the elephant in the room, the actual claim that's supposed to have empirical data backing it up.
Yeah. There you go. You see how everything just add up? That's what I'm saying. When we bring order and respect to each other, this is a better science.
So what about Tazadaq? Is Tazadaq still here?
Yes, you still with us, Tazadaq?
I can't see if he's. I feel bad, yo. Tazadaq.
Yeah, I forgot all about him. Damn.
No, I'm still here. I'm
Oh,
just,
man.
listening to the flat earthers, spit their
Yeah,
game.
he's not a flat earth guy, man. So I feel bad.
Yeah, shalom.
Shalom. Peace.
Real quick super chat here from Yeshulian. He says, Buzz said we didn't go there, the moon. Shout out to Yeshulian for that super chat. All right.
That was a weird thing to say. He's talking about a clip where a little girl is Buzz is talking to a little girl, and she asked him a question about the moon, and he's like, well, we didn't go. Now there are a lot of people that say, well, there's a different context for the words other than we didn't go, and it's like, well, you can believe that if you want to.
Yeah, the little girl asked him, why haven't we gone back to the moon? That's what she asked him. Right?
That is a good question, though. Why haven't we went back to the moon?
Because they never went, and they can't.
Exactly.
That's simple.
There's a couple of problems that they have to deal with that they didn't notice when they first went there, and that's the Van Allen radiation belt. What's this guy's name? Bill Nye the Science Guy said we're in an enclosed system. We can never leave Earth. For whatever reason, he said that. They just say random stuff. So the bottom line is they have this radiation problem that they have to deal with that they never noticed leaving or coming back. And so that's one of the major reasons that they can't send humans through there. So
yeah, I've heard and then there's a lot of other things too that go with it, and it's the brain processing. You know what I mean? The processing. Like if I was to come from behind you, I can add on to this. If I was to come from behind you and push you, for a second you kind of black out, and it takes your brain a minute to understand what happened. That split second, it's like, oh, you scare someone, your brain kind of blacks out for a minute. And then two, the brain is familiar with what just happened. And it pictures everything that it knows. Whatever the brain doesn't understand, it doesn't register. It would be lost if you'll just be like flickering, like I don't know what just happened, and you continuously just ramble, just like if you was going to go to space. Wow, just like that. Your brain would have to commute like you've been there before, or you know what's going on. You ever been into a place where you never been and you just kept looking around and you just be like, oh man, yo, this is crazy.
As a matter of fact, yeah, like when you wake up at like a friend's house that you've never been in and you're confused because it's not your room.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a good. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, exactly. And it takes you a while for your brain to realize, oh no, I was drunk that night. I went over, and and it takes a while. Imagine feeling that way. Imagine feeling that way for 2 days. You know what I mean? Imagine just not commute. Your brain is not registering because you're continuously traveling. Just traveling.
You know what else is not being engaged? The semicircular canals in your ear.
Oh.
So this is the vestibular system.
Here we go.
How does that work? Out there, 3 days there, 3 days back. You can't orient yourself. Your system that is tied, that works specifically for where we live, once there's liquid in your ear. So obviously what does liquid do here? It's horizontal to the surface. So if you have no frame of reference for that liquid and it's going all over the place, this is what you would experience, I imagine, in this hypothetical vertigo. That doesn't go away. Like you could literally die.
Wow.
But they did that, sure.
I don't know. What's the day's craft? What's the day's craft? Yeah, man. This is been uplifting and is different when you start engaging into elevation. It's different when you start to go up and your ability to communicate and knowledge, you know what I'm saying, and go back and when you're growing like this, you sometimes you go to unfamiliar grounds, and you have to be able to slow the shuttle down, mental shuttle, and you start the viewing. You know what I'm saying? You start the viewing, and your brain starts to compute things that people don't really realize. And this just goes back to what Tazadaq said before. It's like I said before with baby fuel, baby fuel. We could say that baby food. It just takes time, and just unfamiliar grounds. That's all. But nevertheless, we are very intelligent beings, and we can adapt or not, and we have that choice. It's two trees in the garden: tree of good and evil, tree of knowledge, and that's here. That's the spheres. That's the two spheres of your mind. So the tree of life is when you get to that level. See, that's the one that man never ate it from. The tree of life is that ill level. That's when you outside. That's when you become your deeper self. That's when shall man eat that and live forever. That's when you internal. That's that Godhead zone. And we are all striving to there. We hit 6 and we come down and we rotate. Sometimes we have to elevate out there. How can't we do that without dialogue and this information's in ourselves? Been sitting there. We just gotta awaken it. That's all. And I'm just talking about knowledge in general, not one specific knowledge.
All right. Well said.
Yeah. Yo, I want to bring up something, Killah. Now you see that we could have talked about anything tonight, right? We could talk about whatever we were gonna do, right? Now you see what it ended up being. The main thing tonight was flat Earth again, and we didn't even want to go there. But that's just showing you how important and how big of a topic this is for a lot of people. Like me, I honestly I think what Tazadaq was talking and law is way more important. Right? Like we were talking about before, like, what does it matter? Like, if it ain't improving my life. And we could say that about like the shape of the earth, right?
Right.
And Tazadaq actually got this information that could be helping so many people that getting abused by the courts and child support and all this nonsense we dealing with, right? But we more focused on arguing about the shape of the earth. You know, it just proves how big this topic is and how people like to argue about this, you know? But, you know, there is a lot of good things that I don't, you know, I feel bad. Like Tazadaq and that law stuff, like he needs his own like show, all the stuff that he's doing.
Tazadaq, we'll get you back on with your own show. We can go through that through the laws and what they, whatever you want to build on.
Yeah, because there were so many people on this show that had so much knowledge individually. They all deserve their own episode. But this was great. This was great to bring everyone in, but everyone's got so much knowledge.
But we need different minds sometimes.
Yeah.
Salad. You just want tomatoes on your salad? That's a tomatoes. What is that? A tomato sandwich? Or that's called a tomato salad. But a salad is a mixture, and each vegetable or fruit brings different taste buds and something of a different kind of vitamin.
Nutrients of knowledge.
Yeah. Vitamin A. Shout out to Enqi. Vitamin K. Vitamin B. And then you can get some calcium in it. It's a food. This is food for thought. At the end of the day, we're eating for our mind. We're feeding something else. It's not dealing with the body. This is to educate our mind. So it's a little bit different when you start to grow internally and spiritually. It's a different type of process. You get to feel a little different. It's not the same as pushing. It is pushing knowledge, but it's not the same as just 1, 2, 3 reps. Different.
I would say, because I sort of actually make the analogy that thinking is akin to lifting weights. If you're not used to going down certain avenues, those muscles are atrophied. And so just like working out, you got to keep up with that. You also got to keep up with working out your mental as well. So you never want to get stagnant on anything.
Right. Indeed. Man, this is great, man.
That critical thinking muscle.
Yo, Jeff, how you doing out there, man? Where you at now?
In Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay. How you feeling those that's right. You don't rock with Tom Brady in there, right?
No, I'm from New Orleans, baby. Come on, man.
That's right.
New Orleans in the building.
Come on now.
Okay.
Come on, please.
Back in. Yes, indeed. Yep. Who y'all got? That's Winston. Right?
We got Winston and a couple of more guys that I'm not really familiar with. Yeah, we got actually Winston from Tampa.
Right.
We're rocking with.
Exactly. Yeah, that's great news right there, man. Yeah. So, man, this has been great. Man, you came through. Oh, we got him back. Tazadaq.
There you go.
I've been here in the background. Hey,
put a hat on.
Jeff, you said you was in the Navy for like 20 years. Can you swim? Most melanated men can't swim.
Yeah, I can swim.
Most melanated men like heavy booing, like they sink to the bottom. You gotta learn how to swim. That's the eyes against a melanated man.
I was
sink right to the bottom of the water.
I was fortunate. My grandmother worked for a doctor, and she used to take me with her all the time when I was a kid. And they had a pool, and his son taught me how to swim when I was like 5 or 6. So I got really lucky. But you're absolutely right. A lot of us, especially inner city, there's really no programs to teach us how to swim or anything. But yeah.
Hey, Elijah, you said you was in your father had you in the nations of guys on earth. You called it the 5% nation. So you don't do the knowledge anymore. You can't deny that, man. Mathematics is right and exact.
Right. It's a language.
Yeah, you can't. No matter what you come into, that school of thought, that school of thought is still right and exact. Like some people just, I don't think they take it to a spiritual level. Because a lot of people that go into that, they're carnal. So if they can't see it, it's non-existent. But once you comprehend that from a spiritual plane, everything adds up and come out right and exact.
Well, I would say, yeah, it's like, it's not like I don't disagree with the math. I don't disagree with the knowledge. It's, rhetoric is rhetoric, but I do take from it what is true.
Which part you say was rhetoric, like in the nation?
Well, one of the conversations where I had with my dad, and he's talking about, you know, how the planets are moving and how, you know, we can affect nature, how we can affect nature and that. Like, so when I say rhetoric, I'm just saying, like, I can see what you see in reality, but you might uh you might have a different interpretation of, you might have a different way of telling the story, and that's okay, in my opinion.
Yeah, but it lines up. I mean, you read the Torah, you believe in any kind of book, it lines up with that once you understand it from a spiritual level. Like a lot of the math, right? Like you know, they say that God, that's confirmed in Psalms 82, verse 6. Bereshit 1 and 26 and 27 says man was created in the image of the creator. You say you believe in the creator, right? So man was created in that exact image, right? And he blew his ruach, which is the spirit, into man, and man became a living soul. So it's the spirit that's the real man, not the physical entity that you can see, right? So when we decompose, the spirit still goes on, immortality.
That's peace. That's peace.
Energy cannot be destroyed.
Right.
It was here before, but you know, it was here. It was here before we was here. I mean, in the physical.
And Tazadaq, isn't that why Jesus says, you know, we fight not against flesh and blood, but of
high principalities,
and
high places.
Spirit. And, you know, it's a spiritual battle that we're all going through, and our skin color and hair and all that doesn't matter. You know, that's not who we are. Like he just said, we're a spirit. So, you know, this is just a shell. You know, it's not who we are. Just like the court telling you your name in all capitals letters isn't you. You know, you're a spirit, and you were born free in God's image. And God made this for us. And we got these little demons who manipulated things, and we've all been falling for it. And it's time for people to start thinking for themselves and not following these experts, you know, because you were born free. You're free. You were created in God's image.
Right.
You know, you weren't born to be a slave.
Right.
So
free man here.
we fighting against spirits, man, not flesh and blood.
Yeah, a lot of times, I see that. My cable, my internet been off for a minute. You know what I'm saying? I was just in the darkness. So no internet. Sometimes you unplug, you let go. And this, I didn't even plan that, man. But I was just for a week, yo, no internet. It's me, just sitting there, and I was like, Dad, what I'm gonna do? And I didn't even know it was a big problem. I had to create. I started creating and started, you know, it started making me go back into the primordial state of just, creation. This is who I am, and I started writing. I started doing things, and I started, you know, finding a lot about myself, and I got a chance. It's like a form of meditation, and I didn't have to close my eyes because it was already dark, and so I got the, you know what I'm saying. I got to a place where, and no stick, no fire stick or nothing, bro. Just me. No season 4, no season 5. Just me up in there. and so I see what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Because you wrestle not against flesh and blood, but you be in the dark sometimes, and sometimes your creation, you since God moved mysteriously and through darkness. So in darkness, you could start creating. That's where the light is. That's where you start to find yourself in those. And that's why I be talking alone sometimes. Sometimes, you out there, you think you're alone, and you just walking, and there's four pairs. I goes two footprints, and that's because they said that God was carrying you. You know what I'm saying? So you still moving.
Mm-hmm. Like, where do epiphanies come from? Where does information come from when you're having a conversation with yourself and you wonder, why did I go along that path of thinking?
Because the kingdom of heaven is within you.
Yeah, I gotta say this. You remind me of my man Elijah. You ever built with Kambata?
Oh yeah, he do look like him.
Right? No, he talks like yeah. Man, you remind me of my man.
I was gonna say Math Hoffa.
Definitely Math Hoffa.
Oh
yeah, Math Hoffa. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
He's one of the illest rappers too.
So I do music, right? I'm a singer, songwriter, but I also rap, and I got that a lot.
Right.
That's
they're
fun.
both from Brooklyn. BK, what part of BK you from?
Canarsie.
Canarsie, no doubt. Pop Smoke.
Oh, okay. Canarsie, huh?
Rest in peace to Pop Smoke.
Yeah, indeed. Word for his music goes on forever. That's dope. Where you from, my man, Tazadaq? It took us so long, man. I'm so glad we finally got this thing going. Because it took, you know what I mean? And to hear you build, brother, you on a supreme level, man. I love it. You know what I'm saying? We definitely got to have you back by yourself, you know, and you too, Elijah. You know what I'm saying? At different times, just like AD said, and at different times or whatever, and let you just take. I give you the will. Just ride us out. You know what I mean? Ride us to that place. I'm about to say, I know a place.
I'm in the A now.
Oh, you're in the A. Oh, okay. Shout out to ATL.
Yeah.
How's it out there?
Yeah, I like it out here. Out here. Yeah, it's like a melanated Wall Street out here. Like a lot of opportunity for us out here.
That we was talking about synchronicity, everything we was building. Yo, this is crazy, yo. Word. They're asking, what's this? Yeshulon says, how can I follow Elijah?
Well, you could catch me on Nathan Oakley 1980 in the mornings, or you can on Discord. There's something called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's recording 24 hours a day. You can go in there and ask any flat earth or anything. Again, it's a community. I argue with these guys every day. So, you know, it's not like everybody in the same house is always gonna agree. So, but you can find me there. You can reach me there at any time. I'm a moderator over there.
Do me a favor, and this is for Tazadaq also and Jadier. If you can go to the Zoom chat and type in either your Instagram, your website, whatever you want the people to know, whatever you put there, I'm gonna copy and paste it and put it in the description. That way everything is spelled correctly and it's just easier for me. I can just copy and paste, you know what I'm saying? Whatever you want the people to have, either your Instagram, your website, whatever is your whatever you're pushing. It could be your clothing line, whatever you want to put out there. I'm gonna put it.
Wait. Oh, AD, you gotta hook me up. I actually a week ago started trying to post videos. Of course, I got suspended one day later for a week.
Oh man. Yeah, your YouTube channel. Put the YouTube channel in the Zoom chat.
All right, I changed my name to Vinny B to Vinny B Planting Seeds. That's my channel now.
Oh, there you go.
And I put up like 10 videos, and they removed 2 and suspended me for a week right off the bat.
Man,
So,
it's all about the titles. You gotta watch out for your titles.
I gotta be smart like you. I gotta learn from you, AD. You great at this stuff.
Yeah,
producing and everything.
If you put up flat Earth stuff, just put in F.E. Don't write the word flat Earth in the title.
No, it wasn't even flat Earth.
Oh.
Yo, it's so crazy. One of the videos was a show I did. Razul, you would have liked it. It was an archaeologist, and this was one I did like 10 years ago. An archaeologist, and they banned it for medical misinformation. I'm like, this was an archaeologist. Like, this had nothing to do with COVID or medical anything, and you can't you can't appeal nothing. You can't talk to nobody. So I was just suspended for a week off the bat.
Damn.
You flat Earth guys gotta watch out for that.
And I'm going to be doing interviews. Like I talked to Bro Sanchez yesterday. He was going to try to jump on today.
Oh,
Sanchez.
That would have been crazy. He would have taken over the whole show. He would have taken over the whole show.
But I'll work that out. And, on my channel, I'm going to start doing stuff too. So if anybody wants to check me out too, I started posting again.
I got your email in the description right now, but like I said, y'all just send me the what you want me to post in the chat, the Zoom chat. Go ahead, Priest.
Yo, Brother Sanchez, I can't wait for him to come back, man. That's gonna be beautiful. Man.
Yeah, he just couldn't tonight. He was like, "I'll do it tomorrow." I'm like, "Nah, don't worry. We'll get something set up. You know."
Okay.
We'll do it good.
All right, man. The craft is here, man. Yo, I want to shout everybody out shout y'all all out, man. Y'all all been great guests. It's been great. I got something spiritual out of the thing. I hope everyone else did. All of you, have you had a good time? Not a long time.
I always have fun here.
Right. Sometimes we have a long time, but as long as you're having a good time.
Razul, when you gonna call me again, Razul? It's been a little while. I missed you.
Oh yeah, I'll give you a call. I was about to call you. I was about to call you a few days ago. I was thinking about you. I was gonna give you a call. Yeah, definitely gonna give you a call. I'm gonna give your ass a call tomorrow, though. We're gonna have a little talk about some things.
Because I actually wanted to call you a couple days ago, but I lost your number because my phone got hacked.
I got a new. I got a new.
So, I was gonna ask you about our boy Aaron. You know, we gotta bring up Aaron. Aaron just had that convention. Remember, we had the free tickets.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's what I was trying to hit you up for.
Ah man,
we'll get Aaron on again soon.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Priest had the coil, Tesla coil here.
Right here.
Yep, right here. Right here. So yeah. Give me a call. We can have some conversations.
You gotta call me.
I'll call you. Right.
Oh yeah. You had the I don't want to talk about that unless you want me to. Yeah. But I know it's some deep stuff, man. That's deep. You had to move locations. Yeah, man. We all on the move. Hey, man. It's all gravy. As long as you still. I'm glad Elijah. I want to say, brother, you are very sharp, and I love the knowledge your skills of building is one of a kind. Can't wait to hear some of your music too, man. Word. You locked out. No doubt. No, I can't hear you, brother.
My bad. I appreciate that, brother.
Yeah.
I sent Vinny a couple of tracks that some Flat Earth tracks, but I also have my own music as well. But I'll drop as many links as I can.
Right.
Thank you for having me, man. I appreciate it. This conversation was awesome. Tazadaq, that was amazing, man.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see the show that you're on. That's what I'm waiting for. Vinny, I appreciate you for having me on.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Vinny's a good dude, man. Vinny's a good dude. Gotta shout Vinny out, man.
Yeah.
Did you tell
he
us
made all
that,
this possible?
Yeah, he did.
And I guess AD is the pioneer. He done opened the door and crack for everybody else to.
Yeah.
I appreciate
it's
that,
AD.
man.
This is all AD's doing. No, we're talking about the floodgate to the flat earthers. You're the first flat earther we ever met. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So when you came, you turned around, and the first thing you that was shocking because he had everything was a pizza.
I like to relate to food a lot because I'm a foodie.
Yeah. Right. and then for a very long time we didn't know who the leader who started it.
I told him there's no leader for the truth. There's only a leader for the lies.
Well, you had us fooled because
they're old Reddits that I found from like 2007 where people are saying there aren't any real flat earthers anymore. Things like that have been said throughout the times. If you can find, some clip somewhere, it's always being said as if it was suppressed. Now that's just me adding speculation to it, but there are weird instances where you can look and find people that are inquiring, and obviously nobody really wants to take that serious, so it doesn't really get any legs. But it's been talked about.
There's no spot though. There's no meeting. There's no where
there's conventions.
Some of them have meetings, I guess. Yeah.
Who's the
but
lead?
the thing I wanted to say about flat Earth, not flat Earth, but about flat. So, number one, like I said earlier, flat is a description. It's not a geometric claim like the globe is. So secondly, when we say it's flat, we understand that there's hills and valleys and undulations. It's a rock of some sort, yada yada. The thing about it is, even with Google Earth, if you go to Google Earth elevation profile, you will see that there's a 0 point, right? That's sea level, and it's a horizontal line. So over distance, that is what they mean by flat. It's not literally flat like a 2D shape.
Oh, all right. Well, so should we? Are we going to start following you now and leave Enqi? We're going to follow.
No.
You're the leader.
But hold on. Let me ask you. Can I ask you something? Let me ask you something, y'all. So do you believe, because you know a lot of these flat earthers out here believe that on that so-called horizontal line there's an ice wall there, right? So apparently there's an ice wall there, correct? And there's another continent on the other side, right? Is that correct? Do you believe in that, brother?
I don't believe in. I don't choose to believe in that. No. Now the ice wall thing, I know that there is a shelf of ice. Now I also know that Antarctica is the highest elevation of land in the world, according to them, not according to me. The only way I know that is, again, a posteriori information, aka I'd have to believe it to tell it to you, but I don't know it. So those are the things I do know, and I also know that water has to be contained. That those are the only things that I know for a fact.
Y'all believe, so you do believe that there's some kind of ice wall there. So you believe that Antarctica, no one's been beyond Antarctica, according to you guys.
I wouldn't say that. What I would say is no one's been beyond the 60th parallel, meaning 60 degrees below the equator. And that's because the military specifically is working with all the other military powers of the world. We already know what the Antarctic Treaty is. They'll say, oh, but you can go to Antarctica. Sure you can. But how much of below that 60th parallel can you travel? You're not doing it, because they're going to tell you, oh, well, there's certain stipulations to doing that, to be an explorer once you go there. Your dog poops if you have to have dog sleds because you can't carry gas, you can't carry a certain amount of liquid. So how would you survive? But even if you did have dog sleds, well, you have to pick up the poop, and also you can't take a certain amount of food. So it's like, it's not even possible to do what we would need to do to explore. So, I mean, everybody speculates instead. It's just speculation. There's no truth to it.
Okay. No,
How would we know?
as long as you said speculation, that's all I need to know. But anyway, yeah, great build, brother.
All right.
For sure. Yeah. I did want to talk to you because, I mean, I know you just seeing me today, you don't know me from a can of paint, but when Vinny said he was going to call you, I was like, yo, man, set up that conversation, because I actually wanted to talk to you about the Jesuits.
Was you talking about me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so you was going to be the one I was going to call. We was going to call and all have that conversation.
Oh, you told him, Vinny?
Yeah, he told me about you, because I told him, I said, yeah. Awesome. I talked to him on the phone. I said, yeah. I said I wanted all of it to be laid on out about this whole Jesuit situation. But you know what I mean? I didn't know it was you, so we could have that conversation.
Elijah was watching me and Johnny do shows about the Jesuits.
Right.
You know? And then he got all into it, and he does his own research again, you know? He's his own man, just like we all are.
Right.
You know what? To everybody listening, YouTube channel, School of the Hebrews.
Uh-huh.
And this pastor, he has like a 5-part series. And the episode 1 is talking about how it's not a globe. And everything is like, you know, coming from a biblical foundation. But episode number 2 is about the history of heliocentrism and where it comes from. It comes from the Roman Catholic Church. Now, people's idea of what the cosmos is comes from only 100 years ago. How do I know this? Because this is all just history. So before Edwin Hubble and before Georges Lemaitre, the guy that created the Big Bang, he didn't term it, but he created it. this idea that there's a vacuum and everything is expanding from a big bang. All of that is only 100 years old, brother.
Yeah. None of that, all that information is theoretically new in terms of the time it was put out. But we can go back to Galileo Galilei. That was in the 16th century. That wasn't that too long ago either, when he went to the Jesuits, right? The Vatican, and told them to look through his telescope. And they didn't want to look through it. You know what I mean? And they arrested him. You know what I'm saying, for that. So, yeah, you got some, good, interesting points. You know what I mean? I agree with you on that.
Dope, man. We'll build. Hopefully we'll build. Vinny, you can even give him my number. Look, I'm just a regular dude who works a regular job. I go around Nerve trying to give knowledge wherever I can. That's all.
There you go. Where? Go around.
Everybody.
That's not a regular job.
Well, hey man, I jog around my block all the time.
That's a good one.
All right.
That was sharp. That was sharp.
Okay.
That was sharp.
We got a super chat here from Yeshulian. He says, "Holy Yah, School of the Hebrews YouTube channel."
Shout out to that brother.
Shout out to Yeshulian. Thank you for that.
Oh man, I know a lot of people said that. Oh yeah, definitely.
All right, so closure on the flat Earth topic.
Yeah, man. All right, so I want to allow everyone. Yeah, exactly. We can get to you a little bit. I know you got some stuff going there, bro. You got things going on too, right? With your grown thing and
Next slide.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
What else did you want to discuss? Now that we've closed out from the flat Earth topic, anything else on Jesuits? Do you want to talk about? You said you had something you want to promote.
I gotta. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other topics? Anything else someone wants to discuss?
Nah, that's about it. I mean, we've been up here for a minute, man. We got to get to the music. Yeah, we got to get to the music. And yo, Jeff, this is your second home, bro. Anytime you want to come in, the topics be like this all the time, my brother.
I will be here, brother. I love it. You never told me you was doing it like that. We always talk about some business.
Yeah, indeed, man. Indeed. Yeah, man, it goes down. No holds barred. I don't, no holds barred. I just let everybody come through and do they do. You know what I'm saying?
We've got a super chat from Mr. Humble. He says, a Hebrew teacher I knew said the earth was flat.
You just got to take out the I in the beginning. It's a Hebrew teacher I knew said the earth. Oh, wow. Am I reading that backwards or you did?
I just retranslated it for everybody.
Exactly. I got what you said.
I always add and insert words. Yeah. Just to make it easier for the listening audience.
Hebrew teacher. That's different. But I was going to ask it to, but we'll be up all out.
Yeah, we closed it. We closed that subject.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see. If there's anything else, did you guys want to talk about Jesuits real quick, or did you want to save that for next time?
No, just let us know. We're going to let them go. And anything I got, where we can reach out at, and anything I have upcoming, could you please let us know?
Yeah, the links are in the description right now.
Oh, okay. So AD took care of that.
Yeah.
I just want to thank all the guests that came through tonight, and even Enqi. He's not here, but he's going to do his presentation. He said when you go, remember, say the word Killah Priest when you go to his all this information up there too. When if you go join to his what is it, like a facility?
A documentary.
Yeah, documentary.
Documentary premiere.
Opening that, and I want to say shout out to also to Knowledge Born. Shout out to Knowledge Born for making a lot of things happen. And the brother is on point. I'm doing his show anytime he asked me to, and he's one of the best guys out there. You know what I'm saying? I want to shout him out, and everybody. And also, I want to give a big shout out to the chat room. Y'all been growing and growing, and it's getting bigger and bigger. And I want to thank y'all too. So I'm just gonna give y'all a firm salute, Jeff. I'm gonna be hitting you up, bro. They turned my They lied and said the power outage in the neighborhood is going down. So I don't know.
Don't tell me I got to do your fire stick again, bro.
Exactly. No, hopefully not. Hopefully not. Hopefully
No,
not.
I'll call you once the show is over with.
All right.
I didn't get a chance to, and I'm not trying to do a shameless plug, but I didn't get a chance to put the information for the brother to put in there, Vinny.
Yeah.
I just want everybody to know our Facebook page is Woke 88 FM.
Let's put it in for.
And we're starting up the world's first flat Earth radio station as well.
Hey, Flatline.
Yeah, definitely.
WOK88.
Flat Earth.
So Woke 88 on Facebook, right?
And Instagram, Woke 88 FM. We got a Woke 88 UK as well. So Woke 88 FM.
Okay, I'm putting that in the description right now.
Join us over there, y'all. Join us over there.
Flat it up.
I will. I'm gonna sign up. I'll be there tonight.
Elijah, I need to get your contact, brother.
For sure, man.
Priest.
I get it to you.
Yo, what
How
up?
do I get it to him, as a matter of fact?
I mean, you could post it right there in the Zoom chat. The Zoom chat is all of us here.
Yeah, and the other
Right.
brother.
All right, I'm about to get my number. Don't y'all be prank calling me. Where did you go? Don't do that.
Yeah. Just make sure
I got it.
make sure you put it in the Zoom chat, not the chat room that's in the YouTube.
Shout out to Woke 88 FM, IG, and FB group. You gonna put that up there too, AD?
I already did.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate
All right.
you, brother.
Yeah, no
Peace.
doubt. You got
Priest,
that?
I'm gonna call you in about an hour.
All right. Yo, this has been
Peace,
great.
my brother.
Somebody said Flat FM.
Peace and blessings.
Thank you, sister. Thank you.
Yo, all right, man.
It's been very informal.
Hey,
Because I surely didn't know nothing about nothing flat, nothing. So I was just over here just soaking up all the information that I had no clue about.
Wow.
So it was informal. I don't take sides or anything.
Oh,
Russell.
no.
I still love you.
It's like watching a tennis match.
Yeah, like I
You know what I'm saying?
didn't literally I didn't know, so
that's what
that's
it
why it
was.
was interesting to me. Even what the Black King was talking about the court system, like that was like,
Yo.
I want to like,
Yeah, he was going in.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I got a wealth of knowledge today, which is a blessing.
That's true.
He's still there. Tazadaq, yeah, man, that was great.
Yeah, shout out to Tazadaq.
We gotta have a Tazadaq show
For sure.
Yeah, definitely.
For sure.
definitely.
and an Elijah
We
show.
could have definitely stayed on that topic. That was
Yes.
that was kind of.
It made sense.
I know, but I just knew we had so many flat earthers coming in. You know what I mean? Debaters that we had to move around, and then we had the health doctors in. But we're gonna definitely
Enqi,
gonna run it back. Yeah, we definitely gonna run it back. For
Can't
real.
forget Vinny from the Bronx, man. It was Vinny from the Bronx that told me to come over.
Yeah, Vinny did it, man.
Shout out to Vinny.
Yeah, man, Vinny. You know what I mean?
Shout out to Vinny.
Every time we ask Vinny to make it happen, he makes it happen, bro.
That's
Word.
right.
So, you know what I'm saying?
We got Vinny's email.
He's our #1 research team right there. You know what I'm saying? Word.
Yeah, I was a little hurt. You say you didn't give me no credit for doing the flat Earth and bringing that over here.
Ah, you the one. Oh yeah, I know. It's you and AD.
Then I brought Dave, and but it's okay. It's okay.
Nah. We give you your props, bro. It was you and it was you.
I appreciate all the love.
Yeah, exactly. It was you. Yeah. You stayed flat. you definitely stayed flat.
Well, you see, I come through with whatever.
But
man, whatever
you said it.
gotta do.
Yeah, but you was a little bit different because you said, you were a little different than the regular flat earthers. You said the Earth was a square box, right? You said that the Earth was a square, and I never heard that before. That's a different shape. That's a different discussion for another time. Look, Elijah's like,
yeah. I mean,
New
you got something to say
Jerusalem.
about that one, right?
What's New Jerusalem? If they're giving you,
I make flat earthers. Sorry.
No, I was just saying in scripture, New Jerusalem is given cubic measurements.
Well, let's talk. I mean, if you guys want me to, I'm going to bring up stuff because you guys are poking fun at me here. I mean, they talk about the sun rises in the east, sets in the west, right? Well, that doesn't work on a circular dish or a ball. That only works on Pac-Man square. The Bible talks about corners, the angels in the corners. You don't have corners on a circular dish or a ball. And there actually is models that could show how everything works on a square model, just like a circular dish and other ones. So You know, like I said, I'm just very open-minded, and
I got you.
like Elijah's even saying, you know, we don't know a lot of things. Like he's saying, we don't know what's past an ice wall or what the ice wall is. So a lot of it is speculation. You know what I mean? So I stay open-minded unless I could prove something physically can't be, you know?
Yeah.
And I can prove that it can be a square.
There's literally a Square Earth group on Facebook.
cosmology.
Now I would let y'all know that I've been in a lot of the flat Earth groups, the biggest ones. That ain't nothing but a whole bunch of trolls in there. But there is a Square Earth group that I could send you to, because they had me feeling like, wait, I thought I woke up, but am I really woke? What y'all talking about?
You know,
So it's a lot of people kicking a lot of information out there that is there for us to just absorb and try to. I mean, the mind is an amazing thing. This is what we should be doing, like you said, building. We got this platform thanks to Killah here, and there's a lot of other places where people are trying to kick knowledge in. We should just be trying to soak it up, not rejecting it just because.
Yeah,
no doubt, brother.
No, and wrong with a little bit of question, brother.
Hey.
Yeah,
Nice.
Hey, my platform is about building.
Absolutely.
That's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? So as long as we at the end of the day and we get building, that's what we're about. Growing.
Razul, you gonna come on my show? I want to interview you, Razul.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you stepping into a deadly domain.
You know, he wants you to step into his.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. You interviewing me. You know, because I like questions.
Yeah,
you know,
I'll answer.
You can't divert and ask crazy and have crazy notions and stuff. You can't divert from things. If I tell you something that has an actual fact attached to it.
All right, deal.
Well, you got to show it.
Oh, I'm gonna show it.
Yeah. You got to show him.
I'm gonna show him.
That's why I went Elijah's show because he said something that was dope, so dope. I was like, dang. So I got thrown off when you were showing that, when you showed it, and I actually said, now tell me, you know what I'm saying? You was like, no, I'm showing you, which is better. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
So yeah, I stand corrected in that. So I was like, oh no, you were saying it was sounding so dope. I was like, I want you to say what you said. And then you was like, actually showing it is better. Showing it is proof. That's good.
Yeah, that was what the whole setup was, you know.
Yeah.
With the video, and then it doesn't. When
No,
you
that makes
say
sense.
look at it, it's
Right.
like people go, hold up.
Yeah.
There's something there. I don't know what I'm looking at right now, but it sounds like what you said checked out. Now, what does that mean? And how can I investigate this further? Are there other instances like this? What would my math professor say about this?
Right.
That's an interesting question. Ask him. If you in school right now.
Pictures paint 1,000 words, right? Something like that. So pictures is worth 1,000 words.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, and shout out to Tazadaq. Tazadaq got music too. You know,
Oh, I
he
can't wait
played
to
some of
hear
his songs on the show.
Yeah,
Elijah,
definitely,
you're
man.
Hebrew? Elijah, you're Hebrew?
I'm
just wondering about the name. That name means Yah, you know, power of Yah.
Mm-hmm. My mom and my dad both had ends on this name. And what's funny is I didn't like it for a while because it just sounded like a silly name, and it was cooler to call me by my middle name, Natrell. But I grew into it.
Yeah. All right, brothers. I'm gonna have to cut it because we're gonna be up here for hours. You know what I mean? Thank y'all so much for coming through. Yo, Tazadaq, we're gonna build after this. And Jeff already left, right? And what's my brother's name again? Jadir. Jadir's gone. Peace, Jadir. And peace, y'all. We're gonna let y'all off the craft now.
Peace.
Peace, Vinny.
Peace.
All right. See y'all next time.
So, man, that was I know every day is a different day. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Sometimes it's the Heru comes out of me. Heru comes out, priest, the warrior spirit.
It's just the way, you know.
I know.
I don't like it yelling back and forth. We've been doing this same debate.
It's good television.
It's good.
Yeah.
That's why I be getting mad. I'm
It's
like, yo,
good.
man, we keep talking about
Yeah, but I be wanting you to let them talk,
Right,
and then
right.
you talk. I want it one at a time. But when y'all start talking, you know, as a mod, I can't let y'all talk over each other.
Right.
It's not gonna go nowhere.
Right.
Moderator got to moderate.
I can find that right there on 3rd Street. 2 cats out there fighting.
No. It's just.
Nah, it's all good.
right.
That's what
Things get out of hand.
You said it does.
Fine laughing.
What did you say? It trickles my feathers. Was that saying to me?
Oh, I said they were
Ruffling
your feathers.
Ruffling my feathers. Yeah.
I don't even know what I don't even know what was said. When I came back, it was just on and popping.
To be honest, Rasul was already pumped up in the audience.
He was shadow boxing.
Yeah, he was already ready. So so when he got into the ring, because every time they was saying something, he like, oh, I was like, okay.
Oh man, that's a big couple right there.
But it's okay though. The craft room loved Rasul today. I love for him. They was protect him, but it was good. It was good.
Yeah, he was shadow boxing in the corner. Oh man. Tupac, wait till I sit down.
But,
one time, oh man, we'll go through some more.
But the session was very informal though, like stuff that I wasn't even up on or awake on. I got woke, and I got a little enlightened tonight on certain things that I wasn't aware of. So it was good, and I respect everybody's theologies, I would say, and opinions and ideas. And you go do the research for yourself. You can't listen to everybody else, just like you don't go to church and you just listen to the pastor. No, you go home and you read the word for yourself.
Oh.
So I'm definitely gonna go and look up some information on this flat Earth. The flat Earth. I don't want to ruffle Rasul feathers.
No, go ahead. You can
and all this stuff, because I want to know now that I was enlightened. I want to know. I'm not really that much passionate about it, but I do want to know just to be aware about it.
That's smart.
AD got his head chin up.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm looking at
guys.
Not even.
It's like I'm just reading the chats.
Yes.
I told you guys.
I am without ego. Yes.
Yeah. That's dope. It's hard to get rid of that ego.
Yeah.
You just replace it.
Yeah.
Replace it with love.
All right.
Some people, it's like changing the car battery. Sometimes you gotta take out the old ego.
Well, yeah,
It's all good.
We're gonna go ahead and move on to song promotions. This is where we play tracks that were submitted to the show. The first song is by Vitko Icaro from France. The name of the song is The DJ from Guam featuring Killah Priest.
Shout out to Guam.
But this is the Vitko Icaro mix.
Turco Sue.
The DJ from Guam. Killah Priest. Vitko Icaro. Ingress work.
My man told me he was a spiritual black belt. Chop out negativity. He can hand wrestle the devil. Guam. My man told me he was a spiritual black belt. Chop out negativity. Oh, he dabbed it up. He can hand wrestle the devil. I think I found one. Bring it righteous. We are fighters. Shot, pop, 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 shot, pop, pop. Yo, Guam. I don't know, man. It's hard to scope out the Guam. So I've been writing a little bit more darker, but the light is always in there. You know what I mean? grabs you with his icy grip between the twist. Fiery bricks curse you, spells from a tomb. Carrying the moon, taboo. Old canoe sails through the lagoon. Screams from the cliff, steams from the pit, off the cliff. This is it, bodies all fit, crucifix, Lucifer twitch, bony fingers click.
All right.
Shout out.
The Vico Icaro remix of the DJ from Guam featuring Killah Priest. Very psychedelic. Felt like I was shrooming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like, yeah, that was hot. I always, I'm a fan of Guam. I mean, he got me singing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Get the notes. Whoa. Whoa.
All right. This next one is from Fella B from Melbourne, Australia. And
Australia. We got must be on the same. A lot of Australians.
It's called Unity Black Reflex.
Send a shout out to we got another guest gonna come on the show soon. Oh yeah, got an Uber driver. We call him Uber driver Isaac. We call him it. Yeah, Uber driver Isaac. Yo, he's off the hook. I will call the show. Yeah, he set it off.
That was very, very good.
Little Alan.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
kind of islander type. You had a little vibe to it, like a Caribbean vibe. Nice drums to that.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Can't get mad at that. I like that.
Good vibes. All right. Very cool. Next one is by... Okay, hold on.
Something just in my eye.
This one's by Anjovi, called Sky Places.
I like the picture.
Yeah. Words for sermons vibrate through the dome. Birds perching, mighty placements of stone. Migrated to home. Lustrous canvases steal from gray fields of jade, fresh like Anna's breath. High stakes in the glory, skyscraper abodes, highest of hierarchy, righteous paying the homage. Tickets to paradise beyond afflicted parasites, a picket of dreams too simple to glean. The aether light, make the life in the image of tapestries, fine pines of vintage, bad bitches to reach. In the land of plenty, cornucopias galore, obvious performing his euphorias of law, going from broke for war. Up the golden steps, hold the holders of cards ain't folding for shit. Get the apostles' guns, cold and fleece and brandish shit. As above, so below, read the manuscript. Live life like high life in sky palaces. Kinda shit you drive by, sky palaces. Shiny light of the night, sky palaces. Swole chalice to drink right, it's fabulous. Shit so fly, no need to paint Atlas. Like loot from the dead, so luminous. Ride to the pearly gates with the baddest bitch. This what hubris is, yeah, huh. Life like grapevines and ivory walls, cool breeze under a sight to behold the flight of gulls, the calling of seas, tree of pollen for bees. Every night to recall the hiding its fall, the cry from my soul, lying in wait of the dining halls of sovereigns to dimes in the bowl, trying to thrive in the dome, denying the fate of death, escaping oblivion, to climb from the hole, chasing amusements, feeling the pulling void, hearing my muse sing, chills of a loving voice. Wish I could love her, but I just live to suffer. Sneer to crack the mirror, fostering thunder, lost as the far-fetched. The cackles of witches want heaven, but not death. The apples I'm picking with the wishes of palaces, plunders of war, abundance of crops to fill my heart's hunger for more. Live life like high life in sky palaces. Kind of shit you drive by, sky palaces. Shining light of the night, sky palaces. Swole chalice to drink right, it's fabulous. Shit so fly, no need to paint Atlas. Like Luke from the dead, so luminous. Ride to the pearly gates with the baddest bitch. This what hubris is. In the midst of a mist which smothers the light, there's no heaven for the hell that's inside. In the midst of a mist which smothers the light, there's no heaven for the hell that's inside. Right.
They ate from the forbidden fruit. Their innocence is extinguished. So for the 10 generations since Adam's sin has walked within us. Brother against brother. Nation against nation. Man against creation. We murdered each other. We broke the world. We did this from the forbidden fruit.
All right. That was Anjobi. That was cool. How you like that?
Everything about that track was fire, except the vocals was a little low. But everything about I like the hook. Concept was very dreamy, dope. And I gave him a bomb for that.
Yeah, I agree. Everything was dope about it. Just the vocals would probably need to be turned up. You know what I mean? And let us hear what you're saying. But other than that, it was dope. Kind of had like a lo-fi style to it, like
yeah,
the loop. You know what I mean?
Lo-fi, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Lo-fi, I used to call that loft.
That's what it's called, lo-fi.
No, it's lo-fi. It's lo-fi. Lo-fi.
This next one is by Madlib and MF Doom and J Dilla type beat.
Oh wow.
It's by Rakim. No, it's by what's his name?
That's
Mark of Buddha.
I was about to say
it's by Mark of Buddha, but it's a Madlib and MF Doom type beat.
Oh, I like that. Vaporwave style.
from Mark of Buddha.
Sensational.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah.
That beat was sensational.
Yeah. Sensational.
All right, this next one's from the DJ from Guam, featuring Killah Priest, Patty's Pub.
Hey. Rocket to Nebula Message. Prisoners. All listeners. DJ from Guam Record, Killah Priest. Y'all now, my prisoners of the moment. As soon as I write the sentence, doing time behind my bars.
What do you want?
All praises to yes. You are the fruit. Knowledge. Born, my name is Priest. Today you will sit down with me, we will drink, and we will build. Guam. Set the table. Preparing remix for the city of Erect. Elon? White Beach, surround the table with angels. Or tea ceremony. No. I like how that started. We're going again. You're right. Okay, let's go. Here we go. Tea ceremonies. Trim the leaves on the Bodhi tree slowly. Yes. Teapot whistle woke me. Bruce Lee, I'm loosely. Seance of sea moss, clay pots, leaf drops. The bees watch the flower power. Rain shower, hurricanes. It rains. The yoga ultra super saiyans. Supernova, quasar with clay jars. Radar, day jogs, blogs, and seance. Rise out the graveyard, we on.
Shout out to Dave Florence in the building.
Swear we stop. As we go on and on, we keep building. Exclusive children. DJ Guam Records. Blow trees, change your reaction. As you see, roll read. When I was young, it was 40s, but now it's OE. When we were shorties, till we really turned 40. Now we see the glory. On the web, protect, we not working, we jerking. Every day, I never ate goat meat. Red meat, David Goliath, you face it, we try it. The spaceship, we giants. The Matrix, we love the science. All day. The stars are lining, planets are dancing. I'm romancing, the triumph. Said bring it back to artifacts, this rap imperial. Yeah. The beauty of the imperial kingdom of Nubia. It's truly of love. The Ugala. I speak from it. Used to blood. Splashing, I'm asking. Conflicts. Y'all deflecting the acts of vengeance. Y'all withdrawals, y'all brawl. Y'all outbursts of anger. I'm slow. Coming with my danger. Let y'all know. Subtle acts. Condensing the caves in. Precincts and rave. You fight for your rights. You have to unite. It's all right. Everybody wants life. Book of Revelations.
Hey.
I like that beat.
Follow the DJ from Guam on YouTube to hear the whole thing.
That's the DJ from Guam.
Yo, once again.
The ill chill vibes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like you on an island.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, his production skills. Is
One of them drinks, right?
Yeah.
Iced tea drink.
All right, our grand finale is none other than Voltage Controller. This track is called Return of the Wizard. Let's go.
Voltage Controller.
Clack, clack, blocker. Feel them in your heart chakra. Mark that.
You already know Voltage. Come on, man.
Gandalf, rocket ship, blast off.
Go ahead.
Drive the girls crazy, make them take the pants off. Oh, my bad.
Go in.
Sorry. Nowhere.
Craft room. Classroom. That beat make you want to spin.
Yo, it does though. That's how you know it's a good beat. It makes you want to spin.
Gandalf, the wizard.
Fire.
Wow,
Yo,
like that.
that was dope beat.
Yeah.
That was like exceptional dope beat.
That was some nice little lines you dropped, AD.
Oh man, that's just in my head. I was just, doing a little something.
Yeah,
I didn't want to spoil it though. Nice. If you guys are interested in submitting your tracks for the next episode, go to killerpriest.tv/song promo. Link is in the description. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Explosion.
I want everybody to know we are in the building tonight.
Priest love the sound effects.
Yes.
I'm a Leo. Yo, I think Funkmaster Flex is a Leo too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to Funk.
Yeah.
It's your season.
It is
taking
our
over, huh?
season.
Nah,
It's a lot of
taking
us.
over.
Come on.
The Leos.
Yeah.
It's all about the line. Huh?
Exactly. Respect the king and the queen of the jungle.
I feel like
Yo. Oh my Leos. Where Lil Da Vinci. K9. All the Leos.
Oh yeah.
I did see K9 earlier. Shout out to
K9,
K9.
K9 is a Leo. That's true.
That's right. Hold on, something else. I think it L Infinite. L.
Oh, Almighty. Where's he been at, man?
Let's see in a minute.
Damn, he hit me up.
Shout out to the Virgos too.
Yeah,
Marco
you know.
Buddha.
That's right. Marco Buddha is a Virgo. That's right. Shout out to the Marco Buddha.
Okay, we
Somebody
give
said
you that.
pew, pew, pew. No, it said pew, pew, pew.
Pew,
What's
pew,
that for?
pew.
Oh, that's my.
We got
That's a big ass pew right there.
Kandaka. Coach Kandaka is a Virgo.
Oh, yeah, of course. Do that. I hit you on one you didn't know.
Oh yeah, Marco Buddha.
I mean, I think Coach is probably one of the head Virgos. Be sitting up there, but I've been informed after the night, definitely, the Virgos are going to have a conversation with you.
What? What? Virgos are going to have a conversation with me.
Yes, they've been
Who
texting
said
me.
this? Who
Some
are
of the
these?
top
Who are
Virgos.
Who are these people?
Some of the top Virgos.
No one summons me.
Yeah, they said they want you a meeting.
The only person that can summon me
at the head of
is
the
Hey
Virgo.
Ru himself.
Nah, it's
the great ancestor.
The Virgo said they want to sit down to you and they're going to talk about you being a Virgo.
What? They can't talk about me. I'm embarrassing the Virgos.
Can't say that.
I'm not embarrassing no Virgos.
Can't
Nah.
use that.
When you represent
What
them,
you talking about, AD?
They said when you sit down
Can't use
What?
that.
Who's
on
who
the
is
platform. Oh, Joshua Trees is a Virgo too.
This? Now I don't be disrespecting
Vulture
the
said
Virgos.
Team Scorpio all day. Said they're gonna sit down. They're gonna have a conversation with you. And
Oh
some
yeah.
of the top Virgos hit me up, texting me all night when they said he was going at it. They said they want to talk to you about your date.
What date?
Ooh.
What's your birthday? It's set, September what?
Oh, my date. Yes. September 2nd. Yeah, second. Yeah.
What
My
date-
date.
What date did you think they was talking about? Because you was about to say something else. I can't.
Man, you know,
You was
I'm
like,
sorry,
what date?
y'all. My mind be so many places
Yeah,
sometimes.
You Russell going on a date?
No. Well, you know, I don't know.
It's an October Virgo. Now they're gonna allow you to keep the day. They're gonna move your month. So
You know what?
I would
Those
suggest
guys,
you to go
those
talk to them.
Virgos that's texting you, right? And
Talking about
asking
big
you,
Virgos.
and you
Lord
tell them
Jamar.
this, Lord
Oz.
Jamar. What? care about none of them. And if they real Virgos, they understand.
Big Daddy
we
Kane.
don't care.
Yeah.
I love all them brothers.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not saying that those are the ones, but the Virgos are watching it, and they say that you up there, you represent because AD breaks down the he breaks down the
zodiac.
signs, the zodiacs.
Yeah, well, you know, I asked some questions about it. I'm not an astrologist.
They said they said that Virgos they are picky.
Oh yeah, indeed we are. Indeed we are. You know what I mean?
Listen,
somebody
exactly.
said. Rasul would disagree with God. I would disagree with a loss of panel. I do. Just say I got a lot of questions for a loss of panel with the island.
Hey, Ru himself.
I got some questions for him as well.
All right, y'all. Yo, listen. Yeah, we're gonna keep it moving. This is
Virgos calling you up.
Somebody said the ear whisperer. Oh, y'all still with us, man? All right, yo. Thank y'all for coming through. AD, you made the last announcement.
Yeah.
Okay. And I know the grown is coming up. We're gonna go. You wanna say something?
Say what you was gonna say.
All right. We wanna acknowledge everybody who came out tonight and building. That's retrograde.
It's the air.
Yeah, I want to acknowledge everybody who came in the building today.
Yeah.
I mean, not in the building, on the craft. Podcraft is about elevation. We want to thank everyone who came through and they're invited again. Thank y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
A Dizzle. Anything to say? Love to all y'all in the cafe room. I hope y'all had a beautiful drink of tea or some cold brew. And for the real, I was gonna say something. I had it set up too. I couldn't finish it. Dang. It was just set up. It's like this. But anyway, you know, always elevate. Make sure y'all keep rebelling. Rebel. Forget those who don't acknowledge you. And live strong and long. And if they're talking about you, hope they break their leg. Recovery.
All right. See y'all on Monday.
We got.
See you Monday. Stay enlightened, stay woke, stay encouraged, stay thriving and striving.
Peace and blessings. See y'all on Monday. Got Kai Zodiac and Ty Phoenix, correct?
That's right. That's correct.
That's what I was waiting on.
Nice.
Great Kai Zodiac. Let's go, Ty Phoenix.
All right. So Monday will be an astrology subject.
Oh, man.
It's going to get wild. See y'all then. Have a great weekend.
We're talking about the narcissists.
Huh? Oh, we're going to do that?
Oh, the narcissist?
I like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can get into that.
Yeah, we need to get into that.
All right.
That'd be good for next Wednesday show.
You looking at me like that? I'm not a narcissist.
I didn't say you was.
gave me that look like.
But I'm just saying. I want to hear what you got to say. You was already ready to debate.
Oh no, I'm not a debater.
Educator.
Indeed.
All right, y'all.
All right.
This is one of the best. It's going to go down as the greatest show. One of the ones. Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many.
There's so many.
That's one. Yeah, so many. And we're going to continue going further and further.
All right.
So, we out.
See y'all Monday.
Peace and blessings. Shalom.
This goes out to all the brothers that lost somebody. And all the brothers who got brothers that's locked down. The sisters too. Moaning for my peeps got shot down in the streets. Moaning for my brothers who got locked down in jail. Moaning for my sisters who been constantly abused. Moaning for the children who insisted I failed. Moaning for my peoples who have died and gone. We trying to be strong, but we know that life goes on.
Melodic war chamber, banger, 36,000 danger. Murderers floating in the midst of perfect strangers. Killer arms at dawn, mobile with golden arms, prophesy. Homicides about the platform. We drop bodily harm and shock Frazier. Who snitched the cops' neighbors? Big crack rocks invade your block major. Spots being taken, it's time for move making. Woo thugs breaking, they leave your stats vacant. Cream is the theme of this wicked world we breathing. Scheming while dreaming, I fantasize and squeeze it. Zoning, thinking about case, I grab the chrome it. Blaze off one of your dome, you're left moaning.
I take a walk through the park at night, living the black life, and while I'm stepping over crack pipes, everybody wants to get high, but nobody really wants to die. They only have fun for a season, but for what reason? Plus, who do you believe in? You drink 40s with the shorties, telling war stories. Some rebel and some give them glory, and fame is like a game in the streets. The players kicking game to the freaks. Crack buildings packed with black children, entrepreneurs producing stacks by the millions. The young kids, they want rings and things. The buildings is flooded up with things, but I stand strong like a black pope, gazing through the crack smoke. Repent from your pagan ways. I know your mind strays, but just listen to the phrase.
I'm moaning for my people sleeping out in the cold. Moaning for the youths who try to make it a mirror. Moaning for my people starving all over the world. Moaning for my people lost their life fighting war. Moaning for my people who have died and gone. We trying to be strong, but we know that life goes on. But there'll be moaning, weeping, and crying out for pain. Lord, tonight I pray to you, oh, and will it end? There'll be moaning, the whole world, the whole damn world will be moaning. There'll be moaning, the whole world, the whole damn world will be moaning. There'll be moaning, the whole world, the whole damn world will be moaning. There'll be moaning, the whole world, the whole damn world will be moaning.
The Great Massacre. We fled to Africa in 70 AD. Babylon and Timbuktu, page 83. And all the lies about Afrikaners and Nostradamus. Promise, atomic bombs, Saddam Hussein, whose name's not written in the book of life. This be the exodus out of flesh and lust. Carnal-minded, abominable and blinded. Blasphemers, adulterers, and drug schemers.
There'll be moaning, the whole world, the whole damn